Chapter 52, Julian Harrington's face changed instantly. Then who should I look for? The other party's words were strange. They said if you're willing to sign the divorce papers with Seraphina Fletcher quickly and finalize the divorce certificate, they would still choose to cooperate with us. The manager muttered softly, could it be that Mrs. Harrington knows someone at Apex Conglomerate? Julian slammed his hand on the table and shot up. It's Seraphina Fletcher again, that bitch. Though he cursed her, he was now constrained by the situation and had no other choice but to hastily get up. I'll go find her. Half an hour later, Seraphina received another call from the front desk. This time, she refused to see him. Please tell him I have nothing to discuss with him. Ask him to leave. After a moment, the front desk relayed, Mr. Harrington says he wants to discuss the divorce with you. Only then did Seraphina hesitate. All right, I'll be right down. She changed into casual clothes and went downstairs, casting only a cold glance at Julian before saying, there's a cafe across the street. Let's talk there. They entered the cafe, one after the other. As soon as they sat down, Julian lashed out. Seraphina Fletcher, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you could not only hook up with Adrian Thorne, but also get involved with the Thorne family through him. Seraphina was completely baffled by his words. What nonsense are you talking about? If I'm not mistaken, Adrian Thorne is from a branch of the Thorne family, right? Julian had figured it out on his way over. This was the only plausible explanation. If Adrian Thorne were Arthur Thorne's son, he wouldn't be allowed to stay at the medical school doing research. That left only one possibility. Adrian Thorne was from a branch of the Thorne family, and because they shared the same lineage, Arthur Thorne looked after him relatively well. He probably had some influence with Arthur Thorne. However, businessmen like Arthur Thorne wouldn't do anything without benefit. If Apex Conglomerate didn't cooperate with Harrington Corp., they had many other partners to choose from. But if Harrington Corp. Lost Apex, they would face enormous trouble. Perhaps, to get back at him, Seraphina had even climbed into Arthur Thorne's bed through Adrian Thorne. Julian scanned her up and down lewdly. I never thought you'd climb into that old geezer Arthur Thorne's bed just to get revenge on me. What, can the old man satisfy you? Julian Harrington, watch your filthy mouth. Seraphina hadn't expected such humiliation from Julian. She had thought he genuinely came to discuss the divorce. If you don't want to talk about the divorce, we have nothing more to say. Seraphina stood up. Our relationship is broken beyond repair. Even if I have to sue, I won't choose to stay with you. I don't care, but Seraphina Fletcher, can you afford to wait? Julian stared at her coldly. I checked. Professor Albright's research project requires nearly 5 years in the U.S. If you sue for divorce, you'll have to respond to the lawsuit, running back and forth. If you miss even one response deadline, your divorce suit will fail. Seraphina clenched her fists, glaring at Julian coldly. What exactly do you want? I don't care how you connected with Arthur Thorne, but Harrington Corp. Desperately needs to cooperate with them now, Julian said. As long as you help me secure the cooperation agreement, I'll sign the divorce papers. Seraphina had never even heard of Arthur Thorne, nor did she know him. But she just looked at Julian quietly, finally letting out a cold laugh. Fine, let's see who can afford to wait longer. Chapter 53, it seemed Harrington Corp. Was indeed in serious trouble. Walking out of the cafe, as Seraphina neared the hotel entrance, she suddenly recalled Adrian Thorne's words from yesterday and immediately called him. Adrian, you mentioned Harrington Corp. Was heading for big trouble. Did you know something? Adrian seemed to be at a party. Faint sounds of conversation could be heard in the background. After a moment, he found a quieter place to speak. Julian Harrington looked for you? Yes, Seraphina paused. Who is Arthur Thorne to you, Adrian? Adrian was silent for a moment. He's my father. Seraphina was stunned. She switched the call to speakerphone and opened her browser to search for Arthur Thorne. Just as the page loaded, Adrian spoke from the other end. No need to search. My father is the CEO of Apex Conglomerate and also its founder. Adrian's voice was warm and rich. I have no intention of inheriting his business. I prefer pharmaceutical science. To avoid some complications, I never told any of you. Seraphina swallowed hard, so the top tycoon was right beside me all along. Adrian, you hit it well. Seraphina quickly realized something else. But why would your father? Sera, Adrian sighed. Do you really not know why? What? Seraphina's mind went blank for a second. Adrian continued, "Of course, it's to prevent any further trouble for the project. Professor Albright explicitly stated that you play a crucial role in this research trip, and he has high hopes for you. And since I value this project immensely, I paid a bit more attention to your situation." Although the reason sounded a bit forced. But considering Adrian gave up being the son of the wealthiest man, eschewing a relaxed, carefree life as a rich heir, to instead shine in the arduous and tedious field of scientific research, his way of thinking was probably different from ordinary people. "Thank you, Adrian." This time, Seraphina was truly overwhelmed by guilt and self-reproach. "It's all my fault for bringing so much trouble to the team." "It's all right." Adrian's voice was low and deep, carrying a persuasive charm. "Have you and Julian Harrington signed the divorce agreement yet?" "Not yet," Seraphina said. "He wants me to facilitate the cooperation between Harrington Corp and Apex before he agrees to sign." Adrian said coldly, "Tell him to wait at the City Hall entrance. People from Apex will be there too. Apex will sign the contract with him, and immediately after, he must go into City Hall and divorce you." Seraphina pursed her lips. "But Adrian, if Apex has no intention of continuing cooperation with Harrington Corp, doing this just for me seems hardly worthwhile. Apex and Harrington Corp already have a cooperative relationship. I'm merely using this cooperation to facilitate your divorce," Adrian said flatly. "There's no loss for Apex." Hearing him say that, Seraphina felt relieved. After hanging up, she sent a message directly to Julian Harrington. "Julian Harrington, okay." The next morning, Adrian Thorne personally came to pick Seraphina up. When they arrived at City Hall, Julian Harrington was already waiting. As she got out of the car, Julian immediately rushed over, asking coldly, "Where are the people from Apex?" Chapter 54, "They'll be here shortly." Seraphina found even looking at him repulsive. Julian, however, glanced through the car window at Adrian Thorne sitting in the driver's seat. He sneered, "Seraphina Fletcher, you truly are heartless. Not even divorced from me yet, and you're already hooking up with someone else." He leaned closer, his words venomous. "What is it satisfying serving both an old man and a young one in bed?" Smack, Seraphina slapped him across the face. Her voice was ice cold. "Show some respect. If I'm unhappy, even if I don't divorce you, I won't let you sign with Apex." Julian's face twisted after the slap. He glared at her darkly, his cheek twitching, and ground out through clenched teeth, "They're just using you as a plaything. I'll wait to see how you end up. Wait to see the day you catch some filthy disease and kneel before me, begging for mercy." "Ha!" Seraphina suddenly thought of something and scoffed, looking at him with pity. "Julian Harrington, perhaps I'll see you begging for mercy much sooner than you think." Julian wiped the trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb. He was about to say more when Adrian Thorne, inside the car, honked the horn lightly. He glanced coolly at Julian, his gaze condescending, as if looking at an ant about to be crushed. A black car pulled up behind them. The Apex manager got out and greeted Julian. "CEO Harrington, let's sign right here." Quick and efficient. Only then did Julian swallow his frustration, turn around, take the contract from the manager, scan it carefully, and sign his name with swift strokes. He looked at Seraphina. "Let's go." Inside to sign. Seraphina was even more impatient than he was. They entered City Hall. Half an hour later, they came out. Seraphina didn't even glance at Julian, heading straight for the car. Julian stood outside the car, staring at her coldly, his stomach churning with anger, before turning and getting into his own car. "How did it go?" Adrian asked. Seraphina sighed. "I still have to come back in a month. The cooling-off period." She now feared Julian would cause more trouble during the divorce cooling-off period. "It's okay." Adrian gently squeezed her hand, then quickly released it. He won't dare pull any more tricks. A strange feeling flickered through Seraphina's heart at that moment. She looked at Adrian. "I hope so." This matter was considered settled for now. All that remained was to wait for the review process to finish, and then the two of them could depart. However, a small incident occurred in the meantime. The affair between Seraphina and Julian had caused such a stir that even researchers within the medical school were murmuring, questioning Seraphina's professional competence. In the group chat, Brenda Riley directly forwarded a set of conversation logs. "Brenda Riley, at Seraphina Fletcher, see for yourself." This is another department's professor questioning Professor Albright. They highly doubt your abilities. This time, I didn't say anything. The group chat fell silent. After all, while everyone genuinely sympathized with Seraphina, it was also as Brenda wryly implied. Chapter 55, who hadn't earned their place on the team through sheer competence. Even Adrian Thorne, hailed by them as a genius, didn't he practically live in the lab 24 hours a day? If even a genius worked so hard. And Seraphina, who had even been a housewife for 5 years, why could she parachute into the project team based on connections? Brenda Riley, if I were you, I'd voluntarily withdraw. Professor Albright is under considerable pressure because of you right now. You should be more considerate and stop causing trouble for others. Brenda Riley. Seraphina Fletcher, what's with the silent treatment? Even if you muddle through these few days, once you get here without real substance, you'll be kicked out sooner or later. Clara Linton. Brenda, stop it. Professor Albright will surely make arrangements. Brenda Riley, don't you play the saint there either. Don't tell me you don't have reservations in your heart. Stop pretending. I just look down on her. If she really has the ability, let her prove it to us. I'll absolutely shut up then. Seraphina glanced at the group messages and directly video-called Professor Albright. Having not seen him for nearly a month, Professor Albright seemed to be in good spirits. Professor, I saw the chat log. Did the professor give you a hard time? Seraphina asked. Professor Albright chuckled. Not really a hard time, just repetitive questions about certain things. I just got tired of hearing it. It's about me, isn't it? Seraphina asked again. Professor Albright waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry about this matter. I'll handle it appropriately. It's true you've been out of the field for 5 years, but your talent is also real. You just need time to gradually readjust upon returning. And I believe you will grow rapidly. My stance remains, I have my reasons for choosing you. But if that's the case, the pressure on you, Professor, will be immense. Seraphina understood how much pressure Professor Albright was shouldering for her sake. Professor Albright looked stern. You're not thinking of backing out, are you? Let me tell you, absolutely not. I've already endured so many rumors for you. I absolutely forbid you from backing out now. Professor, that's not what I meant, Seraphina quickly explained. My point is, even if they doubt my abilities, why don't I do a live broadcast experiment on the internal network? Invite a few professors to witness it at the medical school lab, let them see my capabilities firsthand. This was certainly a good method. If this were 5 years ago, before Seraphina dropped out, Professor Albright would definitely have chosen this approach. But now, it's not that I'm unwilling. Professor Albright shook his head. Sera, you've been away for 5 years. I know you've been actively catching up on theoretical knowledge during this time. However, the success of an experiment isn't that simple. You know how much time Adrian spends in the lab year-round. Yet even so, his experiment success rate isn't consistently high. If you use an experiment to prove yourself, success is one thing, but if it fails, I really won't be able to vouch for you anymore. In their field, they constantly battled loneliness and despair. Some experiments might show no progress for over a decade, but other research topics might yield results quickly, perhaps due to luck. Seraphina, however, said, Professor Albright, it's just a simple introductory experiment. Besides, if I can't even succeed with such a basic experiment, there's probably no need for you to take me there anyway. Moreover, I also want to know where my abilities stand after being away from the lab for so long. She persuaded Professor Albright. All right, then I'll inform the other professors, Professor Albright mused. Chapter 56. That same day, a post on the medical school's internal network exploded. Just came from Professor Lawson's office, heard him arguing with Professor Albright. It's about that Seraphina Fletcher. Professor Lawson believes Seraphina isn't competent for this job, but Professor Albright insists and proposed letting Seraphina conduct an experiment to prove herself. Huh. Is that the Seraphina Fletcher who was trending with Liliana Fletcher not long ago? Her, doing an experiment to prove herself. With Professor Albright backing her, what experiment could possibly stump her? They're just fooling us. Anyway, I don't believe Seraphina Fletcher can conduct any decent experiment. If a housewife like her can join this project, I'm even more qualified. The news seems reliable. Professor Lawson will personally set the task and supervise. Only after passing the assessment can she go to the US to join the project. At the medical school, Professor Lawson has always clashed with Professor Albright. He'll probably deliberately make things difficult for Seraphina, right? Hard to say. Naturally, this news also sparked discussion in the group chat. Clara Linton, at Seraphina Fletcher, Sera, you're doing an experiment? It's really unnecessary. Let them say whatever they want. It won't change the fact that you're coming here for the project. Instead of wasting time proving yourself, better use that time to prepare. There are many tough battles ahead here. Brenda Riley? Heh, you don't believe in her ability either. But I think you're right. It was hard enough getting this chance to go to the US. Don't mess it up and lose this great opportunity. Clara Linton, that's not what I meant. Brenda Riley, it's not just you thinking this way. Honestly, everyone thinks so. If I were Seraphina, keeping my head down and quietly sneaking over here would be the smart move. Seraphina had just hung up a call from a TA at the medical school when she saw these messages. She clicked in to reply. At Clara Linton, thanks, but don't worry about me. Brenda Riley, see? She doesn't appreciate your kindness at all. I advise you not to waste your energy on her. You need to pick the right person to suck up to. Some people are just lucky, but temporary luck doesn't mean lifelong luck. Her words were sharp and biting, causing Clara Linton to retreat. Seraphina ignored Brenda Riley. Engaging in a war of words with someone like her was truly a waste of time. She pulled out her materials and started reading seriously. After a while, her phone vibrated. Clara Linton, Sera, I really didn't mean anything else. I just feel that keeping a low profile now might be better for you. Seraphina glanced at it and replied, thanks, but don't worry about me. Clara Linton, sigh, honestly, I do have some doubts about your ability, but comparatively, I trust Professor Albright more. Seraphina's lips curled slightly. I know. Clara Linton. Don't mind Brenda Riley's words. That's just her personality. She doesn't actually have a bad heart. Seraphina didn't quite agree with this. Do you really think so? Clara Linton fell silent. Seraphina continued flipping through her materials. Around evening, Adrian Thorne called her. I'll take you to the medical school tomorrow. Adrian seemed a bit busy. The background noise on his end was slightly noisy. Wait for me. Seraphina thought about Adrian's help the other day and felt somewhat guilty. Although Adrian said Apex inherently needed to cooperate with Harrington Corp. If it weren't for threatening Julian Harrington into divorce, she suspected Apex could have chosen a more suitable company. When a company's leader was like Julian Harrington, its future was bound to decline. Seraphina pursed her lips. Adrian, if you're busy, you really don't have to worry about me. I can go by myself tomorrow. Chapter 57, I'm not busy, Adrian stated firmly. I have time to accompany you tomorrow. But Adrian, I don't want to involve you. Seraphina's concern was valid. Everyone already suspected she got in through Professor Albright's connections. And she had just recently been on the trending news with Adrian Thorne. If Adrian still drove her there, people at the medical school would likely start speculating about her and Adrian. Seraphina herself didn't mind. The world was vast, and there were too many people gossiping behind others' backs for her to control. The main point was Adrian Thorne. She didn't want his good reputation ruined because of her. Sera, Adrian's tone shifted slightly, becoming somewhat grave. Regardless of whether you did anything or not, they will speculate wildly. Since that's the case, there's no need to care about their opinions and restrict yourself. You're something of a public figure now. Appearing in public could pose unknown risks and troubles. It's safer if I escort you personally. He persuaded Seraphina. Thinking about it, that did seem to be the case. Seraphina gave a wry smile. My thinking was skewed. I just didn't want to implicate you too much. Given our relationship, helping each other out is normal. Adrian's words suddenly took on a hint of ambiguity. It doesn't matter how many times you trouble me. His voice, low and magnetic over the phone, made Seraphina's earlobes warm slightly. She felt quite embarrassed. Seraphina obediently agreed on a time with him and hung up. 9 o'clock at night. Liliana Fletcher had just finished taking her medicine. While showering, she noticed a new lesion on her leg. Her face immediately changed, and she sent a message to her attending physician. Another wound appeared. The attending physician replied quickly. You must go to the US for treatment as soon as possible. Liliana frowned deeply. How much would a full course of treatment cost? For good results, you're looking at well over $1 million, easily. Over $1 million. Liliana bit her fingernail. Where would she get that much money now? She had partied too hard before and incurred gambling debts once, leading Seraphina Fletcher to monitor her accounts. If she used such a large sum now, it would definitely alert Seraphina. Then, Seraphina would surely think she had disgraced the Fletcher family and kick her out. No, Liliana took a deep breath. I'll arrange it as soon as possible. She then dialed Julian Harrington's number. The call connected quickly. Julian on the other end seemed to be dealing with some major trouble, yelling furiously. It took nearly a minute before he realized the call was connected, his voice softening. Lulu, what's wrong? Julian, a friend of mine has a performance in the US and wants me to go as a guest, Liliana said softly. Julian raised an eyebrow. Sure, if you want to go, just go. Chapter 58, but she didn't have the money. But I'm scared to go alone, Liliana said softly. Could you come with me? Julian fell silent. Harrington Corp had been facing constant challenges recently. Accompanying Liliana wasn't convenient. Julian, I'm really scared to go alone. Liliana's voice was soft and pitiful, sounding utterly helpless. I have an old rival there. She has quite a bit of influence. She even threatened that if I dared set foot on that soil again, she'd kill me. Julian, please come with me. Once there, she had plenty of ways to make Julian cough up the money. Julian seemed very hesitant. It won't take too long. Liliana had started to sob softly. Round trip, a week at most. This friend is very close to me, and this might be her last performance. I don't want to disappoint her. She cried so pitifully that Julian's heart softened. After a few minutes, Julian finally relented. All right, I'll go with you. At that moment, a new notification popped up on Liliana's phone browser. She clicked it open. It was news from the medical school's internal network. When Seraphina was still in school, Liliana had inadvertently logged in using her account. Later, needing medication, she found she could check the latest research progress on drugs related to her condition on the internal network, so she never logged out. This time, unexpectedly, she saw news about Seraphina Fletcher. Hot, place your bets. Will Seraphina Fletcher's experiment tomorrow succeed or fail? I bet success. Op is hilarious. Betting a housewife's experiment will succeed? Seriously. Does she even know the difference between MCF7, breast cancer cells, and A549, lung cancer cells anymore? I've already requested leave for my classes tomorrow, just waiting to see what kind of marvel Seraphina Fletcher is. Also curious if she can even find her way around the lab bench tomorrow. How does this bet work? Op, those who want to play can sign up privately. Losers donate at least $100 to the school fund. Just send me a screenshot of the successful donation. The medical school had numerous charity projects each year. Although the ops method wasn't exactly encouraged, it was a form of indirect charitable contribution. Liliana scrolled down bit by bit. Seeing the end, she clicked in and private messaged the op. I bet Seraphina fails. She had witnessed firsthand how Seraphina had lived these past 5 years. Busy taking care of Julian Harrington every day, doing all the chores a maid or housekeeper would do, did Seraphina still have time to study? What a joke. Op, how much? Liliana raised an eyebrow. If playing, play big, $50,000 minimum. Op, okay, screenshot taken. After a moment, he suddenly sent another message. Hey, your profile picture and name look kind of familiar. Liliana was still using Seraphina's account. It was natural for the other party to find it familiar. She ignored him and exited the private message interface. Anyway, it was Seraphina's account. If she somehow luckily won and couldn't pay up later, the one getting exposed and cursed would be Seraphina Fletcher. It had nothing to do with her. Seraphina was already downstairs when she received Adrian Thorne's call. She hung up directly and walked towards the car. Adrian, I'm here. The car window lowered. Adrian put his phone away. Get in, don't be late. Professor Lawson has already contacted me. Professor Lawson contacted you. Seraphina paused mid-step while getting into the car. Shouldn't he have contacted her directly? Adrian smiled slightly, reminding her, fasten your seatbelt. Chapter 59, Seraphina could only comply. It wasn't far from the hotel to the medical school, just a 20-minute drive. Upon arrival, Adrian directly led her up to the 4th floor. The moment she appeared, people in the corridor immediately turned to scrutinize her. Some even poked their heads out of windows. Suddenly, she felt like an animal in a zoo exhibit. Is that Seraphina Fletcher? She's quite pretty. No wonder Adrian and Professor Albright protect her. She doesn't look like someone who's been a housewife for 5 years. I thought she'd be a mess, all disheveled, hence why her husband disliked her. She looks perfectly fine. Why would her husband find her so repulsive? Boring in bed, obviously. A burst of laughter followed. Seraphina frowned slightly. Tap, tap, tap. Someone knocked on the glass window. Adrian Thorne's expression was cold. Since when did medical school students learn to judge people by appearances? Those individuals immediately fell silent. Seraphina reached the large laboratory at the end of the hall and knocked on the door. Professor Lawson was already inside. His voice was aged yet firm. Enter. Seraphina pushed the door open. Professor Lawson, I'm Seraphina Fletcher. Come in. Professor Lawson glanced at her briefly, then pointed to the lab bench. 3 experiments. Which one do you choose? Seraphina looked at the phone mounted on a tripod nearby. Professor Lawson, is the process of this experiment going to be live-streamed? Yes. Professor Lawson didn't waste words. Don't feel too pressured. If the experiment passes successfully, you can go to the US. If it fails, I don't tolerate incompetence. Seraphina nodded. Understood. In the live stream chat, numerous people had already flooded in. 3 experiments, LOL. Does Seraphina Fletcher even know what these 3 experiments are? I've already prepared my application. As soon as she's eliminated, I can participate in this US project. Getting some experience abroad, who knows how much my value will increase upon return. Seraphina walked to the lab bench. Cell experiment, animal experiment, and molecular mechanism research experiment. Oh, she knows the scientific names of the 3 types of experiments. Professor Lawson wasn't surprised. If she didn't even know this basic information, she wouldn't have caught Professor Albright's eye. Which one do you choose? The cell experiment is divided into cell proliferation inhibition and cell apoptosis induction experiments. The former takes 3 to 4 days, the latter 2 to 3 days. I'm short on time now, so choosing this experiment is best. Seraphina didn't hesitate. Professor Lawson nodded. Since you're ready, begin. This process required carefulness and precision. Once Seraphina immersed herself in the experiment, she became completely oblivious to her surroundings. The entire experiment would take 4 days. The process would be live-streamed throughout. With so many eyes watching in the chat, it would be easy to tell if Seraphina cheated. Furthermore, Professor Lawson happened to have an experiment of his own to conduct during this period, so he would be in the lab with her. She even knows how long it takes. Looks like she did her homework. Knowing the theory is useless. She actually has to be able to do it. Chapter 60, I've done this experiment a few times. Anyway, the drugs I chose didn't have much effect on the cancer cells. I don't think Seraphina Fletcher can succeed. Considering the time factor, Professor Lawson had placed several drugs currently under development at the medical school on the table for Seraphina to use. This was a further test for her. If she could distinguish them, it meant her theoretical knowledge was solid. If the experiment succeeded, she would possess the basic qualifications to join the project team. Adrian Thorne stood just outside the door, watching her operations through the window. She wore a white lab coat and protective goggles. Turning her head, she glanced at the several bottles of drugs placed on the table, but chose none of them. Instead, she carefully scanned the shelves on the other side, finally selecting a few bottles, took them down, and only then began the experiment formally. Throughout the process, she was exceptionally serious and focused, unaffected by any external factors. Outside the door, the crowd of onlookers grew larger. But intimidated by Adrian Thorne's presence, no one dared to step forward. Time passed slowly. The sunlight slanted westward. Seraphina's work for the day concluded. It's getting late. Go home early. Professor Lawson had observed her entire process, his expression showing a hint of being moved. Okay. Seraphina took off her coat and gloves. As she walked out with Professor Lawson, she heard him ask, "Why didn't you choose the drugs placed on the bench?" I looked at the components and analyzed the cancer cells you provided. They are breast cancer cells, but the drugs on the bench are not for treating breast cancer. This must have been your red herring, correct? Seraphina asked calmly. Professor Lawson chuckled lightly. Go on then. I look forward to your experiment succeeding. 3 or 4 days passed quickly. Although the duration of the live stream was indeed long, the number of viewers in the chat room was surprisingly large. At the moment the results were to be revealed, the number of viewers in the chat room even peaked. Nearly 10,000 people. I guarantee Seraphina Fletcher's experiment is definitely wrong. She didn't even use the drugs Professor Lawson prepared. She just messed around on her own. Success would be bizarre, ha 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 ha, waiting for Seraphina Fletcher to be humiliated. Liliana Fletcher had specifically cleared her schedule today to watch the final experiment results. A smile played on her lips as she typed in the chat. If Seraphina Fletcher hadn't insisted on proving her abilities, she'd already be on a plane to the US by now. Making such a fuss is just redundant. I agree with the comment above, but it's also a good thing. I sincerely hope these privileged individuals who get in through connections all act like Seraphina Fletcher, having moments of madness to prove themselves. That way, normal people like us, whose spots were taken, get a chance to shine. Seraphina, as usual, didn't look at the chat, as if the live streaming didn't affect her at all. She had gone through this trouble mainly because she didn't want too many people in the industry questioning Professor Albright. To her, Professor Albright had recognized her talent and given her a crucial push at a critical moment. Seraphina opened the experimental vessel, glanced inside, then showed the vessel to Professor Lawson. Professor Lawson observed under the microscope for a while, then nodded. Partial cancer cell apoptosis, but some remain active. The drugs you chose are effective, just not capable of completely killing the cancer cells. This is a challenge we are all currently unable to overcome. Hopefully, one day this challenge can be conquered soon. Chapter 61, It definitely will be, Seraphina murmured. Exclamation points flooded the chat. Is this fake? Is this old man also part of an act arranged by Seraphina Fletcher? Success? Just like that, a sparkling success. To those questioning its authenticity, I can assure you, Professor Lawson is the most uncompromising person in our medical school. If he says Seraphina Fletcher is qualified, she definitely is. If even Professor Lawson could be bought, then there's no one in our medical school who couldn't be bought. But this experiment succeeded so easily. Let me put it this way. Overcoming and eliminating cancer cells within the human body is a common challenge faced by the medical community. If Seraphina Fletcher had actually succeeded in eliminating them today, that's when I'd question the authenticity of this experiment. Professor Lawson looked at her with appreciative eyes. You did well, I misjudged. It's not your fault. If I were in your position, I would have had the same doubts. Seraphina smiled faintly. Professor Lawson patted her shoulder. But are you really planning to stay with Professor Albright? If you're interested, I'm also short on students under me. There's a project currently underway. You could come over. Just as his words fell, Professor Lawson's phone rang. He answered it, habitually putting it on speakerphone. Professor Albright's slightly exasperated voice came through. You shameless old man, poaching right in front of me. Seraphina is a student I value greatly. She's followed me since before. She won't possibly follow you. Give up that idea. Professor Lawson covered the microphone, looking at Seraphina. Albright's project takes too long, 5 years abroad. My project is domestic, and it's already been approved. If you join my team, the benefits won't be few. Seraphina was amused by them. She said sincerely, Professor Lawson, I was Professor Albright's student before. My re-entry into the field was also thanks to his help. I still choose to stay with Professor Albright. Ah, what a pity. But if you change your mind, I welcome you anytime, Professor Lawson said. Seraphina nodded. Okay. Leaving the medical school, Seraphina got into the car with Adrian Thorne. Adrian drove. I've booked a restaurant nearby. We'll go have a celebration dinner first. What celebration dinner? Seraphina felt embarrassed. It was just a small experiment that succeeded. You've officially shattered others' prejudice against you. It's a huge step forward in your life. How can you say it's just a small experiment? Adrian's gaze held a hint of affection. Seraphina's earlobes turned slightly red. She suddenly felt a sense of disorientation. All those years in the Harrington family, doing things right was expected. Mistakes brought harsh criticism. Yet, outside the Harrington family, she merely succeeded in a small experiment, and Adrian affirmed her, rewarded her. Adrian, thank you so much, Seraphina said sincerely. Adrian met her gaze, his eyes suddenly darkening somewhat. He looked away. Sera, don't look at me like that. What's wrong? Seraphina asked. Adrian's Adam's apple moved, his eyes lowered, because he would feel an urgent desire to do something inappropriate. Adrian? Seraphina didn't get the answer she wanted and pressed again. Adrian pressed his lips together. After a long moment, he finally said in a husky voice, "Nothing." Chapter 62, Seraphina thought Adrian Thorne would choose a 5-star restaurant. But to her surprise, Adrian drove through the old part of town, arriving at a small noodle shop they often frequented during grad school, usually after skipping a boring lab class. The shop was run by an elderly couple. They originally had a son, but he passed away from leukemia some years ago. Seraphina only found this out later. "It's been a while." Seraphina got out of the car, gazing at the shopfront, feeling a sense of things having changed while people remained. Adrian parked the car nearby, his eyes darkening slightly. 5 years ago. He had prepared a ring, flowers, originally planning to confess his feelings to Seraphina here. But she never came. He waited the entire day, from morning till night, only to receive news that Seraphina was getting married. Yes, Adrian looked at her for a long moment. The small shop was hidden in a deep alley. Though it was daytime, the alley was somewhat dim and the shop's sign glowed faintly yellow. Seraphina stood at the entrance. A breeze blew through the alley, ruffling her hair. She raised a hand to smooth it. "Let's go in, Adrian." She turned back, smiling brightly at him. Adrian clenched his hand, then relaxed it. He followed her step by step. "Okay." Seraphina entered a step ahead of him. Adrian reached out, managing only to grasp the ends of her hair. Her hair was well-maintained, slipping through his fingers like an eel. Already inside, Seraphina looked back at him. "Adrian?" "Coming." Adrian lowered his hand. As soon as they entered, an auntie greeted them. Seeing Seraphina, she paused for a moment, then turned to look at Adrian. "You too, made up." "What?" Seraphina didn't understand what that meant. She had never fought with Adrian. The auntie didn't speak, just glanced inquiringly at Adrian. "Same as usual." Adrian didn't explain her confusion. The auntie looked between Seraphina and Adrian, then went into the back kitchen, smiling. "Well, regardless, it's good that you could meet again." Seraphina was completely bewildered. She turned to look at Adrian. "Adrian?" Adrian had already walked to a nearby table. He wiped the table and stool with a tissue before saying, "Still calling me Adrian? Seems too distant." "Then what should I call you?" Seraphina sat down opposite him. The seat had been wiped clean by him. He was just that kind of gentle and meticulous person. Back then, when Seraphina and other classmates went out with him, they often received his special care. A rich second generation like him, so gentle, wealthy, yet without airs, was truly rare. Since way back, many people had sent him love letters, but he never accepted a single one. "You can call me Adrian or maybe Addie." Adrian's voice was gentle. Someone like him indeed made one want to call him Addie. But Seraphina couldn't bring herself to do it, because it sounded too much like calling a lover. "I think I'd better stick with Adrian." Seraphina touched her nose. Adrian seemed overly fixated on this issue. "I've helped you so much, and all I get in return is Adrian? I'm going to be heartbroken." Chapter 63, with that face, speaking such almost coquettish words in a gentle tone, it was truly irresistible. Seraphina struggled for a long time, finally choosing Adrian between Adrian and Addie. At least it sounded less embarrassing. Adrian Thorne's mood seemed to improve. "Say it once, let me hear." "Adrian," Seraphina said it for the first time, inevitably feeling a bit shy. The smile on Adrian Thorne's face deepened. "Forget it." Seraphina's ears turned red, feeling her cheeks warm up too. She covered her ears with both hands, her voice muffled. "I'll just stick to calling you Adrian." Adrian Thorne tilted his head slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips. "I won't laugh at you. You'll get used to it after saying it a few more times." Then he looked at her. "Say it a few more times." Seraphina refused vehemently. Just then, the auntie brought the noodles over. She was older now, her movements less agile than 5 years ago. Her hands trembled badly as she added the side dishes for them. "Let me," Seraphina took the initiative to offer. Afraid of ruining the 2 bowls of noodles for them, the auntie didn't insist this time. Seraphina added minced ginger to her own bowl and scallions to Adrian Thorne's. As she handed it over, she didn't forget to ask, "Adrian, I remember you don't eat ginger, right?" Adrian Thorne seemed slightly surprised. "You still remember?" Yeah, after all, we ate out together quite a few times during our studies. Seraphina picked up her chopsticks and took a bite of noodles. Adrian Thorne was quiet for a moment, as if testing something, then asked again, "Do you remember anyone else's habits?" "I remember. Molly Shaw needed spice with every meal. Couldn't live without it." Seraphina recalled those easier times when studying seemed the only hardship. Simon West was the complete opposite of Molly. Couldn't handle any spice at all. Sometimes Molly would deliberately tease Simon. "I remember one time." She laughed heartily, for the first time, truly carefree. Seraphina looked beautiful when she laughed, her eyes bright, full of life, instantly lifting one's mood with her infectious energy. Adrian Thorne just watched her, his lips also curling into a smile prompted by her. Forget it. So what if it wasn't exclusive? There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. It was already 9 o'clock at night when they left the restaurant. Adrian Thorne drove Seraphina back to the hotel. "I've booked tickets for the day after tomorrow. I'll come pick you up then," Adrian Thorne said without getting out of the car. Seraphina unbuckled her seatbelt, smiling brightly at him. "Okay, I'll wait for you, Adrian Thorne smiled, raising an eyebrow. "What should you call me?" "Adrian." Seraphina pursed her lips, smiled shyly, hopped out of the car, and pointed towards the hotel entrance. "I'll head in first." Adrian Thorne waved goodbye to her. As soon as she entered the hotel, Seraphina saw Julian Harrington standing in the middle of the lobby. His expression wasn't good, his gaze fixed intently on her. In that instant, Seraphina sensed danger and subconsciously turned to run, but Julian was faster, grabbing her shoulder firmly. "Running from what? What do you want?" Seraphina stared at him, heart pounding. Julian's face was grim. "Heard you're going abroad soon?" "Yes." Seraphina glanced around. Although it was late, the hotel front desk and security were watching her direction. Chapter 64, "If you want to go abroad, fine. Unblock my contact information." Julian Harrington's face was dark. "Also, Lulu is going abroad too. I happen to hear there are better treatment options in the US. You'll still need to provide bone marrow then." Seraphina actually laughed. "On what grounds?" "On the grounds that you are Lulu's sister." Julian Harrington lifted his chin slightly. "Seraphina Fletcher, don't forget, we are currently in the divorce cooling-off period. If you don't do as I say, I can withdraw the application anytime." He glanced towards the glass door outside. His voice dropped low. "Then, you won't be able to elope with Adrian Thorne. Don't talk nonsense. Adrian and I are absolutely not in the kind of relationship you think." Seraphina sneered. "Actually, I don't mind. I can even provide better services for Liliana Fletcher. You should know, people in our line of work are all from the medical field. Maybe I can even help Lulu devise a more reasonable treatment plan." Julian Harrington looked at her suspiciously. "You'd be that kind." "Since I'm already divorcing you," Seraphina said calmly, "and I gain nothing from you, why wouldn't I mind treating my own sister well? After all, I might need the Fletcher family's support in the future." Julian Harrington looked at her demeanor, a smug smile appearing on his lips. "You're not stupid, knowing to secure a fallback for yourself." He raised an eyebrow, then suddenly added, "Actually, if you were a bit more obedient, I wouldn't mind you." Seemingly remembering something, he abruptly stopped. "Wouldn't mind what?" Seraphina asked curiously. Julian Harrington licked his lower jaw. "And nothing." He suddenly recalled that Seraphina might have served that old geezer Arthur Thorne. He didn't want an unclean woman. Just damaged goods, what was there to hold on to? "Unblock my number from the blacklist." This was the only reason Julian Harrington sought her out. He feared that once she went abroad, he wouldn't be able to find Seraphina. And more importantly, feared not having a suitable bone marrow match for Liliana Fletcher. Since the divorce wasn't finalized yet, Seraphina unblocked his number right in front of him. "Also, give me your specific address after you move, and your work location," Julian Harrington threatened. "Don't try to fool me, or I have ways to find you." Seraphina sneered. "Got it." On this matter, she indeed couldn't fake it. After all, the itineraries of people in their profession were publicly transparent. Their movements and overseas work addresses could be found on the medical school's website. After sending Julian Harrington off, Seraphina went upstairs. Just as she got upstairs, she received a call from Adrian Thorne. Adrian?" Seraphina paused. "Is there something else? I just saw Julian Harrington leaving the hotel. Are you okay? Did he do anything to you?" Adrian Thorne was driving, likely using a Bluetooth headset. There was a faint static sound. Seraphina felt she had already troubled Adrian Thorne enough and didn't want to burden him further with this matter. She smiled. Nothing serious. He just came to remind me not to forget the final procedure in a month. Once I get the divorce certificate, I'll finally be free. Adrian Thorne on the other end seemed unconvinced. Really? He didn't say anything else. Really? Seraphina assured, even making a swearing gesture, though she remembered he couldn't see it after raising her hand. Adrian, don't worry about me. The hotel has security personnel. Nothing will happen. That's good. Rest early, Adrian said. Seraphina agreed and then hung up the phone. Chapter 65, the next day, early in the morning, Adrian Thorne arrived downstairs at the hotel. Seraphina received the message and immediately went downstairs. This time, there was a dedicated driver. Adrian Thorne didn't drive himself. The journey was quiet. The airport wasn't far, and they arrived quickly. After getting out of the car, the two entered the VIP lounge. The flight was scheduled to depart in an hour. Upon entering the lounge, Adrian Thorne immediately started working on his laptop, seeming very busy. Seraphina had nothing to do, so she took out the documents Adrian Thorne had given her, intending to read them carefully. At that moment, her phone vibrated. Someone had sent a message in the group chat. Clara Linton, at Seraphina Fletcher, Sera, when does your flight take off? Seraphina had a good impression of her and replied earnestly, in an hour. Others immediately popped up as well. Daniel Upton, damn, I watched your live stream, it was amazing. Even Professor Lawson wanted to take you as his student. Seraphina smiled faintly. No, actually Professor Lawson went easy on me. Besides, it was just a very small experiment, only checking my basic skills. Donald Hong, don't be modest, I watched your live stream too. The camera was crystal clear. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't have thought to look for drugs on the shelf. I'd have had to search elsewhere. Kevin York, junior sister, I'm all set. Once you and Adrian arrive, we'll treat you to a big meal. Clara Linton. At Seraphina Fletcher, accommodation is arranged too. We're staying in the dorms provided centrally. Brenda Riley has her own room, and you'll share a room with me. They were so enthusiastic, Seraphina couldn't reply fast enough. Thanks. Brenda Riley, what's there to be so proud of? It was just a small experiment anyone could pass easily. Look at you all, acting like you've encountered some once-in-a-century genius. There are plenty of difficult research topics waiting here. It was just one small experiment, why so happy? The group chat instantly fell silent. A moment later, Donald Hong directly tagged Brenda Riley, I've had enough of you. While everyone else is celebrating, you're the only one being passive-aggressive. What's there to be passive-aggressive about? Brenda Riley, am I not stating facts? What passive aggression? That tiny experiment, who among us couldn't succeed? Who couldn't do it? If someone can't even handle that level of experiment, they're even less qualified to join the project team. Donald Hong, yes, everyone could do this experiment, but Sera managing to do it is different. Brenda Riley, how is it different? Oh, because she was a housewife for 5 years? Hilarious. What's there to say about her being a housewife? It's quite embarrassing for us women. Knowing she'd be abandoned by a man, why did she marry him in the first place? Seraphina's fingers paused when she saw this message. She hadn't actually thought about those past events for a long time. Back then, Liliana Fletcher refused to marry Julian Harrington, and she was forced by her parents to drop out of school. Initially, she was reluctant too. But after getting to know Julian better, she found he wasn't as she imagined. Helplessly, she told herself, perhaps this was a relatively good arrangement by fate. Chapter 66, she and Julian Harrington had known each other for 3 months before getting married. Back then, isolated and helpless, only Julian Harrington sympathized with her and was willing to listen to her troubles. Gradually, she developed feelings for him. That led to her later response when Adrian Thorne chased her down at the lab asking questions. But the truth was, Julian Harrington had deceived her. The discussion in the group chat was still heated. Kevin York, at Brenda Riley, what you just said was way out of line. Who in this world can guarantee they never misjudge someone? What embarrassing for women. Men get tricked by scheming women too, right, Donald? Donald Hong. Comforting is one thing, why drag me into it as a shield? I'm bummed out. Brenda Riley, of course it's different. What loss could you men possibly suffer? Seraphina Fletcher dropped out of school for a man. If I were that foolish, I wouldn't have the face to show myself before Professor Albright again. Seraphina lowered her gaze, reading this message clearly. To some extent, Brenda Riley was actually right. Although she didn't accept it, it was a fact. Women were indeed more vulnerable to being bullied. But that shouldn't be a reason to be even harsher towards women. As Kevin York said, no one in this world is perfect, especially when people interact. Most wear masks. Without sufficient time and deep understanding, one could never truly know another person's true face. To make such arbitrary judgments and criticisms against a woman based on this was an even greater injustice. Seraphina was about to type when the group chat interface suddenly changed. The input box now read, "Group muted." The administrator of this group was Adrian Thorne. A few minutes later, a new group announcement popped up. Personal attacks are strictly prohibited in the group. False information is strictly prohibited. Spreading rumors is strictly prohibited. 3 strict prohibitions. It was just short of slapping these words onto Brenda Riley's face, telling her to curb her hostility. Seraphina secretly glanced at Adrian Thorne. She hadn't expected him to have time to pay attention to the group chat messages amidst his busy schedule. Her phone vibrated again. It was a message from Donald Hong. Don't mind her. Honestly, I really dislike her personality. Always saying annoying things. If it weren't for her decent professional skills, she wouldn't have gotten in. Seraphina pursed her lips. Thanks, it's okay. After a pause, she continued typing. What she said wasn't entirely wrong, just that her perspective was somewhat biased. Donald Hong, you're too kind. If someone pointed fingers and cursed me like that, I'd definitely slap her. Seraphina, we're all under Professor Albright. I don't want to make things difficult for him. Donald Hong, Tisk, true. If you two fought, Professor Albright would have a hard time mediating. Besides, you'll be working on the same project in the future. She hasn't done anything truly wrong, so she can't just be kicked out. Seraphina lowered her eyes. A few minutes later, the airport began broadcasting announcements. It was for Seraphina and Adrian Thorne's flight. The two went through the VIP channel and boarded the plane. The flight was nearly 20 hours long. They were in first class, so there was no need to disconnect from the internet or turn off devices. However, after boarding, Adrian Thorne kept busy dealing with matters, looking very occupied. Seraphina sat beside him, feeling a bit awkward. Chapter 67, after waiting for half an hour, Adrian Thorne finally finished his work and looked up at her. What is it? We. She pointed at Adrian, then at herself, then gestured around the cabin, are sleeping in the same cabin. Adrian seemed to realize this only then. He lowered his eyes, speaking quite matter-of-factly. When I booked the tickets, this was the only first-class cabin with a double bed left. We delayed too long, and the next available flight isn't for another 5 days. Worried about unexpected issues, I decided to book this one. Oh, I see. Seraphina felt guilty. I'm sorry I've burdened you. It's not your fault. Adrian glanced at her quickly, then looked away. If anyone's to blame, it's Julian Harrington. If he hadn't slandered you, none of this would have happened. Mentioning him, Seraphina's expression turned somewhat cold. Speaking of him, I remembered I prepared a gift for him. A gift? Adrian paused, looking at her. What gift? Since it concerned Julian Harrington's personal privacy, Seraphina didn't elaborate to Adrian. A checkup report. Adrian was puzzled. Seraphina took out her phone, found Julian Harrington's number, and sent him a message. Go find the gift box I left for you in the study. Open it now, guaranteed surprise. Adrian lowered his gaze, a shadow of gloom flashing in his eyes. Sera, you haven't given up on him yet? I might have been foolish before, but I'm not a masochist. After being treated like this, how could I possibly not have given up? Seraphina's expression turned slightly cold. Adrian, rest assured, when it comes to handling matters with him, I won't be lenient. Adrian's expression softened slightly. Seraphina felt a bit stuffy. Adrian, you continue with your work. I'll go stretch my legs. This plane had 2 levels, offering plenty of space to move around. She said this and went out. Just then, flight attendants were serving meals. There's still a single first-class cabin empty. It's a pity regulations prevent us from resting there, otherwise, I'd really love to try it. You think you're the only one who wants to? I want to too, first class. A single trip costs almost $7,000. Seraphina frowned slightly. Didn't he say there were no empty first-class cabins? Julian Harrington received the message just as he and Liliana Fletcher were booking tickets. Liliana was picky and couldn't find anything she liked. She wrapped her arms around Julian's neck. "Julian, don't you have a private jet? Can we take the private jet, please?" "It requires advance filing." Julian frowned slightly. "There isn't enough time." Liliana pouted. If she had known, she wouldn't have suggested such a near date. She had never been on a private jet before. His phone vibrated. Julian picked it up and glanced at it, a slight smile playing on his lips. He raised an eyebrow and messaged Seraphina back. "Just got on the plane and already regretting it? Seraphina Fletcher, even if you kneel and beg me, it won't change the fact that you're damaged goods." A few minutes passed. Seraphina: "Sure you don't want to see what the gift is?" Julian sneered inwardly. "Since you're being so humble, I'll take a look. But don't imagine I'll change my attitude towards you because of one gift." Seraphina: "No need." Putting on airs, Julian asked Liliana to step aside. He snorted, found the gift Seraphina had left for him in the study, and opened it. A checkup report fluttered out lightly. Dense text covered the page, with the final diagnosis glaringly prominent: infertility due to low sperm count motility. Chapter 68, after a 20-hour flight, they finally landed in Boston. Upon disembarking, Clara Linton and the others were there to greet them. "Welcome, welcome." Daniel Upton eagerly went to help Adrian Thorne with his luggage. "Professor Albright is busy negotiating lab space, so he couldn't come pick you up. But we've already booked the best local Chinese restaurant. Guaranteed you won't suffer too much from bland American food." Donald Hung rubbed his stomach. "We've been here so long, this is the first time we get to eat at a Chinese restaurant. We owe it all to you too." "The lab hasn't been approved yet?" Seraphina paused momentarily. "You've been here for some time, haven't you?" "We have labs, but they only let us use them when they're not busy," Kevin York said dejectedly. It was summer here now. Adrian Thorne draped his removed suit jacket over his arm. Hearing this, he asked, "Why isn't there a dedicated lab? That's very inconvenient for us." "They say there are no dedicated labs available, can't be scheduled," Clara Linton said. "But Kevin and I clearly saw a large lab locked up, they just won't let us use it." "Why?" Seraphina didn't understand. Brenda wryly rolled her eyes. "Naive, still asking why? Look down at your skin color. Why do you think they won't let us use it?" Ah, subtle racism. But their project was a collaboration with a local medical institution. According to regulations, such phenomena shouldn't exist. "Why not file a complaint?" Seraphina turned and asked softly. "Racial discrimination is grounds for complaint." Clara Linton looked at her with resignation. Brenda wryly rolled her eyes again. "Seraphina Fletcher, are you stupid? We're on their turf, complain about what? And think about it, even Professor Albright couldn't negotiate it down. Would a complaint be useful? I bet the higher-ups know, they're just turning a blind eye." Kevin York also advised, "After all, even a strong dragon can't crush a local snake. Besides, Professor Albright is handling this. Us shrimps shouldn't worry." "Exactly," Daniel Upton stretched lazily. "Don't worry about this. Let's go see our living quarters first, drop off your luggage, then go eat. Hurry, hurry, I'm starving." They were driving a van, old, dilapidated, and drafty. Luckily it was summer. In winter, they'd freeze to death. Among the group, only Daniel Upton currently had a local driver's license, so he drove. Daniel patted the van door, which rattled noisily. His expression was awkward. "Ah, this van is just like this, can't be helped." He looked like someone resigned to a hard life. "Is this also provided by the institution?" Adrian asked. Everyone knew how difficult this van was to drive. Kevin York scratched his head. "Don't mind it too much. Having a vehicle at all is good. When we first arrived, we walked everywhere. Later, Professor Albright fought hard just to get this van." For this collaboration, although it was between their medical school and the Boston institution, the budget was insufficient. Professor Albright practically had to stretch every penny. Seraphina touched her pocket. She actually had a license back home. Since she would be here for 5 years, maybe she should find time to get a local license. Once she had the license, she could buy a car. "We're not taking this van," Adrian said. "Otherwise, I'll buy." Seraphina's words trailed off as she looked at Adrian. Donald Hong had already climbed into the van. Hearing Adrian's words, he poked his head out. Adrian, don't look down on this van. It's currently our only means of transport. Adrian lowered his eyes, fiddling with his phone in one hand, pointing at Donald with the other. You drive the van back. Except for Seraphina, who knew the inside story, everyone else was baffled. Chapter 69, Adrian, are you going to take a taxi? Brenda Riley approached him. Don't, it's too expensive. None of us are rich. Taking a taxi costs a lot. Exactly, Kevin York recalled something, looking pained. When I first arrived, I was young and reckless, didn't know any better. Eagerly wanted to cook for myself, but groceries here are so expensive. Clara Linton said timidly. Then, should I chip in? Adrian put his phone away, his gaze sweeping over them. Those who want to take this van back, go ahead. Those who want to ride with me, stay. Kevin York, who had already jumped into the van, hesitated and got out. Donald Hong, sitting inside, declared, I'm not getting out unless a luxury car comes to pick me up. Daniel Upton gave him a thumbs up. Good brother. Half an hour later, 2 luxury cars pulled up at the airport entrance. Aside from Seraphina and Adrian, the remaining few exchanged bewildered glances. This. Kevin York walked over to a Lamborghini, stroking it lovingly. Is this rented? Adrian, you are my most beloved senior. He opened his arms, lunging towards Adrian. Adrian immediately sidestepped, dodging behind Seraphina. Stop messing around. If you don't get in, you can take that drafty van back. Kevin York blew him a kiss instead, then quickly scrambled into the car. Clara Linton, though embarrassed, reluctantly got into the car as well. Adrian, which car are you taking? Brenda Riley asked, her eyes sparkling, cheeks slightly flushed. Adrian ignored her question, looking instead at Donald Hong inside the other car. Donald was currently being dragged by Daniel Upton. Are we brothers or not? Daniel refused to let go. Accompany me in the drafty van, isn't it romantic? Donald Hong's tears almost streamed from the corners of his mouth. Buddy, I'll accompany you next time. With that, he directly broke free from Daniel's grip and jumped into one of the luxury cars by the roadside. Daniel wailed, saying enviously, Adrian, next time I want to ride in a luxury car too. All right. Adrian was quite indulgent towards them. He turned slightly, looking at Seraphina. Your turn to choose. There were 2 luxury cars in total. Clara, Donald, and Kevin had already taken one. The other car was still empty. Seraphina was about to head towards the car Clara and the others were in. Just then, Clara quickly got out, pushed her aside, and grabbed Brenda Riley. Sera, you and Adrian take the other one. This car is full, no more space. If she wants to ride, I can give her my spot. Brenda Riley immediately protested. Clara covered her mouth and stuffed her into the back seat. Seraphina was somewhat amused and exasperated. She had no choice but to get into the other car with Adrian. The 2 luxury cars started. Daniel Upton tearfully drove the beat-up little van behind them. The destination was a medical school in Boston. Part of a renowned university, the campus occupied a vast area, enjoying numerous resources. Conducting research here was ideal. However, in such a large place, claiming there were no labs available likely meant they were deliberately making things difficult for Professor Albright's team. Chapter 70, the 2 luxury cars entering the campus attracted considerable attention. People discussed amongst themselves, showing hints of envy. However, the sight of a dilapidated van following them looked utterly comical. The cars stopped in front of a dormitory building. The doors opened, and several people got out. The dorm buildings here mostly consisted of single rooms with spacious balconies. It wasn't class time, and some students were chatting romantically on their balconies. The comical scene of 2 luxury cars followed by a drafty van drew many eyes. Hey, Donnie! A handsome blonde guy on the second floor greeted Donald Hong. You got 2 new friends? Must have cost a fortune to pick them up, huh? Probably no money left for vegetables. Seraphina glanced in his direction. He looked quite handsome, but why did he speak so rudely? Donald Hong shot him an annoyed look. None of your business. That group of people burst into laughter. Male and female dorms were in separate buildings. Donald and the others led Adrian to the male dorm, while Clara and Brenda took Seraphina to the female dorm. Reaching the 3rd floor, Clara pushed open the door to the innermost room. Upon entering, they found the floor covered in a layer of water. Leaking again? Clara frantically rushed into the bathroom. The room contained only 2 beds, 1 wardrobe, 2 desks, and some miscellaneous items on the floor, now all soaked. Brenda Riley stood at the doorway, frowning deeply. Leaking again? Didn't you call someone to fix it last time? One repair costs the equivalent of over $100, Clara said while cleaning up. I talked to the management here. They also said I have to pay. This place is really unfit for humans. Everything costs money. Seraphina walked in. The bedding on both beds was damp, completely unusable. The bedding on both beds is wet, impossible to sleep on. Seraphina looked around, understanding the team's predicament. She asked Brenda, "What about your room?" "My room is even smaller, can't fit you," Brenda said warily. "Don't even think about coming to my room." Seraphina knew Brenda had misunderstood, but couldn't be bothered to correct her. She asked Clara, "Where's Professor Albright? How are his living conditions?" "Professor Albright lives in the faculty dorms over there, but it faces north, shady. It's okay in summer, but not good in winter." Clara looked worried, fixing the leaking faucet while talking. "We have to live here for 5 years. Seraphina also felt the future looked bleak. 5 years. Brenda Riley snorted. "If you can't handle the hardship, go back early. I assume you were Harrington Corp's CEO's wife before. You're probably not used to our ordinary life." "Brenda," Clara interjected. Seraphina just placed her suitcase aside, rolled up her sleeves, followed the pipe to find the valve, turned off the main switch, and then turned to help Clara fix the faucet. After fixing the faucet, the two of them swept the accumulated water in the room into the bathroom. Once everything was sorted, they went downstairs. Downstairs, the 2 luxury cars were still parked. The van was gone. Adrian Thorne and the others were waiting nearby. "Where's the van?" Clara asked. "Daniel returned it," Donald Hong said, looking vindicated, patting the roof of the adjacent luxury car. "Adrian said, from now on, we'll use these 2 cars. If it's not enough, we'll add more." Brenda Riley rolled her eyes at them. "Even if Adrian is rich, you can't spend money like this. Renting 1 luxury car costs over $1,000 a day. This car is so expensive, it must cost even more." Seraphina had been busy for a while and was now tired and hungry. "Let's just go eat first." She started to get into the car. Chapter 71, Brenda Riley stopped her abruptly. "It's not your money, so you don't feel the pinch, right? Seraphina Fletcher, if you want to live like a rich madam, go back now, find Julian Harrington. Are you really treating Adrian like a sucker?" Seraphina blinked, looking at her. "What are you looking at?" Brenda Riley was furious. "You were a rich madam, used to a life of luxury. You really don't understand the cost of living. Adrian and the rest of us are ordinary people, maybe with slightly more money at home." Seraphina looked at the clueless Brenda, then turned to glance at Adrian Thorne, unable to suppress a small smile. Among their group, the wealthiest was undoubtedly Adrian Thorne. "What are you smiling about?" Brenda's tone grew sharper. "Adrian isn't your simp." Adrian Thorne reached out, pulled Seraphina directly from Brenda's grasp, and looked coldly at Brenda. "These cars are mine." With that single sentence, the others nearby exploded. "Are they really Adrian's? Holy crap, does that mean we can drive them whenever we want?" Adrian Thorne personally opened the door for Seraphina. "Get in, Sera." Brenda Riley's face beside them turned extremely ugly. Kevin York and the others had long since piled into the other car. Clara Linton poked her head out the window, calling to Brenda. "Brenda, come quick. We all have luxury cars to use from now on." Brenda immediately glared at her. "I'm riding with Adrian?" Saying this, she was about to get in, but Adrian Thorne merely glanced at her indifferently. "You go in the other car." Then he ducked into the car and closed the door. Brenda's expression twisted for a moment. She resentfully got into the other car. The booked restaurant was a large local Chinese establishment. Although it claimed to serve Chinese food, the taste was vastly different from authentic Chinese cuisine. The table was already booked and the dishes served, but Professor Albright hadn't arrived. The head seat was left for Professor Albright. Adrian Thorne sat beside it and called Professor Albright again. This time, the call was answered. "Adrian, you all go ahead and eat. I won't be coming today." Professor Albright's voice sounded off. Seraphina asked with concern, "Adrian, did something happen to Professor Albright?" "Professor Albright, where are you?" "I'll come pick you up." Adrian stood up immediately. "I'm not coming. I feel a bit unwell today, already took medicine, about to sleep." Professor Albright coughed lightly. You young people gather yourselves. Since that was the case, Adrian didn't press further. Then rest well. He moved to the head seat and announced to everyone, let's begin. Professor Albright isn't coming. Only then did everyone start eating. It was evident everyone had suffered from the bland American food for quite some time. They ate heartily. Towards the end, Donald Hung suddenly sighed. The place Professor Albright lives lacks sunlight. Although it's summer now, this season is rainy and humid. Professor Albright is getting older. If this continues, his body won't get proper rest. Never mind, Professor Albright, even the place we live isn't good, Kevin York added. Mentioning the dormitory, Clara Linton started frowning. Seraphina's and my room got flooded too. The bedding is all wet. I don't know what we'll do tonight. Chapter 72. Hearing this, Adrian Thorne turned slightly towards her and asked in a low voice, "What happened?" The faucet broke. When I went in, water had flooded the floor. Everything was soaked. Seraphina gave a wry smile. Adrian Thorne nodded in understanding. So what will you two do tonight? I don't know either. Seraphina was a bit worried. Maybe Clara and I will find a motel nearby to stay for the night, then dry the bedding tomorrow. That room is the last one. The window faces a dense grove of trees, Adrian Thorne said calmly. Your room must be very gloomy and won't get much sun. Clara Linton overheard their discussion and joined in, whispering a complaint. It's more than just damp. The soundproofing is terrible too. The students next door are always having parties. I haven't slept well for several nights. Adrian Thorne raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Yes, Clara Linton was miserable. She grabbed Seraphina's wrist. Sera, from now on, we're partners in misery. Seraphina couldn't help but smile. It probably isn't that exaggerated, right? You'll know after staying for a while. Clara looked at her with pity. Seraphina couldn't help feeling a little apprehensive. But since we're already here, let's take it one step at a time. After the dinner gathering, those returning to the university went back. Seraphina and Clara, however, were taken by Adrian Thorne to a nearby motel. It rained for the next few days. Their bedding couldn't dry, so they had to stay at the motel for several more days. Professor Albright couldn't secure the lab space. The group had to borrow labs here and there to conduct experiments, making progress extremely slow. After nearly a week, a sunny day finally arrived. Seraphina and Clara took advantage of the daytime to go back and dry their bedding. That night, while resting, Seraphina truly experienced the level of noise Clara had described. The students in the adjacent dorm room were having some kind of party. The entire corridor echoed with laughter and chatter. Unable to sleep, Seraphina lay in bed watching the sky outside the window. Can't sleep, right? Clara moved closer, pushing up her glasses. They'll keep making noise until late at night. Just bear with it. Seraphina tilted her head to look at her and smiled. You've suffered too. I'm okay, I'm used to it anyway, Clara said. It's you who probably isn't adjusting well. Seraphina turned over, saying nonchalantly, since I chose to come here, I'm not afraid of anything. Clara smiled. That's true. Actually, I think you should be much happier now than before. Seraphina hadn't thought about Julian Harrington for some time. Hopefully, he saw that report and learned about his infertility issue. What expression would he have, she wondered. Drowsily, Seraphina was about to fall asleep, but just as she was about to drift off, suddenly, a commotion erupted next door. It completely shattered Seraphina's sleepiness. She turned her head to find Clara already asleep, likely having adapted, sleeping quite soundly. Seraphina helplessly propped herself up on the desk, gazing at the moon outside. In the darkness, her phone suddenly lit up. She picked it up and glanced. It was a message from Adrian Thorne. Can't sleep. Seraphina subconsciously looked around the room. What, did he install surveillance cameras in their room? She frowned slightly. Did you install cameras in our room? Or did you install software on my phone to monitor me? Adrian Thorne, look downstairs. Seraphina stood on her tiptoes slightly and saw Adrian standing below, one hand in his pocket, waving at her with the other. Come down, Adrian said softly. Chapter 73, Seraphina glanced back at Clara, then listened to the noise outside. The hallway was still filled with loud revelry. She probably couldn't get out right now. Can't get down, Seraphina pointed towards the hallway. Lots of students are partying. The students here often threw parties, celebrating many holidays Seraphina had never even heard of. Adrian suddenly looked left and right. He said, "Wait a moment." A short while later, he returned carrying a ladder. Seraphina was somewhat amused, not understanding why Adrian insisted on getting her out at this hour. But since he had gone through the trouble of bringing the ladder, she couldn't very well refuse. She climbed down the ladder. Once on the ground, Seraphina looked at him, her eyes sparkling. "Why did you want me to come down?" Adrian looked down at her, pressed a button on his car key fob. "Taking you somewhere. Isn't it too late?" Seraphina muttered softly. Adrian took her hand, pulling her towards the car parked by the roadside. "You can't sleep anyway at this hour." "True," Seraphina conceded slightly resignedly. The weather was warm. Adrian's palm holding her wrist was slightly sweaty, a faintly sticky sensation. After sitting in the passenger seat, he pulled out a tissue for her. "Wipe." Seraphina took it. Her fingertips accidentally brushed against his, her heart skipped a beat. The atmosphere felt slightly off. "Sit tight, it's a bit of a drive," Adrian reminded her to fasten her seatbelt. Seraphina snapped back to reality and obediently buckled up. Today, Adrian drove a Bentley, black, very understated. The streets of Boston were deserted at midnight. The car sped like a shooting star through the quiet streets. Soon, they entered a villa district, stopping in front of a private villa. Adrian turned to look. Seraphina had closed her eyes and fallen asleep in the passenger seat. He couldn't bear to wake her. He got out of the car himself, leaned against it, and smoked a cigarette. By the time he finished the cigarette, Seraphina had woken up. "Why didn't you wake me?" She got out of the car, rubbing her eyes. Adrian turned to look at her. "Probably the only decent sleep you've had these past few days." "Yes," Seraphina smiled ruefully. The past few days at the motel were noisy too, as it faced the street. Adrian gestured towards the detached villa. "Go take a look inside?" "This is," Seraphina hesitated slightly. "Let's go inside first." Adrian tossed the cigarette butt into a nearby trash can and gently nudged her forward. Seraphina followed him inside. The villa featured smart home technology. The door opened automatically, and the lights turned on. A low hum of electrical appliances filled the room. The detached villa had 3 floors, 5 rooms, a private cinema, and an entertainment room. After showing Seraphina around, Adrian turned back, glanced at her faintly. "Do you like it?" She liked it very much, especially after experiencing the damp, poorly soundproof student dormitory. But liking it didn't help. "Of course I like it," Seraphina said with emotion. "It would be so nice to live here." Adrian kept one hand casually tucked in his suit trouser pocket, smiling slightly. "It's yours." Chapter 74, when Clara Linton woke up, she found Seraphina Fletcher sitting on the edge of the bed, lost in thought. "You didn't sleep all night?" Clara rubbed her eyes and sat up. Seraphina came back to her senses, glanced at her. "Clara, let's move." "Huh," Clara paused. "Move where? You want to move out? Renting here isn't cheap, and with all the project allowances, we don't actually have that much money." "Move." "Right now," Seraphina immediately stood up. Clara stared, dumbfounded. "Are you crazy?" Seraphina smiled brightly at her. "I have a house now, a detached villa, want to live there." After a moment of silence, Clara climbed out of bed, touched Seraphina's forehead, then her own. "No fever." "Why the sudden delusion?" "Don't believe me," Seraphina laughed. "Want me to take you to see it?" Clara genuinely didn't believe it. She got up, yawning and changing clothes. "I know living here might be really uncomfortable for you. But Sera, you're different now than before. You used to be Julian Harrington's wife. Although you haven't successfully divorced yet, you're really not a rich madam anymore." She spoke carefully, glancing cautiously at Seraphina, as if afraid she would get angry. Seraphina, however, kept smiling. "Shall we go check it out tonight?" Clara started to worry that Seraphina's mental state had suffered after several major blows. "Yes, tonight we should go see a doctor." After a period of negotiation, Professor Albright finally secured a laboratory. However, this lab was in the most remote building of the medical school. The entire building housed only their team. It was a long-abandoned structure with outdated facilities. The group stood in the center of the lab, looking at each other blankly. Professor Albright hadn't fully recovered. His face was somewhat pale. Standing among his students, he looked a bit awkward. "Let's make do with this lab for now. Don't worry too much. I'll continue applying for a new, larger laboratory." Adrian Thorne wasn't present today due to personal matters. Aside from Seraphina, the others looked somewhat displeased. "Professor Albright, you should rest first." This place needs cleaning, Seraphina looked around. We probably can't do any experiments today anyway. Let's clean it first. I'll clean with you, Professor Albright said, rolling up his sleeves. Donald Hung immediately stopped him. Don't. You should hurry and rest. Once you've recovered, you can lead us again? Exactly. If you work while sick and collapse, what will happen to us? Kevin York also persuaded. Professor Albright, please go rest quickly. Under the combined persuasion of the students, Professor Albright finally left to rest. After seeing Professor Albright off, the group exchanged glances. Let's clean first. Seraphina went out to find buckets and brought back water. Halfway through cleaning, she noticed someone was missing. Where's Brenda Riley? Said she wasn't feeling well. Clara Linton's expression was slightly unnatural. Went back to rest. Is that so? Seraphina worried that team members falling ill one after another would affect the subsequent experiment progress. She asked, what's wrong with her? Is she very unwell? Chapter 75, probably sick, Clara Linton mumbled vaguely. Daniel Upton, perched on the windowsill wiping the glass, heard this and scoffed. Sick? What sickness? She just doesn't want to work making excuses. Girls are just troublesome. Donald Hung clicked his tongue. Since coming here, how many times has she said she's not feeling well? Kevin York, mopping the floor energetically, said, but girls' bodies are more delicate. It's normal to have headaches or fevers. Sierra just arrived a few days ago. Isn't she working just like us? And Clara, they live in the worst dorm too. Daniel Upton was somewhat disgruntled. Only Brenda Riley makes a fuss. Donald Hung somewhat agreed. I noticed too, it seems that way. Forget it, Clara said. If you're unhappy, I'll do more. Kevin York frowned slightly, looking at her. It's not about being unhappy. It's natural for us men to do more. We just feel she shouldn't always hide away at critical moments. But you don't need to do more either. Aren't you not feeling well these past 2 days? Seraphina looked like she'd heard something astonishing. She looked from Kevin York to Clara Linton. You too. Clean. Clara's cheeks flushed slightly red. She glanced coquettishly at Kevin York. You talk less. After cleaning the lab, Seraphina dragged Clara to go see the villa. Clara thought she had forgotten about it. Why are you still thinking about this? Did you really get traumatized? Or maybe we should still go to the hospital. Just come see? Seraphina smiled, pulling her outside. One of the 2 luxury cars Adrian had prepared was already gone. The key to the other was with Daniel Upton, but since Seraphina said she needed to drive, he gave it to her. Seraphina pushed Clara into the car and was about to get in herself. Just then, Brenda Riley emerged from the dormitory building, rushing over. Where are you going? Seraphina had just opened the car door and hadn't gotten in yet. We're going out for a stroll. Clara poked her head out, not telling Brenda the truth. Didn't you say you weren't feeling well? Why aren't you resting in your room? What are you doing out here? This car was rented by Adrian for the convenience of our team. Brenda glanced discontentedly at Seraphina. Not for you to run personal errands. She reached out and snatched the car keys from Seraphina's hand before Seraphina could react. Coincidentally, Professor Albright isn't feeling well. I need to take him to the doctor. Leave the car for me. What's wrong with Professor Albright again? Seraphina didn't have time to argue about Brenda's rudeness, asking concernedly, has his condition worsened? Clara immediately got out of the car too. What's really wrong with Professor Albright? It's not very serious, Brenda stammered unclearly. You mind your business. I'm here to care for Professor Albright, that's enough. Looking at the house isn't urgent, Seraphina turned to Clara. Let's take Professor Albright to the hospital first. Clara quickly agreed. Right, Professor Albright's health is important. Brenda, however, grabbed her wrist. What house? You're moving out? Renting your own place? Seraphina didn't want to explain much to her. She pulled Clara, about to leave. But Clara muttered at this moment, I wonder if Professor Albright's illness is caused by living in such damp conditions. If we could really move out, changing the living environment might be good for his health. You didn't think I was just kidding you, did you? Seraphina said, somewhat amused. There really is a detached villa. If Professor Albright isn't doing well, we can plan to move in earlier. Chapter 76, A Detached Villa? Brenda Riley's eyes lit up. She smiled, grabbing Seraphina Fletcher's wrist. Is that so? Then you go look at the house first. But who paid for this house? Clara Linton hadn't even considered the possibility of a house existing. Hearing Seraphina speak so seriously, her worry deepened. Forget it, Let's just take Professor Albright and Sierra to the hospital first. A detached villa in Boston, and in a central location, the total price would be between $10 to $20 million. Even renting would cost at least $3,000 a month. When Seraphina and Julian Harrington divorced, the situation was so unpleasant. Julian might not have given her much money. In Clara's view, either Seraphina had suffered a breakdown and was having mental problems, or she was accustomed to the life of a wealthy madam, temporarily unable to accept the drastic change in lifestyle, couldn't tolerate the student dorm conditions, and thus dug into her own pocket to rent a villa. "No need, I'll take Professor Albright," Brenda Riley said immediately. "You go look at the house." She looked at Seraphina and asked, "Did you rent this house?" "Sort of." Seraphina didn't want to explain too much to her. "Let's take Professor Albright to the hospital for a detailed checkup first." Although the medical school was convenient, the hospital equipment was ultimately more comprehensive. Looking at the house is also important. A comfortable living environment will allow Professor Albright to rest better, Brenda Riley beamed. "You go look at the house first. I'll take care of Professor Albright." "But," Clara hesitated. Brenda said unhappily, "What, we're all Professor Albright's students, don't you trust me? It's not like I won't take Professor Albright there. We can act separately." "You're Professor Albright's students, am I not?" Clara frowned slightly. "Besides, since you rented the house, surely only you have the key, right?" Brenda smiled flatteringly at Seraphina again. Reminded by her, Seraphina remembered. "That house does have security systems. Only I have access. So, you see, you take Clara to look at the house, and I'll take Professor Albright to the doctor." Brenda Riley smiled sweetly, took the car keys, and turned towards Professor Albright's dormitory. "I'll go pick up Professor Albright. You arrange for another car yourselves." Clara watched her figure disappear, muttering unhappily, "She just wants to drive the luxury car herself, satisfy her vanity." "Forget it, let's go look at the house first." Seraphina smiled slightly at her. Clara followed behind her, repeatedly wanting to speak but stopping herself. Until they had toured the villa, Clara looked at the luxurious house and finally couldn't hold back, grabbing Seraphina. "Sierra, I know you might be used to living in nice houses and aren't accustomed to the student dorms, but this place costs too much money. Besides, you're really not the rich madam you used to be. Where would you get so much money?" Seraphina looked at her worried expression and smiled slightly. "Let me tell you the truth. I didn't rent this house, I bought it." "Huh?" Clara froze. Seraphina flicked her forehead playfully. "Be bought it." "You're that rich?" Clara asked blankly. "Rich people are richer than I thought. Not overflowing, but hundreds of thousands, maybe $1 million or so, definitely have that." Seraphina smiled faintly. Clara frowned slightly. "Hundreds of thousands, I have that too." After a pause, she hesitated. "Are we talking thousands?" Seraphina nodded. "Did Julian Harrington give it to you?" "I had some money of my own." Seraphina hesitated slightly. "And this house, I only paid for a third of it." Clara paused. "What do you mean?" Seraphina ruffled her hair slightly. "Don't worry about it. Ask Brenda how Professor Albright is doing. If there are no problems, let's move." Chapter 77. Clara Linton was still dazed, feeling she worried too much. She turned to call Brenda Riley. After the call, her expression turned grim. "What's wrong?" Seraphina asked. Clara frowned slightly. "Professor Albright." The checkup revealed a problem. In the hospital VIP room. When Seraphina and Clara arrived, Brenda Riley had already left. Only Adrian Thorne remained in the room. He had some personal matters to attend to today, but rushed over immediately. His neatly styled hair had come loose. He guarded Professor Albright's bedside, looking somewhat silent. The room was quiet. Professor Albright lay on the bed, sleeping soundly. Seraphina pushed the door open, looked at Adrian, and called softly, "Adrian?" Adrian made a hushing gesture, then walked out, leading Seraphina and Clara into the corridor. "Adrian, what's really wrong with Professor Albright?" Clara asked anxiously. "Cancer is currently suspected, but further test results are pending," Adrian said calmly. Seraphina's face turned pale. Cancer?" "Yes," Adrian looked at her, his expression gentle. "Don't worry too much. It's just a suspicion for now." Seraphina took a deep breath. "I know. They were all medical students. No one felt relieved by this. At most, they were unwilling to face reality." Clara bit her lower lip lightly. "Professor Albright is blessed. He'll definitely be fine. Seraphina glanced at the closed door of the hospital room. She said, "Where are Professor Albright's family members?" "Professor Albright dedicated his life to medical research, never married," Adrian said in a low voice. "He only has a younger brother, but they had a falling out years ago. I'm currently trying to contact him through connections back home." Seraphina's face turned pale. "I understand. I'll watch over Professor Albright here for now." Adrian raised his hand, seemingly wanting to touch Seraphina's shoulder, but withdrew it just before making contact. "You two go back and rest first. And Sera, have everyone move into the villa." Hearing this, Clara looked at Adrian in surprise. Then, as if realizing something, her eyes showed understanding. "So that's how it is." Seraphina knew she couldn't help much here. "Okay. But Adrian, if anything happens with the professor, please let us know immediately." "I know, don't you worry too much either." Adrian raised his hand and tidied her hair. Seraphina froze for a moment, then nodded. The two walked out of the hospital. While hailing a cab, Clara asked, "Sera, did Adrian give you the detached villa?" "He didn't give it." Seraphina turned to look at her, but the scene from last night flashed in her mind. Adrian Thorne stood tall in the center of the living room, bathed in brilliant light. He smiled gently, his words casual, "The villa, it's yours." "Adrian, are you kidding?" Seraphina was caught off guard. Chapter 78, Adrian's gaze was deep, seemingly hiding something else. "A multi-million-dollar detached villa, just giving it away like that? Adrian, aren't you being a bit too generous?" Seraphina regained her composure, managing a smile. "You must be joking with me." Adrian lowered his eyes, a faint, almost imperceptible self-mocking smile touching his lips. "Indeed, I was joking. This house is under my name. I wanted to offer it for everyone to live in temporarily." "Living in Adrian's private residence?" Seraphina looked hesitant. "Isn't that inappropriate? The place provided by our partners isn't suitable for living and significantly affects us. Moreover, we are a team. Living together makes discussing research content more convenient." His words persuaded Seraphina. After a moment of silence, she said, "Since it's for the team's benefit, we can't let Adrian bear the cost alone. How about this? I'll also contribute a portion. Consider it rent." "Sera, are you trying to keep your distance from me?" Adrian countered. Seraphina shook her head. "No, why would you say that, Adrian?" "You're calling me Adrian distantly again." Adrian's voice was gentle, but his expression carried a touch of inexplicable sadness. Seraphina had to switch back. "Adrian?" They started moving the next day. Although everyone was happy about changing residences, the thought of Professor Albright still in the hospital dampened their spirits considerably. In the villa's first-floor living room, luggage of all sizes piled up. It was everyone's first time in the villa, and they were exceptionally surprised. "It's even bigger and more magnificent than I imagined." Kevin York immediately ran upstairs. Daniel Upton acted more composed, though it was just an act. "Don't touch anything randomly." He turned to look at Seraphina. "Sera, which room are you taking?" Before Seraphina could speak, Brenda wryly pointed to the master bedroom. "Is that Adrian's room? I want to stay next door to him." "Sera paid for this rental house." Clara Linton shot her a look, her dissatisfaction growing. "There are only 5 rooms in total. Professor Albright definitely needs a separate room. The remaining ones are for Adrian and Sera, each taking one. We two will share one." "Why should it be like that?" Brenda wryly muttered softly. Clara forced a stiff smile at her. "Because Sera paid the money. If you're not satisfied, you give the rent money to Sera, and we'll all listen to your arrangements." "Got it." Brenda wryly glared at them resentfully, muttering under her breath only she could hear as she moved her things into a room. So what if she has some money? She still got cheated on by her man? Professor Albright's test results came back, mid to late stage lung cancer. Inside the medical school laboratory, Adrian Thorne sat in the office chair. "Professor Albright has already started relevant treatment. His wish is that we continue our experiments during his treatment." Everyone's spirits were low. "We're all medical students, so I won't beat around the bush. With Professor Albright's condition, whether it can be controlled, whether clinical cure can be achieved later, we currently have no certainty." Adrian's gaze swept over them one by one. "I've already reported the situation back." "Then our project?" Kevin York asked. Adrian nodded. Professor Albright's intention is that, for now, he will receive treatment while guiding our experiments. If one day, his body can no longer hold up, he will apply to have another professor take over. But currently, we only have this non-compliant, dilapidated lab. Even the equipment is outdated. Daniel Upton trailed off. Chapter 79, Donald Hung's voice choked up. We're conducting experiments on cancer drugs right now. If the equipment were up to par, maybe Professor Albright could use more effective targeted drugs. Seraphina pressed her lips together tightly, saying nothing. She suddenly remembered the first year of her marriage to Julian Harrington. Because the maid bought unsatisfactory groceries, Mrs. Harrington complained they weren't fresh enough and made Seraphina go to the market herself. That time, she happened to run into Professor Albright. Professor Albright had dedicated his life to medical research, had low material desires, mostly ate at the school cafeteria, and only occasionally cooked for himself. That day, Professor Albright looked at her, suddenly grabbed her hand, and asked if she was willing to return. As long as she wanted to come back, he would always keep a spot for her. Now, she had only just returned, hadn't even completed one project, yet Professor Albright. A batch of new equipment will arrive this afternoon. Adrian stood up. Location, equipment, I'll take care of it. Next is to focus on the experiments. With Professor Albright absent, I'm in charge of the team. Starting today, try not to take leave unless necessary. The tasks are heavy, but we need everyone's cooperation. Okay. Roger, everyone responded in unison. That afternoon, new equipment arrived at the lab. It was personally delivered by the vice dean of the medical school. The vice dean was a sturdy man of Chinese descent. As soon as he stepped into the lab, he couldn't help frowning, turning to the person behind him. How could Professor Albright's team be allowed to conduct experiments in such a place? Where is the liaison responsible for Professor Albright? How were things arranged? Adrian had gone to the hospital. Seraphina was responsible for liaising with the vice dean. After Professor Albright arrived here, he had approached the leadership many times. This vice dean had refused to meet with Professor Albright numerous times. Now he was putting on a show here. It was obvious he wanted some flattery. Hearing this, Seraphina smiled faintly. Thank you for your concern, Vice Dean. I remember the department head liaising with Professor Albright is named Denton Hogbin. Vice Dean, please make sure you don't approach the wrong person. The smile on the Vice Dean's face stiffened. He was just being polite. He hadn't expected Seraphina to be so direct. All right, I'll look into it. The Vice Dean forced a smile, directed people to move the instruments into the lab, changing the subject. I heard Professor Albright has been confirmed with mid to late stage lung cancer. Seraphina smiled faintly. Yes. Then your project faces quite a bit of pressure. The Vice Dean patted Seraphina's shoulder. With Professor Albright absent, your side definitely needs a supervising professor. How about this? Come find me tonight. We'll discuss assigning a more suitable professor for you. Seraphina took 2 steps back slightly. No need, thank you, Vice Dean. Although Professor Albright has confirmed mid to late stage lung cancer, he expressed his intention to continue leading this experiment despite his illness. So, you don't need to worry about this matter, Vice Dean. The Vice Dean's cheek twitched slightly. Fine, that's good too. He turned, his face darkening as he walked out, followed by his subordinate. Vice Dean, have you taken a liking to her? The subordinate whispered. Although there was no chance this time, as long as she's at the school, there will definitely be opportunities. Chapter 80 Professor Albright was scheduled for surgery in a week. When the team received this news, the new round of targeted drug experiments had already entered the next phase. Especially Seraphina, whose experimental progress was much faster than others. She had already reached the stage of live mouse experiments. Although Professor Albright was in the hospital, the experimental progress hadn't fallen behind. That evening, the group of 5 reported to Professor Albright in his VIP hospital room. He looked older than when he was first admitted. Wearing glasses, he reviewed everyone's experimental design plans. Adrian's needs no comment. Professor Albright wore a jacket. His experimental plan doesn't even need my guidance. He's already very mature academically. Everyone unanimously agreed on Adrian Thorne's capabilities. This time, my health suddenly deteriorated. The subsequent progress will have to be overseen by Adrian, Professor Albright emphasized again. You all must listen to Adrian. We've always been convinced of Adrian's abilities. Brenda Riley was the first to jump up and declare, her cheeks slightly red when looking at Adrian. Since Adrian is leading the team this time, we will definitely give our all. The others also expressed their support. Right. Exactly, Professor Albright continued. Adrian also needs an assistant. Previously, when I was just diagnosed with lung cancer, I pushed Seraphina into the role. Professor, Brenda Riley interrupted before Professor Albright finished. Seraphina just returned. Her theoretical knowledge isn't solid enough. It was an emergency appointment before. Now that you've confirmed you'll undergo surgery and treatment, the subsequent treatment cycle won't be short either. Why not take this opportunity to reselect the assistant? Professor Albright lowered his head, continuing to review the documents. Do you have a suitable candidate in mind? Brenda Riley bit her lower lip lightly. Everyone present has been studying at the school longer than Seraphina Fletcher. I think we should choose the one with the most seniority among us. Daniel Upton shot her a wide-eyed look and snorted coldly. Seniority doesn't mean ability, Clara Linton muttered. Professor Albright turned to look at Seraphina, seated by his bed. Seraphina, what do you think? Either way is fine with me, Seraphina smiled lightly. I'll follow your arrangements. The assistant's role involved more work, coordinating with Adrian Thorne. But if she didn't take the role, she could focus solely on her own experiments. Both options had advantages. She would accept Professor Albright's decision. Professor Albright chuckled. You're quite laid back. Brenda Riley glanced at her, suddenly saying, Sera joined the team relatively recently, after all, and lacks experience. How long have you been here? Professor Albright looked up and asked. Brenda Riley paused. I've been following you since grad school until now. Professor Albright placed her experimental design data directly in front of her, then placed Seraphina's data beside it, pointing at several data points. Yes, you started following me in grad school, and it's been 3 to 5 years now. Seraphina dropped out during grad school, went home to be a housewife for 5 years, yet the experimental plan she produced is more complete than yours, and you even falsified data in several sections. Towards the end, his expression turned grim. The smile on Brenda Riley's face gradually faded. She immediately stood up. And no, that's not it, this. Chapter 81, Brenda Riley. Professor Albright took off his glasses, his voice heavy. Did you really think that just because I'm sick, I'm old and blind, completely unaware, and with this, you still want to be the assistant? Brenda Riley stood aside, flustered. Professor Albright, please listen to my explanation. It's because the database here isn't complete enough. This is all I could find. Professor Albright snorted coldly. Database isn't complete. Then why is the experimental plan Sera prepared more comprehensive than yours and her data superior? Brenda Riley bit her lower lip, tears welling up. Of course, she's different. She has Adrian helping her, and she can access better resources. She paused, then muttered softly as if she had been holding back dissatisfaction for a long time. Adrian's database is fully open only to her. Hearing this, Professor Albright was also taken aback, looking towards Adrian Thorne. What database? Seraphina was also stunned. That database was only open to her. A database currently under trial. Adrian Thorne glanced coolly at Brenda Riley, then addressed Professor Albright. It was developed recently, so it hasn't been fully put into use yet. I just used Sera as a test subject. Is that so? Professor Albright nodded. Brenda Riley bit her lower lip discontentedly. Mentioning the issue of incomplete data, Clara Linton also had feedback. Professor Albright, when we were formulating the experimental plans, we did find that the access permissions granted to us by the local university's database were insufficient. Professor Albright nodded. Expected. I originally planned to find someone to set up a link to the domestic database for your convenience, but it's currently still in the experimental phase. It might take some more time. Then that solves the problem, Daniel Upton said. That's good news. Finding information is difficult for us now. This link will be a great help. Brenda Riley was still somewhat reluctant. Then the assistant position still goes to Sera. Professor Albright put the experimental plans away. Her plan is not only comprehensive in data, but her theoretical knowledge is also very solid. Moreover, I noticed her experimental progress has already reached the live experiment stage. Yes, Seraphina didn't dare take credit. But this experiment might not necessarily yield positive results. The mice's reactions were somewhat unfavorable. Experiments inherently involve success and failure. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Professor Albright smiled warmly at her. The direction you chose for this experiment is excellent. Keep persisting. He paused, pointing at the other 5 individuals. The 5 of you readjust your experimental directions. Report back to me with your experimental data in 1 week. Understood. Okay. Except for Seraphina and Adrian Thorne, the other 5 were dejected. Although being criticized was normal, no one could truly remain completely unaffected after being reprimanded. I'm heading back first, Clara Linton told Seraphina, looking rather troubled. I need to go back and think of a new experimental direction. I'm going back to immerse myself in the lab too, Daniel Upton wailed. Donald Hung put an arm around his shoulder. Let's go together. Kevin York covered his face with his hands. Help me. The 4 of them left first, leaving Seraphina, Adrian Thorne, and Brenda Riley remaining. Adrian, Brenda Riley pushed Seraphina aside forcefully. That database, is it available for public use now? Caught off guard by Brenda's sudden shove, Seraphina stumbled and was about to fall sideways. Adrian Thorne yanked Brenda Riley away, quickly grabbed Seraphina's wrist, and pulled her firmly into his embrace. Chapter 82, Are you okay? Adrian Thorne looked down at Seraphina in his arms. Seraphina shook her head, quickly regained her footing, and hastily scrambled out of his embrace as if burned. And no, I'm fine. Adrian's hand seemed frozen in midair, his eyes somewhat dark. Avoiding him, thump, a loud crash sounded nearby. Both looked over simultaneously. Brenda Riley was sprawled on the floor, her limbs twitching slightly. Seraphina frowned slightly, immediately went over and helped her up. Are you all right? Adrian. Brenda Riley looked aggrieved towards Adrian Thorne. Adrian Thorne glanced at her coolly. Apologies. He looked towards Seraphina. Sera, I'll wait for you outside. Okay, Seraphina paused slightly. Watching Adrian's retreating figure, Brenda Riley flung Seraphina's hand away, glaring at her furiously. Aren't you something? Not even divorced from Julian Harrington yet, and you already have Adrian wrapped around your finger. Seraphina was momentarily confused. What? Brenda Riley almost laughed in anger. Stop pretending, learned those vixen tricks from who knows where. Let me tell you, these tricks might work on Adrian for a while, but eventually he'll see your true colors. Seraphina raised an eyebrow, hands tucked in her pockets, a faint smile on her face. So your hostility towards me is because you like Adrian. Is Adrian something you can call him? Brenda's expression turned somewhat ferocious. Don't push your luck after getting advantages. Since you like Adrian, pursue him openly. Being harsh towards me or doing other things won't help you win him over, Seraphina said flatly. Brenda Riley, nurturing a medical researcher isn't easy. Don't let personal feelings hinder your own progress. Brenda Riley almost choked with laughter at her words. Seraphina Fletcher, you wasted 5 years of your life because of a man, and now you're lecturing me? Rest assured, Adrian isn't Julian Harrington. My taste isn't as bad as yours. She snorted coldly. My own reputation, I certainly know how to cherish. As for you, don't forget you still have Julian Harrington, the ex-husband you haven't divorced yet. Precisely because I was hindered before, I cherish the hard-won opportunity now even more, Seraphina said calmly. I've said my piece, I hope you cherish yourself. She turned and walked away. Brenda Riley stood there, stomping her foot angrily. Putting on airs, her phone vibrated. It was a message from Adrian Thorne. Where are you? Seraphina had already reached the underground parking lot. She lowered her head to reply, I'm already in the parking lot. Just as the message sent, someone bumped her from behind. She momentarily lost her grip, and her phone fell to the ground. She bent down to pick it up. Sorry, the person behind her apologized. Chapter 83. Seraphina picked up her phone, checked it, no major damage. It's all right, you're also. Their eyes met. Julian Harrington, it's you. Seraphina glanced towards the hospital. Here for treatment? Julian's expression momentarily turned savage, but he quickly regained his composure. Not treatment, here for a checkup. Oh, didn't believe the diagnosis I gave you? Seraphina chuckled lightly. How did the checkup go? Normal, Julian affected an air of nonchalance. Seraphina Fletcher, bitter about divorcing me, using a forged diagnostic report to slander me about infertility. Did you think I'd have a mental breakdown because of that? Or did you think I'd regret it? Especially concerning those 2 children of yours. Mentioning the 2 deceased children, Seraphina's heart clenched painfully. It's actually a good thing those 2 children weren't born. If they knew their father was this kind of person, they too would regret being born into this world, Seraphina said flatly. I should thank you for letting them go. I believe when I find the right partner in the future, they will be reborn as my children. Julian, however, focused on a different point. We haven't even gotten our divorce certificate yet, and you've already found someone else. We are already in the divorce process. My relationship status is none of your business. Seraphina didn't want to waste more words with him and turned to leave. Julian grabbed her arm, his expression cold. Until the divorce process is completely finalized, you are still my wife. Let go of me, Seraphina snapped angrily. Julian forcefully pulled her into his embrace, his left thumb and forefinger gripping her chin, forcing her to look up at him in that position. Seraphina Fletcher, you were lucky last time, getting Apex Conglomerate to negotiate with me for your sake. But rest assured, such luck only happens once. Next time, you won't be so fortunate. What did he mean by that? Seraphina grabbed his hand and bit down hard on the fleshy part between his thumb and index finger. Julian yelped in pain and immediately released her. He stared at her, his eyes red. You dare bite me? Biting you is just the start, Seraphina wiped her mouth. If there's a next time, I won't be so polite. Also, let me remind you, the date for us to get the divorce certificate is approaching. Don't try any more tricks. Julian clutched his wrist, his expression icy. If I don't want to let you go, do you think you can still get Apex Conglomerate to back you up? Or have you really climbed into Arthur Thorne's bed? Disgust flickered across Seraphina's face. My affairs are none of your business. I advise you, when the time comes, obediently go get the certificate. Otherwise, you might not be able to bear the consequences. Seraphina Fletcher, Julian roared, taking a step forward, seemingly intending to grab her again. But at that moment, a car suddenly appeared, stopping directly in front of them. The window lowered, revealing Adrian Thorne's stern face. Sera, get in. Seraphina turned, pulled open the car door, and got in directly. The car drove away, gradually disappearing. Julian's face contorted with fury. Seraphina Fletcher? Just then, another figure emerged from the parking lot. Julian, didn't you say you were getting the car? What are you doing here? Julian's expression quickly returned to normal. He turned, giving Liliana Fletcher a faint smile. Just about to. How was your checkup? Fine, Liliana's face held a hint of a smile. But the doctor suggested I stay here for observation, preferably hospitalized for treatment. Isn't it just adjusting to the environment? How could it be so serious? Julian asked doubtfully. Liliana laughed dryly. Maybe because the allergic reaction was quite severe. Chapter 84. Adrian Thorne drove directly back to the villa. In the car, he glanced at Seraphina Fletcher's expression. Angry? No, Seraphina was just a bit worried. I'm afraid when it's time to get the divorce certificate, something else will happen. It won't come to that, Adrian stated firmly. If worse comes to worst, you still have me. Seraphina hesitated, then smiled slightly. If possible, I'd still prefer to resolve this matter using my own abilities. Always troubling Adrian Thorne wasn't a good thing either. Moreover, Adrian's grip tightened on the steering wheel, his usually gentle voice turning slightly heavy. Is that so? But if you really can't resolve it, there's no need to struggle alone. After all, we're a team. Solving each member's problems is also my responsibility as team leader. Yes. Seraphina pursed her lips, her gaze towards him hesitant. Why was Adrian helping her so much? Just saying it was for the team sometimes felt rather forced. Seraphina frowned slightly, not pursuing the topic further. The group of 5 spent 3 or 4 days finally getting their experimental plans approved by Professor Albright, then plunged into their experiments. After nearly a week of intense, round-the-clock lab work, their research finally showed some progress. This day, Seraphina's experimental mouse subject developed intolerance to the drug and died directly. Her experiment was declared a failure, requiring further adjustment of the research direction. She sat in front of the computer, entering data, correcting some errors. Sera, time for lunch. Clara Linton came out of her lab, taking off her white coat. Let's go, mouse deaths are normal, don't worry. Seraphina had just finished inputting the last set of data. Hearing Clara, she smiled gently at her. I know, I'm just frustrated about which direction to take next. Was the choice of this targeted drug wrong? Clara leaned over to look, then picked up Seraphina's data notebook. I think there are issues in a few places. For example here, I think these drugs could be chosen. But my speculation isn't necessarily accurate. You could take it to Professor Albright later for his opinion. True, Seraphina closed her laptop. Let's go, let's eat. Let's get Professor Albright to finalize the directions for us while he hasn't had surgery yet, Clara grinned. The two linked arms and went out for lunch. In the quiet laboratory, only the low hum of machinery could be heard. 5 minutes later, Brenda Riley emerged from her lab. She glanced towards Seraphina's still-on computer, then walked over. Because Professor Albright's physical indicators weren't optimal, he was currently undergoing conditioning. The surgery would proceed once the timing was right. Therefore, during this period, Professor Albright had them report their experimental progress at the hospital every 4 days. Since Adrian Thorne visited Professor Albright daily, he was exempt from this tedious step. Today, only 6 people were present. Like schoolchildren, they lined up against the wall, handing over their laptops for Professor Albright to review one by one. Professor Albright looked at Donald Hungs first. His expression was far from pleased, immediately rolling his eyes at him. Useless, what you've done is a pile of crap. Go back and redo it. Donald Hung was used to being last. He grinned shamelessly, went over and retrieved his laptop. Professor, don't get so worked up, it's not good for you. Chapter 85, Professor Albright glared at him. If you put in even a little effort, I wouldn't have to worry so much. He then started coughing. Adrian Thorne quickly poured him a glass of water. Next, Professor Albright reviewed the work of Clara Linton, Brenda Riley, Kevin York, and Daniel Upton. These 4 also received varying degrees of criticism. Finally, he looked at Seraphina's. Seraphina walked over, pointing to a specific data set, and said gently, Professor Albright, my mouse died during this experiment. I've recorded the detailed data. I'd like to pursue this direction next. Professor Albright examined it carefully. The direction is good. Don't let failure deter you from trying. Research is like that. Without prior experience, it's like crossing a river by feeling the stones. However, don't get too fixated on one direction either, or it might all be for naught in the end. Understood, Seraphina lowered her eyes. In her peripheral vision, she noticed Clara giving her a thumbs up. Brenda Riley secretly rolled her eyes. Just then, Professor Albright's expression suddenly changed. His voice grew heavy. Sera, explain this data set to me. What's going on here? Where? Seraphina leaned over to look, then paused. Here, this data isn't right. When she recorded it, it definitely wasn't like this. Of course, it's not right, Professor Albright said coldly. Anyone with a brain wouldn't produce data like this. And here, what's wrong with you? Seraphina frowned slightly. When I entered the data yesterday, it wasn't like this. Go back and re-enter the correct data. Professor Albright's expression was stern. Seraphina frowned tightly. I understand. At this moment, Brenda Riley suddenly remarked, seemingly casually, but Sera might not remember the exact data, right? More specific details, perhaps Adrian would know. This statement was quite suggestive. What did Adrian would know imply? What does that mean? Professor Albright asked. Adrian helped with Sera's experiment. Even if he had helped, it would be considered normal. I dare not say. Brenda Riley glanced fearfully at Seraphina, pursed her lips, a classic case of protesting too much. Professor, if you have any questions, it's better to ask Sera directly. Even a fool could see that this demeanor clearly indicated something hidden. Professor Albright slammed his water cup onto the table angrily. Speak. What exactly happened? I don't know either. Brenda Riley seemed frightened, her voice trembling slightly. It's just that during this period, I saw Adrian spending more time in the lab while Sera seemed busy with something, wasn't in the lab much. Indeed, Seraphina had been busy with some personal matters recently. Coupled with the mouse's death, she hadn't spent much time in the lab, instead focusing on finding a new direction at home. But that didn't mean she had done nothing. And I saw Adrian helping Sera input data that day, Brenda Riley whispered. Also, regarding the previous experimental plan, I once saw it on Adrian's computer. This implied that Adrian Thorne was doing Seraphina's experiments for her, and Seraphina herself was just an incompetent freeloader who actually did nothing. Professor Albright's voice deepened. "Sera, is this true?" Chapter 86. Seraphina looked at Professor Albright and stated firmly, "I did ask Adrian to review my experimental plan for any omissions, but the overall direction and data were chosen by me. I definitely wasn't a freeloader, pushing all the work onto Adrian." "Adrian, is that the case?" Professor Albright looked towards Adrian Thorne. Adrian said calmly, "Yes, Sera has been away from this field for 5 years. It's natural for her to need my help with controlling some details." Professor Albright fell silent, not speaking further. He just repeatedly reviewed everyone's data reports. Brenda Riley looked somewhat displeasedly towards Seraphina, biting her lip lightly, and said softly, "Professor Albright, I'm not jealous of Sera, but she is inherently special. Leaving campus for 5 years, yet still exceptionally accepted back by you. Many people already had doubts. Now, this incident of data falsification has emerged. Even if you trust Adrian, this matter cannot go uninvestigated, right?" She nudged Clara Linton beside her with her elbow. "Right, Adrian has never supervised our experimental directions." Clara frowned tightly. "On this matter, I trust Adrian and I trust Sera." Brenda looked at her as if she were a traitor, her dissatisfied gaze sweeping over Daniel Upton, Donald Hong, and Kevin York. The others kept their heads down, avoiding her gaze. "What a bunch of useless people." Brenda cleared her throat and stepped forward. "Professor Albright, I know you're hospitalized now, and we really shouldn't trouble you with such matters, but every experiment we conduct in the school is reported to the leadership. When we first arrived, how many people didn't believe in us? How many pairs of eyes are watching us? If this incident gets out, the impact on you and our entire team will be significant." Professor Albright pondered for a moment. "I understand. I will investigate this matter. You may all leave first." A flicker of joy appeared on Brenda's face. "Okay." Everyone then started to leave. Professor Albright suddenly said, "Sera, Adrian, you two stay behind." Seraphina and Adrian stayed, while the others left. Once the door closed, Professor Albright looked seriously at Seraphina. "Sera, Adrian, tell me honestly, what's really going on with Sera's experiment? Did Adrian help her from start to finish?" Seraphina said softly, "Professor Albright, I did ask Adrian to check if I missed any points, but the overall direction of the experiment was under my control. I definitely wasn't a freeloader, leaving everything to Adrian." "Then what about the data?" Professor Albright coughed violently. "I'm not sure either, but when I entered the data, it wasn't this set," Seraphina explained. "Professor Albright, you must believe me." Adrian quickly poured him a glass of water, speaking gently, "Professor Albright, I will investigate this matter thoroughly and give you a satisfactory explanation." "Don't!" Professor Albright raised his hand, gesturing for them both to stop talking. "I will hand this matter over to the Vice Dean to handle. He will assign a team to investigate." "The Vice Dean?" Adrian's tone became slightly subdued. "The medical school already treats us poorly. Handing this investigation to them, they might not be diligent." Chapter 87. Professor Albright held his water cup. "Adrian, the friction between us and the medical school must be resolved quickly. We'll need their help for subsequent drug development. This incident is actually a good opportunity. If Sera is telling the truth, she has nothing to fear from an investigation. Moreover, I actually suspect they were the ones who tampered with things this time." Adrian Thorne disagreed. "But Professor Albright?" Professor Albright raised his hand slightly. "This matter is decided, no need to discuss it further. Letting their own people investigate is for the best." Leaving the hospital, Adrian Thorne and Seraphina got into the car. Adrian drove, glancing at her in the rearview mirror. Seeing her crestfallen expression, he said softly, "Don't worry. Even if the medical school personnel investigate, they won't just randomly pin blame on you. You'll have a chance to defend yourself. With you here, I'm not afraid of these things." Seraphina was just puzzled. "I remember clearly entering the data before closing the laptop. How did the data end up being fake?" The car moved along the quiet street. Adrian asked, "Did anyone touch your computer? Besides you, does anyone else know your computer password?" "No, I haven't told anyone my password." Seraphina leaned back against the seat. "But that day at noon, after I finished entering the data, I went out to eat with Clara." Boston's summer nights could be a bit cool. The car's AC wasn't on. Wind blew in through the window, lifting a strand of Seraphina's hair. The strand brushed against her cheek. She didn't seem to notice. While waiting at a red light, Adrian suddenly reached out and tucked that strand of hair back for her. Don't worry. Although there are no cameras in the lab, there must be a way to prove your innocence. Seraphina paused for a moment before responding. Neither spoke further. They drove straight back to the villa. Just as they were about to push the door open, the group of 5 was watching the latest news on the sofa in the living room. Brenda Riley's voice came from inside. Now you blame me? I was thinking about the whole team's well-being, okay? Right now, we're working in isolation, but after a while, we'll have to collaborate with the medical school on developing new cancer drugs. If Seraphina Fletcher is really useless, won't she drag down our entire team then? Sera isn't like that. Clara Linton was the first to disagree. We've all witnessed her abilities. Someone must have tampered with things privately this time. Brenda sat on the single sofa, arms crossed. Since you're so sure, tell me who did it. Any proof? Without proof, whatever you say is meaningless. Daniel Upton couldn't stand her. When Sera was back home, she already earned Professor Lawson's recognition. Besides, who doesn't encounter minor issues during experiments? Even AI can make mistakes. You're being way too harsh on Sera. The experiment back home, I wasn't there, so I won't comment much. Brenda stood up. But honestly, since coming here, her experiments haven't been particularly outstanding. And the problem this time is with her experimental data. Maybe she was distracted at the time. Donald Hong also felt Brenda was making a big deal out of nothing. A momentary error in data entry, it's really nothing. Just correct it next time. Besides, why did you have to say those things in front of Professor Albright? Kevin York added, we're living in the house Sera paid rent for. Don't you feel ashamed? She has money, true. She pays rent for us to live here, no problem. We should indeed be grateful for that. But we have a responsibility towards future cancer patients. Because of some personal bias, should we just let her muddle through? What about the future? Chapter 88. Brenda Riley pointed at them, her words becoming slightly heated. If there's a problem with the experimental section she's responsible for, who among you will take responsibility? I admit, Sera is a very nice friend. Maybe after leaving campus for 5 years, she's trying hard to come back. But many things require more than just effort. After speaking, she picked up the water cup from the table and drained it in one gulp. Anyway, I've said my piece. If you still think I'm wrong, I have no objection. Research itself demands rigor. I maintain a rigorous attitude. I don't think I did anything wrong. She turned and went straight upstairs. The remaining 4 looked at each other. Kevin York flared up, rolling up his sleeves. Wait, what does she mean? Thinks she's all high and mighty? Acting all selfless. Damn it. When we were busting our butts cleaning the lab, where was she? When we were moving equipment, where was she again? Exactly. Daniel Upton was also disgruntled. When we first moved here, she even wanted the master bedroom. Clara stood up. Forget it, at least we're on the same team. Donald Hung also said, right, we'll have to deal with each other often in the future. Let it go, let it go. The group then dispersed. Outside the door, Adrian Thorne and Seraphina exchanged a look. The latter gave a wry smile. The next day, the vice dean brought 2 people to the laboratory. As soon as he entered, he clapped his hands. Come, everyone stop your work for a moment. I have something to tell you. The 7 people busy working all looked up. 2 young individuals emerged from behind the vice dean, a man and a woman, blonde-haired and blue-eyed, very attractive. The vice dean cleared his throat. Here's the situation. Professor Albright has already reported the issue concerning student Seraphina Fletcher to us. Actually, we've been aware of student Seraphina Fletcher's situation for some time. We know the way she joined the team wasn't entirely conventional. Adrian Thorne raised an eyebrow. He was tall, wearing a white lab coat today. He slowly removed his white gloves, leaned his hands on the lab bench, and said calmly, from recruiting Sera to all subsequent procedures, every step was open and transparent. Even when countless people questioned her afterwards, she proved herself through experiments. May I ask, Vice Dean, which step of Sera joining the team was unconventional? The Vice Dean paused, a flicker of displeasure rising within him. If it were conventional, why would such a minor issue as data error occur? You yourself called it a minor issue. It's normal for it to happen. We're human, not machines. How can we achieve perfection? Kevin York was also somewhat annoyed. The vice dean hadn't expected them all to be so defiant. He sneered, "Your words don't count. This matter needs to be thoroughly investigated before it's settled." "How do you plan to investigate?" Seraphina also stood up and asked. "There are no cameras in this lab, nor any witnesses. If you want to investigate, you might need a time machine to go back before the incident." The vice dean's face turned particularly ugly. He pointed to the two people beside him. "Starting today, when you conduct experiments, they will be watching you. Who are they? On what grounds are they watching?" Daniel Upton had been dissatisfied for a while. Ever since they landed in Boston, the medical school had treated them with negligence, their gazes filled with contempt. He really didn't know what Professor Albright was thinking, letting them investigate this matter. The vice dean stood with his hands behind his back. "These two are experimental technology specialists in the field of cancer from the medical school. It doesn't need to be too complicated. Seraphina Fletcher just needs to provide her original experimental data and detailed research records for them to review, ensure there are no problems." Professor Albright had already asked Seraphina for these things, but unfortunately, the relevant data on her computer had been lost, just that coincidentally. The vice dean observed Seraphina's expression, raising an eyebrow slightly. "I see, you can't produce them. Yesterday, when I showed the computer to Professor Albright, I discovered it had been infected by a virus. The files are all lost," Seraphina said calmly. Chapter 89. The vice dean shook his head. "In that case, I'm powerless too. How about this? You redo the experiment in front of these two?" "That's exactly what I was thinking." Seraphina tucked her hands into her pockets, completely unfazed. "Since I've already familiarized myself with it once, doing it again isn't a problem." The vice dean smiled subtly. "Fine, one afternoon should be enough time. There will be dedicated recording, no problem, right?" Seraphina nodded. "But the experimental results. I know, you're doing live experiments. The results take time." The vice dean frowned slightly. "No matter, leave this to these two. They will monitor your experiment throughout." Seraphina replied calmly, "Okay." The vice dean curled his lips slightly, giving the two monitors a meaningful look. "You two, be diligent." He had carefully selected these two precisely to cause trouble for Seraphina. If Seraphina couldn't handle the experiment, she would surely come begging him. By then, wouldn't it be whatever he said goes? Thinking this, the vice dean revealed a satisfied smile. From now on, all he had to do was wait. The two individuals responsible for monitoring Seraphina were Nolan Cohan and Jenny Fox. Nolan was the boy, Jenny the girl. They stood nearby, recording Seraphina's entire experimental process with their phones. Nearby, Brenda Riley occasionally turned her head to glance over, then turned back to continue her own experiment. This experiment took quite a long time. During the lunch break, Nolan and Jenny put away their phones and went to eat with the others. The laboratory was empty, but when they returned after the break, Seraphina's experimental setup had been damaged. "What happened?" Nolan demanded. Jenny looked towards Seraphina. Seraphina remained expressionless. "During lunch and break, I was with you two the entire time. This situation probably needs to be addressed to someone else." She shifted her gaze to Brenda Riley. "Shouldn't you give me an explanation?" "Me?" Brenda feigned shock. "Seraphina Fletcher, don't blame me just because you can't complete the experiment. Did I stop you from doing the experiment? It's your own lack of ability. If I'm not mistaken, you were the one who altered the data on my computer as well." Seraphina revealed a disappointed expression. Brenda put her hands on her hips. "You need proof to make such accusations." "Proof, of course, there is," Adrian Thorne spoke, wearing a mask. He pointed towards a cabinet nearby, where a tiny camera with a flashing red light was visible. Brenda's face instantly turned white. Chapter 90. In the hospital, Professor Albright's room. Professor Albright sat on the sofa, coughing lightly, glaring angrily at Brenda Riley. "I initially thought it was the medical school messing things up. I never imagined it would be you." "It wasn't me," Brenda still tried to argue. "Professor Albright, Sierra's experiment this time, I did accidentally bump into it. I was anxiously looking for some experimental data, so I was a bit clumsy, but I really didn't do it on purpose." "If it was accidental, why didn't you tell Sierra immediately?" Adrian Thorne sat on a nearby single sofa, idly flipping a coin in his hand. Brenda panicked slightly. Because Sera's experiment this time is very important, I was afraid. Enough, Professor Albright snapped angrily. You don't need to say any more. After doing something like this, my team cannot keep you. Given that what you did wasn't excessive, pack your things yourself and go back home. Apply for withdrawal yourself. I'll leave you some dignity. What happened here won't be spread around. But Brenda Riley, heaven is watching. Brenda became desperate. She was the only college graduate in her family. Being able to follow Professor Albright to Boston was something she had boasted about extensively back home. If she returned in such disgrace, never mind being forced to withdraw. Even if her family asked what happened, she wouldn't be able to explain. Professor Albright, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Please don't kick me out. The team needs me. If I leave, where will you find a more suitable student? Brenda knelt down abruptly. Professor Albright, I beg you. Get out. Professor Albright didn't even want to look at her. If it weren't for Brenda Riley having some actual skill in her field, Professor Albright wouldn't be in such pain. Brenda wanted to plead further, but Adrian Thorne just waved his hand casually, and security guards entered from outside, grabbed Brenda's arms, and dragged her out. The room fell into profound silence. Professor Albright mused aloud. I thought it was their people causing trouble, hoping that if we could catch them, it might ease our team's situation at the medical school. Now I fear we'll be laughed at again. As he finished speaking, he began coughing violently. Adrian Thorne quickly handed him a tissue. Professor Albright pressed the tissue to his lips. Soon, it was soaked through with blood. Professor Albright, Seraphina cried out in alarm. Adrian Thorne supported Professor Albright, his expression grave. Sera, go call for help. We can't wait any longer. Professor Albright needs surgery immediately. Okay. Seraphina turned and ran out of the room. Shortly after, several doctors in white coats rushed in, performed emergency treatment on Professor Albright, and then wheeled him into the operating room. What followed was over 10 hours of surgery. Seraphina and Adrian Thorne stayed outside the operating room, not daring to leave for a moment. Messages popped up continuously in the group chat. Clara Linton, at Seraphina Fletcher, Sera, how is Professor Albright? Do you need us to come over? Seraphina pulled out her phone, still in surgery. Adrian and I are enough here. You all should rest if you need to, continue experiments if you have them. Kevin York. I saw Brenda Riley coming back to pack her things. Is she leaving? Seraphina lowered her eyes. Yes, Professor Albright asked her to leave on her own. After returning home, she can apply for withdrawal or change majors. Otherwise, what happened here will be fully reported back home. Daniel Upton. I couldn't stand her for a long time, living in the luxury house Sera paid for and still causing trouble here. Donald Hong. I don't understand how she had the nerve to say those things yesterday. Chapter 91. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Brenda Riley has left the group chat. Seraphina put her phone away. Actually, from the first day she met Brenda Riley, she could vaguely sense hostility from her. She just hadn't expected Brenda Riley still wouldn't listen to her advice. Towards malicious people, she only felt a sense of pity. Brenda Riley clearly had ability, yet because of a moment's short-sightedness, she went down the wrong path. Adrian Thorne likely knew what she was thinking. He reached out and grasped her wrist. Sera, don't overthink it. Professor Albright will be fine. Also, Brenda brought this upon herself. It has nothing to do with you. I know. Seraphina glanced at Adrian's hand holding hers, her fingertips curling slightly. Adrian's gaze rested on her face. Noticing her slightly unnatural expression, he withdrew his hand. He didn't notice the fleeting look of disappointment that crossed Seraphina's face. Professor Albright's surgery didn't end until dawn was breaking. The operating room doors opened. Adrian Thorne immediately stood up. How is he? The surgery was very successful, but he still needs to be transferred to the ICU. Also, Professor Albright's physical condition wasn't optimal. The surgery was performed under emergency circumstances. So, if he can successfully transfer out of the ICU, there will be a long nursing process afterwards. After all, his age is a factor, so subsequent care must be extremely careful. Adrian nodded. Understood. He followed the medical staff, accompanying Professor Albright to the ICU. Turning back, he noticed Seraphina had fallen fast asleep on the bench. After settling Professor Albright in the ICU, Adrian returned. He stood before her, watching her for a long time, then suddenly smiled. He gently tapped her nose, his voice full of affection. "Exhausted, aren't you?" Seraphina's eyelashes trembled slightly. Adrian immediately withdrew his hand. However, Seraphina didn't open her eyes. She seemed to have fallen back asleep. Adrian gazed at her sleeping face, his heart suddenly softening. He bent down slightly and placed a very light kiss on her forehead. "Seraphina Fletcher, oh Seraphina Fletcher. Do you even know that I like you?" His phone suddenly rang. Afraid of waking Seraphina, Adrian took off his jacket, draped it over her, then quickly walked aside to answer the call. Not long after he left, Seraphina opened her eyes. She raised her hand to touch her forehead, looking somewhat dazed. "Adrian?" Seraphina closed her eyes briefly. 10 minutes later, Adrian returned to find Seraphina sitting on the bench, staring blankly. Awake, Adrian held 2 bottles of mineral water, handing one to Seraphina. "Professor Albright finished surgery and has been transferred to the ICU. If he can successfully come out, the subsequent nursing care will be quite troublesome. But don't worry, I'll hire a professional nursing team." Seraphina nodded. She looked at Adrian, her eyes seeming to hold other emotions. Adrian looked at her. "By the way, isn't it time for you to go back home and get the divorce certificate?" Only then did Seraphina sit up straight. "Yes. Coincidentally, I also have things to attend to back home. We'll go together." Adrian reached out and ruffled her hair. Chapter 92. Before returning home, Seraphina contacted Julian Harrington once. "My flight is the day after tomorrow. Don't forget to go back and get the divorce certificate," Seraphina reminded him. Julian's voice was lazy on the other end. "Got it." His perfunctory agreement made Seraphina a bit worried. She emphasized again, "Julian Harrington, don't try any more tricks." "I won't." Julian's voice was slightly low, tinged with a hint of amusement. "I can't wait to divorce you. Of course, I won't play any tricks, that's all." Hearing the click of the disconnected line, Seraphina frowned slightly. Knock, knock, knock. The bedroom door was knocked. Adrian Thorne stood at the doorway. "May I come in? Is something wrong?" Seraphina didn't answer immediately, her expression slightly distant and cool. Adrian seemed not to notice, walking straight in. "I booked tickets for the day after tomorrow. Land, rest for a day or two, then you can go get the divorce certificate with Julian Harrington. Also, Professor Albright was transferred out of ICU this morning. Subsequent care will be handled by the nursing team. There shouldn't be major issues." "That's good." Seraphina sat in a nearby chair. She looked up at Adrian, asking hesitantly, "Adrian, what matters are you handling back home this time?" Adrian leaned against the desk behind him, seeming to have been asked something unpleasant. He lowered his eyes. "Some personal matters." "Oh," Seraphina nodded, feeling it inappropriate to ask further. Adrian turned slightly to look at her. "All right, before leaving, shall we visit Professor Albright again?" "Okay," Seraphina nodded. Adrian came out of Seraphina's room and bumped into Clara Linton, who had come looking for Seraphina. Now that Brenda Riley was gone, Clara lived alone in her room. She stopped at the door, grinning. "Adrian, you came to see Sera?" Adrian kept his hands in his pockets. "And you?" "I heard Sera is going back home to handle the divorce. I prepared some things for her." Clara waved the snacks in her hand. Adrian nodded. "Go ahead." Clara poked her head into the room to look at Seraphina. She was staring blankly, lost in thought. Adrian, is there anything else?" Seraphina immediately stood up, looking somewhat nervous. Clara blinked. "It's me, not Adrian." Seraphina sighed in relief, sitting back down. "Oh, it's you. I thought it was Adrian." "Adrian just left. If you need him for something?" Clara stuffed the snack she held into Seraphina's suitcase, then paused. She turned to look at Seraphina, her eyes widening slightly. "Sera, are you and Adrian involved? Don't talk nonsense." Seraphina reacted strongly, immediately saying, "Adrian is still single. Spreading rumors about him with a divorced person like me isn't good for him." Clara finished packing her suitcase. "What are you thinking? What era is this? So what if you're divorced?" "You don't understand." Seraphina raised her hand, gently touching her lower abdomen. "Anyway, I'm not good enough for Adrian." "Don't talk nonsense," Clara said. "In my eyes, your past doesn't matter at all. Never mind Adrian, even if it were a big celebrity, I'd still think you're worthy." Seraphina couldn't help but chuckle. "In your eyes, I'm surely worthy of anyone. In my eyes, I think you and Adrian are suitable too. Chapter 93, Hey, what nonsense are you talking? Clara panicked slightly, then paused. She suddenly leaned closer to Seraphina, lowering her voice. Sera, are you not interested in Adrian? Could it be you're still hung up on your ex-husband? Seraphina pursed her lips. It wasn't that she was belittling herself. She just couldn't believe such incredible luck would fall upon her. Stop worrying so much about my affairs. Seraphina gave her a gentle push. You should worry about your own matters. Clara muttered softly. What matters could I possibly have? If you like Adrian, go pursue him, Seraphina encouraged her. Clara glared at her. I've put the things in your suitcase, don't forget. I'm leaving now. She quickly walked out of the bedroom. As she turned, she jumped in fright. Adrian, what are you doing here? Adrian's expression was somewhat cold. He didn't speak, just turned and walked away. Clara bit her finger, poked her head back into the bedroom, and saw Seraphina standing helplessly by the bed. She asked softly, Did Adrian overhear our conversation just now? Seraphina wasn't sure, but the door was open, and their voices weren't exactly quiet. Probably. Why do I feel like Adrian seemed angry? Clara muttered softly. Seraphina suddenly recalled that inexplicable kiss, froze for a moment, then shook her head. I don't know. Adrian's feelings towards her might just be temporary pity. Now, his slight affection was likely built solely on pitying her. The day they returned home, the weather was exceptionally good. Seraphina had arranged beforehand with Julian Harrington to meet at City Hall in 3 days. After landing, Adrian Thorne and Seraphina went to collect their luggage together, walking out side by side. Adrian spoke calmly. Sera, where will you stay after returning home? A hotel, probably, Seraphina said uncertainly. Judging from Alina Fletcher's attitude towards her before she went abroad, she likely wouldn't be welcomed home now. The only place she could possibly stay was a hotel. A thought occurred to Adrian. He asked calmly, How about coming back to the Thorne residence with me? Inappropriate, Seraphina refused decisively. Adrian's expression turned somewhat cold. He raised an eyebrow. How is it inappropriate? For some reason, Seraphina thought of the kiss again. Her gaze became somewhat deep. Finally, she smiled slightly. It's just not quite appropriate. Trying to avoid suspicion with me? Adrian became somewhat insistent. Seraphina averted her gaze, looking slightly flustered. She made an excuse. After all, Julian and I haven't successfully divorced yet. There were scandals involving you and me before. No matter how you look at it now, it's better to avoid suspicion first. Besides, didn't you say you had proper business to attend to back home, Adrian? Adrian? Adrian repeated the address, chewing it over. His voice lowered. Why are you calling me that again? His presence was too overwhelming. Seraphina didn't dare look him directly in the eye. She quickly lowered her head, fiddling with her phone. Seeing that a driver had accepted her ride request, she held up her phone for Adrian to see. Adrian, my ride is here. I won't bother you anymore. I'll head out first. With that, without giving Adrian any time to prepare, she turned and walked towards the airport exit. Adrian's eyes darkened. Chapter 94. After parting ways with Adrian Thorne at the airport, Seraphina Fletcher went directly to the hotel she had booked. Having checked in, she contacted Julian Harrington again to confirm the time for getting the divorce certificate. Morning of the day after tomorrow, don't forget, Seraphina told Julian. Don't pull any more stunts. Julian sneered on the other end. What, if I don't show up, you can use Arthur Thorne's connections again, right? Since he believed that, Seraphina couldn't be bothered to correct him. Besides, it was a useful tool. Why shouldn't she continue using it? Remember the time and place. I'll wait for you. Seraphina didn't waste words and hung up directly. For the remaining few days, Seraphina stayed holed up in the hotel, occasionally going out for meals, but otherwise staying indoors. The night before going to get the divorce certificate, she received a call from Adrian Thorne. His voice sounded a bit hoarse on the other end. Do you need me to accompany you tomorrow? Seraphina thought for a moment. Probably not necessary. Apex's previous deterrent effect on Julian is still there. As long as Harrington Corp still wants to cooperate with Apex, Julian won't dare pull any random tricks. There was just one thing she hadn't told Adrian. Julian was fixated on the matter of finding a match for Liliana Fletcher. She didn't know if he would cause trouble over this. However, Liliana didn't actually have leukemia. Seraphina dared to donate marrow, but Liliana might not dare to undergo the surgery. All right, Adrian's voice sounded a bit downcast. Coincidentally, I also have things to attend to tomorrow and can't get away. Remember to let me know once you get the divorce certificate. Seraphina's voice was low. Okay. For a moment, neither of them suggested hanging up. Suddenly, Seraphina curled her fingers slightly, her voice somewhat husky. Adrian, after I get the divorce certificate, there's something I want to talk to you about. Upon hearing this address, Adrian's eyes instantly lit up. What did you call me? Adrian. Seraphina felt a little embarrassed. She thought if Adrian Thorne really had those kinds of feelings for her, perhaps she should listen to Clara and give it a try. Just before that, Seraphina needed to confirm one thing. Were Adrian's feelings for her born out of pity? She could accept a new relationship, but not one built on a foundation of sympathy. What is it? Adrian pressed. Seraphina closed her eyes briefly. Let's talk after I get the divorce certificate. Okay, Adrian's voice was low. After hanging up, Seraphina felt a surge of emotion. She couldn't sleep easily and sent a message to Clara. I think you were right. At this time, it was daytime over there. Clara quickly replied, What? Seraphina felt a bit embarrassed. Nothing, forget I said anything. But this time, Clara understood what she meant, her eyes lighting up. You mean you're going to give it a try with Adrian? I think you two are really suitable. It would be great if you could try. Seraphina, SHH, I'm a bit afraid he's only nice to me out of pity. Let me confirm first. Clara. Go for it. That night, Seraphina fell asleep dreaming sweet dreams. The next morning, she went to City Hall early. Upon arrival, she first sent a message to Julian. I've arrived. Julian, on my way. He also sent Seraphina a location pin. Seeing the location eased her mind considerably. Chapter 95. 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes passed. Julian Harrington still hadn't arrived. Seraphina inexplicably started to feel a sense of panic. According to the location Julian sent, he should have arrived within 20 minutes at the latest. Why wasn't he here yet? She was just about to call him when a notification popped up on her phone screen. Multiple car collision accident on Minnan Road, several injured. Minnan Road? The location Julian just sent was Minnan Road. Her hands trembled as she clicked on it. All the photos were blurred, impossible to make out clearly. Exiting the interface, she tried calling Julian again. Ring, ring, ring. The call remained unanswered. Seraphina's heart grew colder bit by bit. She waited there for over an hour, but Julian never showed up. After 2 hours had passed, Seraphina received a call from the hospital. Hello, is this a relative of Julian Harrington? He was involved in a severe collision and is currently receiving treatment at the hospital. Please come over immediately. In that instant, Seraphina felt a ringing in her ears. She immediately hailed a cab and rushed to the hospital. The Harrington family had already received the news and gathered at the hospital. Seraphina hurried over. Before she could steady herself, Mrs. Harrington slapped her hard across the face. Jinx, Mrs. Harrington glared at her, looking like she wanted to eat her alive. If it weren't for you, how could Julian have gotten into a car accident? We never should have agreed to your marriage into the Harrington family, should have broken off the engagement. Seraphina Fletcher arrived belatedly at this moment. She stepped forward, pulled Seraphina away, and asked with concern, Mrs. Harrington, how is Julian? Liliana Fletcher stood beside her, also crying pitifully. Julian, let me see Julian. Only Seraphina was pushed aside. She stared blankly at the operating room door, her emotions a tangled mess. Julian is still in surgery. The doctors say the chances of survival are high, but he might very well end up in a vegetative state, Mrs. Harrington said coldly, pointing at Seraphina. This is all because of her. If Julian wasn't divorcing her, how would he have encountered a car crash? I think she just doesn't know her place, really believing she can survive after leaving the Harrington family? Seraphina frowned tightly. Hearing become vegetative, her mind went completely blank. Did that mean, if Julian didn't wake up, she could never successfully divorce Julian Harrington? But what about her plans? It's not sister's fault, it's all mine, Liliana sobbed. It's my fault, I got sick, making Julian take care of me. That's why sister misunderstood the relationship between Julian and me. It's all my fault, all my fault. Mrs. Harrington had always been fond of Liliana. If Seraphina hadn't used every means to marry Julian back then, the one living with Julian now should have been Liliana. Thinking this, she shot another vicious glare at Seraphina. She stepped forward to support Liliana, saying, "Good child, luckily it wasn't you who married in. Otherwise, you'd be the one left widowed now." Seraphina's face turned paler and paler. "Auntie, are you saying I deserve to be widowed?" "You jinx," Mrs. Harrington cursed angrily. "Let me tell you, Julian is already like this. Don't even think about divorce. Wait until Julian wakes up, whenever that may be, then you can divorce." Chapter 96, Seraphina lowered her gaze, her expression turning cold, almost emotionless. "Auntie, Julian and I have already submitted the divorce application. Today was supposed to be the day we got the divorce certificate. I feel sorry for Julian encountering such a thing, but this cannot change the fact that I want to divorce him. Even if it wasn't for being with Adrian Thorne, she had to divorce. For herself. And for those 2 children who couldn't rest in peace." She straightened her back, looking at Mrs. Harrington. "I expected Julian would face retribution, I just didn't expect it to come so soon." Mrs. Harrington raised her hand, about to slap her again viciously. This time, however, Seraphina caught her wrist beforehand, her voice heavy, her expression stern. "Julian hasn't told you yet that he killed the pair of twins in my belly. If he hadn't acted maliciously for Liliana Fletcher's sake, then even if Julian died today, your Harrington family wouldn't be facing the end of its lineage." Mrs. Harrington's face turned deathly pale, her lips trembling. "You're lying." "Whether I'm lying or not, ask Lily, she knows best." Seraphina glanced towards Liliana Fletcher. The latter's face was pale. She shook her head, telling Mrs. Harrington, "Auntie, it's not like that. Julian told me it was sister's own body that couldn't carry them. The 2 children suddenly lost their heartbeats." "What a pity." Seraphina's lips curled slightly. "My 2 children couldn't be saved, and Julian has fertility issues. Now that he's become vegetative, it's even more impossible for him to have children." Seraphina looked at Liliana Fletcher, her eyes holding a hint of amusement. Little sister Lily's plans can only be aborted. Liliana bit her lower lip lightly, her face deathly pale. She hadn't expected Julian Harrington, perfectly fine, to suddenly become vegetative. Just when she had finalized a treatment plan with the doctor, just when her illness seemed treatable, how could this happen at this time? Hearing this, Mrs. Harrington suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest. She fell into a leaner Fletcher's arms, looking distressed, her gaze locked fiercely onto Seraphina. "Say that again, say what you just said again." Seraphina looked down at Mrs. Harrington. When she was with Julian before, Mrs. Harrington often said things like, "Can't give birth to a son, a hen that doesn't lay eggs, a useless wife." Now she knew the truth. "You'd better pray Julian recovers soon. Otherwise, the Harrington family line really ends with him," Seraphina said coldly, then turned to leave. Mrs. Harrington cried out in pain, "Don't go. Explain yourself clearly. What exactly happened?" Eleanor Fletcher was also anxious. "Vin akadike," Inus supporting Mrs. Harrington, "Vin onadike," Inus wanting to clarify the matter of the twins. Mrs. Harrington's eyes rolled back and she fainted directly. The scene descended into chaos. Eleanor Fletcher yelled anxiously, "Quick, Lily, find a doctor. Someone help, help." Liliana Fletcher anxiously went to find a doctor. Seraphina walked out of the hospital and received a call from Adrian Thorne. "Sera, how are things on your end? Julian had a car accident." Although the Harrington family immediately suppressed the news, Adrian, being the apex crown prince, could easily find out such information. "Didn't get the divorce certificate," Seraphina frowned in frustration. "Now Julian is vegetative. If I have to go through litigation, it might take longer." Adrian's voice held concern. "What are you planning to do?" "Go through litigation." Seraphina glanced back, vaguely seeing the chaos inside the hospital. "After all, things between me and this person should have ended long ago." Adrian, "All right, since you're going through litigation, I'll help you find a lawyer." "Thank you," Seraphina said softly. Adrian, "Wait where you are, I'll drive over to pick you up." "Okay." Seraphina hung up the phone. She waited at the hospital entrance for a while. Soon, she saw Adrian's Maybach approaching. Getting into the car, Seraphina turned to look at him. "Take me back to the hotel." "No rush," Adrian smiled slightly. "Taking you somewhere." Chapter 97, What place? Seraphina asked curiously, but Adrian Thorne said nothing more. He drove the car, taking Seraphina through the streets to the other side of the city. Jincheng was a coastal city. The other side of the city bordered the sea. The climate was humid, and the air carried a faint scent of the sea. At this time, it was already 5 or 6 in the afternoon. The sun skipped downwards, half hidden below the horizon. The sea surface glittered, exceptionally beautiful. Seraphina pushed open the car door, somewhat amused. "Adrian, are you taking me to see the sea?" Adrian turned slightly, his gaze fixed on her for a long moment. "Although the divorce didn't succeed, you've basically weathered the storm. Once the lawsuit process starts, you should be able to get divorced successfully soon." Seraphina looked at the sea surface, her mood greatly improved. She turned her head, smiling at Adrian. "Thank you. You said you had something to discuss with me after getting the divorce certificate." Adrian leaned one hand against the car door. "Talk about it now?" "Forget it." Seraphina paused for a moment. "Let's talk after I successfully sue for divorce." "What's so mysterious?" Adrian walked to her side, asking softly. Seraphina smiled slightly. "Don't be impatient. Let's wait until I get the divorce certificate." "All right." Adrian's eyes curved slightly into a smile. The sun set quickly. In just a short while, the sky had darkened, only faintly revealing the silhouettes of the surrounding scenery. The wind blew, a bit chilly. Seraphina wrapped her clothes tighter, asking, "Are we leaving now?" "Wait a bit longer." Adrian raised his hand, glancing at his wristwatch. "Soon." Seraphina followed his gaze but saw nothing. She asked curiously, "What exactly are we waiting to see?" 1. Adrian began counting down. 2. 3. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, numerous fireworks exploded in the sky. Multicolor red, forming a continuous display, they spelled out a sentence. "Congratulations, Sierra, on your happy divorce." Seraphina stared blankly at the fireworks, brilliant as shooting stars, feeling her heart beat incredibly fast. Although the divorce wasn't successful, Adrian's voice held a touch of amusement, we can still celebrate Julian Harrington's car accident. Seraphina was suddenly torn between laughter and tears. "Adrian, you don't seem like the Adrian I know." Adrian suddenly gave her a meaningful look. "Perhaps you never truly knew me." At that moment, Seraphina felt a tightness in her chest. She frowned in annoyance, although seeing Julian in trouble made her happy. However, she had originally planned to ask Adrian about his feelings towards her after the divorce. If he was also interested, she could give it a try. But now that the divorce failed, how could she try? Chapter 98. Adrian, wait a little longer. Seraphina looked at him. Despite experiencing an unhappy marriage, she still longed for love. The next morning, Seraphina predictably caught a cold. She felt groggy all over. Checking with a thermometer, she not only had a cold but also a slight fever. Being a medical student, she didn't rush to take medicine but first tried physical cooling. She filled the bathtub with warm water and soaked for nearly half a day. Her phone, left on the bed, rang incessantly. After feeling her temperature drop slightly, Seraphina finally climbed out, dried herself, and checked her phone. It was messages from the group chat. "Clara Linton, did you guys see the news? The Crown Prince of Apex Conglomerate is getting engaged." Seraphina's heart sank heavily. She continued reading. "Kevin York, I heard the Apex Crown Prince is already in his late 20s, almost 30. Getting engaged seems pretty normal, right? Nothing to make a fuss about. Donald Hong, if I had the Crown Prince's money, I'd definitely marry 10 or 8 wives. Daniel Upton, you're too greedy. I'm not, 3 would be enough." Seraphina frowned slightly. Adrian is getting engaged. Clara Linton, what does it have to do with Adrian? It's the Apex Conglomerate Crown Prince, not Adrian. But Adrian Thorne * was the Apex Crown Prince. Seraphina switched from the group chat, directly opened her browser. Before even searching for Adrian Thorne, a notification popped up. Apex Crown Prince to be engaged to Flavor Cosmos Princess at month's end #. Following it was a photo of a very sunny-looking girl. Seraphina enlarged the photo. Only then did she see clearly. This girl looked much younger than her, and she was the sole heiress of the well-known snack conglomerate, Flavor Cosmos. The comment section was full of praise. "Gather round, NPCs assemble here. Sob, 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 I'm that envious, jealous netizen from the novel. Although I don't know who the Apex Crown Prince is, these two look really compatible." Seraphina screenshotted the news. She was about to send it to Adrian Thorne, but hesitated, changing it to text. Adrian, are you getting engaged? Just as she was about to press send. A message suddenly came from his end. Free tomorrow. Seraphina deleted the typed words one by one. Yes, what's up? Adrian Thorne. Taking you to meet some friends. We're planning to go camping, come along. Seraphina licked her lips, ultimately not asking the question. Okay. By evening, her low-grade fever had mostly subsided. Having barely eaten all day, Seraphina felt a bit dizzy. But not wanting takeout, she went downstairs, planning to find a light congee place near the hotel. Chapter 99. Meanwhile, at the Fletcher residence. Eleanor Fletcher held Liliana Fletcher's hand, her expression somewhat displeased. That pair of twins your sister mentioned, what exactly happened? I don't know, Liliana frowned slightly. Julian told me it was because they weren't developing well in sister's womb, so I only knew the babies were gone then, but I'm completely unclear about the specifics. But if Julian really? Then he was too cruel. No wonder sister always disliked me so much. Eleanor's heart sank into her stomach. She murmured, I always thought Julian Harrington was a decent person, and he helped our family quite a bit. That's why I wanted your sister not to cause trouble. But if I had known earlier that Julian did such a monstrous thing, how could I possibly not let them divorce? Mom, Liliana gripped Eleanor's hand. Right now, this is just based on sister's side of the story. We still don't know exactly what happened. How about this? Wait until Julian wakes up, then you can ask him. Eleanor frowned deeply. Who knows if he can even wake up? Liliana bit her lower lip lightly. If he doesn't wake up, what about sister? They aren't divorced yet. Should sister really be condemned to widowhood for life? Eleanor sighed, gently patting her hand. I'll go talk to her tomorrow, don't you worry. You're just too kind-hearted. You worry about your sister, but she doesn't appreciate your feelings at all. Mom, sister ultimately married Julian because of me. I just feel heartbroken for sister. Liliana lowered her eyes, a hint of amusement hidden within. Better if they can't divorce. Julian Harrington was unconscious, possibly never waking up. She didn't have time to waste on Julian Harrington, needed to find the next one quickly. The next morning, when Seraphina woke up, she felt refreshed and invigorated. She was browsing takeout options when the phone in her room rang. It was the hotel front desk. Miss Fletcher, someone is looking for you in the lobby. Seraphina found it strange. Did they say their name? It's a lady surnamed Fletcher. Seraphina paused. I understand. Ultimately, Eleanor Fletcher was her biological mother. There was no reason not to see her. Seraphina changed her clothes, went downstairs, and saw Eleanor sitting on the sofa in the lobby, looking somewhat anxious. She walked over and sat opposite her. What do you want? What took you so long? Eleanor frowned slightly. Seraphina tilted her head, looking at her. If you have something to say, say it. If it weren't for the fact that she was her biological mother, Seraphina wouldn't even see her. Yesterday, what you said about the twins, was it just to scare Mrs. Harrington and vent your anger, or is there really such a thing? Eleanor's expression was somewhat unnatural, her tone leaning towards accusatory. Seraphina knew Eleanor wouldn't believe her, so she didn't plan to explain much. Think whatever you want. If you think I made it up, then it's fake. If you think it's true, then it's true. Eleanor was furious, pointing at her. Even at a time like this, you still won't tell me the truth? Seraphina looked at her. It's all in the past now. What's the point of discussing it? I'm your mother. Don't I deserve even a single truthful word from you? Eleanor was extremely angry. She shouldn't have held out hope for Seraphina. How could you casually use children to deceive people? You angered Mrs. Harrington so much, she developed heart problems. Seraphina leaned back slightly. If you really want to know, you can go ask a few employees at Harrington Corp., especially those who were Julian Harrington's assistants. Anyway, whether I'm telling the truth or lying, you don't care. After saying this, she stood up. I have things to do, so I won't see you out. Goodbye. Eleanor was left standing there. How can you be like this? I'm doing this for your own good. Now that Julian Harrington is unconscious, if you don't want to be tied down, you should gather more evidence. Otherwise, divorcing him will be difficult. Even if you succeed in divorcing, no man will want you. Chapter 100. Seraphina stopped in her tracks. She turned to look at Eleanor Fletcher, her brow furrowed slightly. In your eyes, am I only useful if I marry a man? What else? Eleanor sat down, looking weary. She said earnestly, Sera, it's not that I don't care about you, nor am I biased towards your sister. But think about it, throughout your life, you've only been slightly better at studying. You went to medical school, spent all day cooped up in a lab doing experiments. Besides that, what else can you do? The experiments we do are to benefit more patients. Seraphina knew she couldn't get through to her but still wanted to explain. Forget it, you think I really don't understand. How much money is poured in year after year, all down the drain? Alina exclaimed. Research. Even if you do research, what use is it to our family? The receptionist couldn't listen anymore and interjected. Ma'am, you can't say that. Medical students already have it tough. Those who get into labs are the cream of the crop. Besides, doing it for more patients is a great act of merit. What business is it of yours? Alina shot her a cold glance. If you're so capable, go get into a lab yourself. The young woman glared back at her, then turned to Seraphina. Miss, don't listen to her. I think you're amazing, keep it up. Alina said. You think about it carefully. The Harrington family is not someone to be trifled with. If you have evidence, negotiating the divorce will be easier. If you don't have evidence, who in the Harrington family will acknowledge it? With Julian Harrington in his current state, divorcing you is even more impossible. Seraphina's eyes darkened. Jincheng isn't a place where the Harrington family calls all the shots. I just want a divorce, I didn't commit murder. It's not up to them to decide. Naive, Alina sneered. I've said all the kind words I can, you think about it yourself. She stood up and left. Seraphina also turned and went back to her room. She wasn't afraid of the Harrington family causing trouble, but Alina's words reminded her that necessary preparations couldn't be skipped. Thinking for a moment, Seraphina called Wallace, Julian Harrington's former assistant. Madam, is there anything I can help you with? Wallace sounded polite on the other end. Seraphina leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window behind her, looking down. Are you at the hospital? Yes, Wallace hesitated slightly. Madam, is there something you need? Seraphina spoke slowly. Don't keep calling me madam. Julian and I have already decided to divorce. But you haven't successfully divorced yet, right? Wallace's voice trailed off. With this incident, I do feel sorry for Julian, but the feelings between us have already reached their end. Seraphina's tone held a hint of regret. If Julian wakes up, notify me immediately. Wallace was baffled by her call, scratching his head. Okay. After a moment, Seraphina added, by the way, I still have some things in Julian's office. Could you push me the contact information of the assistants in the executive office? The items in the office involved confidential matters. Considering the current situation, Wallace immediately said, if you've lost something, I'll ask Wendy to look for it. Once found, I'll have her send it to you. Quite vigilant. Seraphina pursed her lips. I don't remember exactly, just some report forms from a physical checkup left in the office. Ask her to help look for them. Okay, once Wendy finds them, I'll have her contact you, Wallace said respectfully. Seraphina lowered her eyes. All right, that's all for now. Hanging up, she frowned slightly. If she were Julian Harrington, wanting to drug herself, when would he choose to do it? The evidence. Where should she start looking? Chapter 101, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Seraphina received a message from Adrian Thorne. Come downstairs. Seraphina hadn't forgotten about the camping trip with him. Okay. Downstairs, she saw a Bentley parked at the hotel entrance. Walking over, she opened the passenger door. Adrian, I didn't prepare anything for camping. Do we need to buy some things first? Seeing the young face sitting inside, Seraphina swallowed the rest of her words. Hello, Big Sis F. The girl was particularly sunny and youthful, greeting Seraphina with a radiant smile. This face, Seraphina had just seen it yesterday on the latest trending news push. The flavor Cosmos Princess. Hello, Seraphina greeted her politely and courteously, tilting her head slightly to look at Adrian. Adrian, this is. I'm Addie Bro's little sister, and also his future wife. The girl smiled exceptionally brightly. You can call me Ren, my full name is Renee Vance. Ren, hello, Seraphina smiled faintly. She pointed towards the back seat. Then I'll sit in the back. Okay, the girl smiled dazzlingly. Seraphina opened the back door and got in. She looked at Adrian driving in front. He looked helplessly at Renee Vance, telling her, don't listen to her nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. Renee's voice was bright. My dad already said he's discussing our engagement with Grandpa Thorne. Addie Bro, you already took advantage of me. You can't back out. Adrian raised an eyebrow slightly, glancing at Seraphina in the rearview mirror, but his words were directed at Renee. "Don't talk rubbish, what advantage? That time, when I was showering, you saw everything." Renee puffed her cheeks angrily. Adrian frowned slightly. "That time was because you slipped while showering." "Don't say it." Renee covered Adrian's mouth with her hand, looking somewhat coy, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. "Addy bro, there's an outsider here. Don't expose my secrets." Adrian's gaze swept past Seraphina in the rearview mirror, his expression changing slightly. Seraphina had drifted off into her own world at some point. She opened the rear window, turning her head to look at the passing scenery. Throughout the journey, Renee chattered nonstop, while Adrian and Seraphina remained silent. The camping spot was at a campsite at the foot of a mountain. The summer heat was still intense this season, but they arrived just in time. The sun was beginning to set, twilight enveloping the surroundings. As soon as they got out of the car, many people emerged, a group of young men and women. "Boss Thorne, hey, you two are getting engaged at the end of the month, and you still come here to show off your love in front of us." The crowd surrounded Adrian Thorne and Renee Vance, inadvertently pushing Seraphina Fletcher to the outside. "You must be Boss Thorne's friend, right?" a boy standing next to Seraphina suddenly said. Seraphina turned to look at him, nodding. "Yes, I'm his junior from school, Seraphina Fletcher. Everyone calls me Sera. I'll call you Big Sis S, you're older than me." The boy smiled somewhat honestly, proactively shaking Seraphina's hand. "I'm Adrian Thorne's cousin, Dustin Thorne. You can call me Dusty." Chapter 102, the group crowded around Adrian Thorne and Renee Vance, heading towards one of the tents in the campsite. Only Dustin Thorne remained by Seraphina Fletcher's side. He proactively took her backpack. "Big Sis S, let me help you with your things." "Thank you." Seraphina walked alongside him, watching Adrian glance back from ahead. She waved a few times, then asked Dustin softly, "Aren't you Adrian's cousin? Why do you also call him boss?" "We're all related one way or another in this group, grew up together with my cousin." "My cousin, well, he's the leader of the pack, always had authority among us since we were kids. They call him Boss Thorne, insisted I call him that too. After calling him that for so long, I got used to it." Dustin scratched his head sheepishly. "Now sometimes when I see Aunt and Uncle, I still call him Boss Thorne in front of them, always get scolded." Seraphina saw his innocent demeanor, and the frustration brought by Julian Harrington eased slightly. She couldn't help but laugh. She looked beautiful when she laughed, but due to the series of events, she hadn't laughed so freely in a long time. For a moment, she outshone the surrounding scenery. Dustin stared at her blankly. Sister, you look really beautiful when you smile." "Really? Thank you," Seraphina responded generously. "Dusty, that tent over there is broken. Go tell the owner and get it changed." Adrian's voice came from the side. At some point, the people surrounding him had disappeared, and Renee had also walked away. Adrian walked towards Seraphina. "Oh, okay." Dustin came back to his senses. He held Seraphina's backpack. "Sister, this bag, I'll take it to the tent for you. Which tent do you want to stay in?" Before Seraphina could answer, Adrian snatched it over. "I'll take it over later." "All right." Dustin took 2 steps forward, then suddenly stopped. He turned to look at Adrian, lowering his voice. "'Cause I need to talk to you about something later." "Go ahead." Adrian's voice was somewhat cold. Dustin didn't notice. He grinned, showing his teeth, and waved at Seraphina. "Sister, I'll go get busy first. I'll find you later to hang out." Seraphina smiled and said, "Okay." There weren't many people around anymore. Only Adrian Thorne and Seraphina Fletcher remained. "Let's go, the girls' tents are over there." Adrian pointed in a direction. Seraphina followed his steps. "I thought it was just the 2 of us camping." "You wanted to be alone with me?" Adrian suddenly asked. Seraphina was about to nod, but then felt the question was slightly off. She paused for a moment, looking at Adrian with some confusion. "Not really, I just assumed it was only us 2. Adrian lowered his eyes. "Understood. Next time I'll make it clear. Don't be angry." He reached out and ruffled Seraphina's hair. Seraphina followed his steps, muttering softly, "I'm not angry. Stop messing up my hair, it's all messy now." The evening featured a bonfire party. After an afternoon, Seraphina had become somewhat familiar with the group. Everyone sat in a circle around the bonfire. Seraphina sat next to Adrian. To his left was Renee Vance, and to Seraphina's right was Dustin Thorne. The group chatted lively. Dustin occasionally served Seraphina food. Dustin placed a piece of bamboo shoot for her. Under the firelight, his cheeks were slightly flushed. Seraphina, try this. The bamboo shoots are very fresh. I picked them myself with the local farmers this afternoon. Chapter 103, She Doesn't Like It. Adrian Thorne suddenly interjected. Taking advantage of a lull in others' conversation, he placed a chopstickful of fresh wood ear mushrooms for Seraphina. Sera likes wood ear mushrooms, not bamboo shoots. Seraphina returned the bamboo shoots to Dustin. Sorry, I really don't care for this dish. And no problem, Dustin glanced at Adrian. What did cuz mean by that? Addy bro, Renee directly hugged Adrian's arm. Big sis F doesn't like bamboo shoots, but I do. Give yours to me. Don't you have hands? Adrian pulled his arm out of her grasp, his expression slightly cool. You haven't even finished your own plate. Renee pouted. Addy bro is biased. Adrian glanced at her, saying flatly, don't be too unreasonable. Now you call me unreasonable, but when we were little you said you wanted to marry me? Renee snorted coldly. Adrian raised an eyebrow. That was childhood stuff, doesn't count. I don't care, I want to be Addy bro's bride. Renee hugged his arm again, her eyes sparkling. Addy bro, I'll definitely become your bride. Adrian pulled his arm away, leaned back slightly, looking somewhat lazy and cold. Renee, seemingly oblivious to his coldness, turned her head to complain to Seraphina. Big sis F, do you think Addy bro and I are a good match? Huh, Seraphina froze. Adrian turned his head slightly, also staring at her. Seraphina picked up the water cup from the table and took a sip. This, matters of the heart, it's not really for me to say if it's suitable. It still depends on the wishes of the people involved. Could it be that Big sis F also likes Addy bro? Renee suddenly asked. Someone in the crowd replied, Impossible, isn't Seraphina Fletcher Julian Harrington's wife? Julian Harrington wasn't in their circle, but they had heard of each other. Seraphina paused. Before she could react, she suddenly heard Renee raise her voice. Big sis F is already married? Didn't you know? That person suddenly said meaningfully, the affair between Seraphina Fletcher and Julian Harrington was trending online. Luckily, it was clarified quickly and thankfully didn't implicate Boss Thorne. Renee seemed to only just realize. Oh, I remember now. That time Addy bro said he was going abroad for a project and almost couldn't go. I only saw the news then. I didn't realize the person who almost prevented Addy bro from going abroad was Big sis F. Ultimately, this matter originated from her. Although Renee's tone was impolite, Seraphina didn't deny it. At that time, Julian Harrington and I were divorcing. He misunderstood my relationship with Adrian, which indeed caused Adrian some trouble. This was the first time the crowd had heard about their divorce. For a moment, everyone fell silent. Renee looked around, asking somewhat disgruntledly, Big sis F, why would you want a divorce out of the blue? Could it be that Big sis F did something she shouldn't have? Julian Harrington killed the twins in my womb for another woman. Shouldn't I divorce him? Seraphina smiled faintly, turning her head to ask Renee. The scene fell silent again. Everyone present gasped collectively. Chapter 104, the other girls looked at Seraphina Fletcher with expressions of sympathy. As girls, they could all understand this kind of pain. Betrayed by her partner, the children in her womb killed. Both layers of suffering fell upon her alone. Seraphina lowered her eyes, her movements composed. She had just lightly unveiled her own wound, exposing it to the crowd. Seen from the side, she appeared fragile yet resilient at this moment, inevitably evoking pity. Adrian Thorne reached out and gently patted the back of her hand, offering comfort. Seraphina turned her head and smiled at him. I'm fine. So now, have you divorced Julian Harrington? Someone else asked. Seraphina smiled faintly. We originally submitted the divorce application, but encountered some issues, so the divorce hasn't been finalized yet. Bringing up her past troubles in this setting? Actually, Seraphina had her own considerations. She was on her own now. If she did nothing and waited for the Harrington family to make trouble, she would truly be isolated and helpless. It was better to take this opportunity to spread the news about Julian Harrington killing her unborn children. Regardless of evidence, such gossip wouldn't fail to circulate. Then, her situation wouldn't be too difficult. Could it be that Big sis F can't bear to part with Julian Harrington, hence unwilling to divorce? Renee's tone was somewhat passive-aggressive. But it's understandable. After all, he shared your bed for so many years and you almost had 2 children together. Seraphina looked at her silently. You look like a child. Only children would think like that. This casual remark meant nothing in itself, but to Renee's ears, it took on a different meaning. What did that mean? Thinking she was too young, thus unworthy of Adrian Thorne, Renee smiled slightly. She picked up the drink from the table, laughing lightly. Being young has its advantages. At least not old news, not someone played with and then casually discarded. She paused, then, as if just realizing, covered her mouth, looking sincerely at Seraphina. Big sis F, please don't mind me. I wasn't implying anything about you. Really, I'm sorry. Renee spoke with such sincerity that not a trace of mockery could be seen on her face. It made it impossible for anyone to even react. Seraphina's expression, however, gradually cooled. She watched her quietly. So being young allows one the perverse pleasure of tearing open others' scars for one's own amusement? Everyone present fell silent, whispering amongst themselves. Renee, you were wrong this time. Never mind whether the rumors are true or false, but Seraphina did lose 2 children. You can't talk like that. But Ren didn't mean it that way. I really didn't mean it that way, Renee said urgently, tears streaming down her face. She raised her hand and lightly slapped her own cheek. Sister, I'm really sorry, truly sorry, or maybe I should kneel down for you. Chapter 105. Seraphina raised an eyebrow, coldly watching her performance. The surrounding others who were initially whispering, now all fell silent. Dustin Thorne also frowned slightly. Seeing Seraphina remain silent, Renee truly stood up, walked in front of her, biting her lower lip lightly. Big sis F, I really made a slip of the tongue just now. Are you still angry with me? Then I'll kneel? Seraphina remained unmoved. I'm really kneeling now. Renee gripped the hem of her clothes, her knees bending slightly. Although she knelt towards Seraphina, her gaze was fixed on Adrian Thorne, an expression of grievance and humiliation. Seeing this, Dustin grew a bit anxious, gently nudging Seraphina. Seraphina, Ren was just joking earlier, definitely not her intention. Don't mind her. He then looked at Renee. All right, you two, watch your mouth. Seraphina, let it go. Ren spoke wrongly, but we can't let her kneel, right? Seraphina glanced at him, lowered her eyes, and said softly, just a slip of the tongue, an apology is enough. Miss Vance, why make such a scene? It looks like I'm bullying you. Renee's eyes were red. She said in a choked voice, yes, it was my fault. Then she quickly ran to Adrian Thorne's side, head lowered, looking utterly dejected. After this episode, the bonfire party quickly ended. Dustin Thorne had packed Seraphina's backpack. Not remembering where it was, she followed Dustin back to the tents early. Adrian Thorne was discussing important matters with a few friends and hadn't left yet. Renee Vance stood beside him. She glanced towards Seraphina's tent direction, then turned back, tugging Adrian's sleeve. Addy bro, did I make Big Sis F angry? Hearing this, the others exchanged smiles. Before Adrian could answer, someone else spoke first. What you said just now was inappropriate. Who doesn't know now that Julian Harrington had a car accident and is in a coma? If what Seraphina Fletcher said is true, she must be desperate to divorce him. But the Fletcher family previously announced they disowned Seraphina. Now, the Harrington family blames Julian's accident on Seraphina. She's already in deep trouble herself, yet you still make such sarcastic remarks. Renee frowned slightly, whispering, but I really didn't know. She said I was young, I thought she meant it negatively, got angry, and couldn't help retorting. Isn't it a fact that you're young? Adrian suddenly asked. Renee tilted her head towards him. Addy bro thinks I'm too young too. Young and ignorant, that's why you speak carelessly. Adrian lowered his eyes, his voice cold. Renee's face paled slightly, recognizing the protectiveness in his words. She bit her lower lip lightly, saying somewhat unwillingly, Addy bro seems quite special towards Big Sis F. I've never seen you defend anyone like this. Can't even stand a little criticism. Just then, Dustin returned. Hearing this, he immediately interrupted Renee. Ren, it's fine saying this amongst ourselves, but absolutely do not spread it outside. Seraphina is trying to divorce Julian Harrington now. The Harrington family is probably looking for leverage against her. Any rumor spreading out will have a negative impact on Seraphina. Renee stuck her tongue out at him. First meeting, and you're already so concerned. What, waiting for Big Sis F's divorce to succeed so you can pursue her? I'll definitely cheer you on. That's something for after her divorce succeeds, Dustin said softly. Anyway, don't spread rumors now. Renee secretly glanced at Adrian Thorne. His expression was faint, revealing nothing. Chapter 106 that night. Seraphina happened to share a tent with Renee Vance. As she was preparing to lie down, Renee unzipped the tent and crawled in. She stared intently at Seraphina. Big sis F, I'm truly sorry about today. Bringing it up again was pointless. It's just the two of us here. Seraphina sat in her sleeping bag, resting her cheek on one hand, her expression neutral. No need to keep up the pretense. Renee first froze, then bit her lower lip. Sister, I don't know what you're talking about. Playing dumb is pointless. Seraphina turned her back to lie down. I can see you like Adrian. Renee's gaze gradually cooled. She stared at Seraphina's back, then suddenly chuckled. You're quite interesting. At least more interesting than Addie Bro's previous girlfriends. As far as I know, Adrian has always been single, hasn't had many girlfriends. Seraphina lay flat, looking at her calmly. Are you trying to make me misunderstand him? Renee sat down in the other sleeping bag, raising an eyebrow slightly. Since Addie Bro brought you camping, integrating you into our circle, it means you already know his identity. The apex crown prince. In this circle, how many men are truly that pure? Big sis F, saying Addie Bro hasn't had any girlfriends, do you believe that? This time, it was Seraphina's turn to be silent. You are to Addie Bro what Liliana Fletcher was to Julian Harrington. Not necessarily true love, but because he hasn't possessed you, he cherishes you more. Renee lowered her head slightly. Big sis F, you can't possibly be naive enough to think there's real love in this circle, right? Hearing this, Seraphina became confused. If you don't like Adrian Thorne, why chase after him relentlessly, opposing me both openly and secretly? Because I don't like that fool Dustin, Renee smiled, lips curling. She was a bright, sunny young lady. Even her smile carried a mischievous edge. In our circle, marriage is hardly free. When we're young, who we love is indeed our freedom. But once the time comes, we become sacrifices for the family. Big sis F, whether you think I'm sincere or deceitful, but I'm genuinely thinking of you. I looked into it. Because you insist on divorcing Julian Harrington, the Fletcher family is basically ignoring you now. Seraphina gazed at the tent ceiling light. Looks like I misunderstood you too. It doesn't matter, we're destined to be enemies, Renee smiled slightly. But big sis F, whether you like Addie Bro or Addie Bro likes you, there's simply no possibility between you two. Even if you steal some moments of leisure, marriage is impossible. Don't be fooled by everyone talking about being open-minded now. In reality, how many can actually do it? She rested her hands behind her, sitting like that, tilting her head slightly. The very top of this tent had a small, transparent window, offering a view of the starry sky outside. In a place without light pollution, one could even faintly see the seemingly flowing Milky Way. Big sis F, since you plan to live as an ordinary person, it's better not to get involved in these complications. Renee sounded exceptionally sincere at this moment. Sometimes, forgetting each other in the vast world is better than staying together with a man for life. Seraphina believed that when Renee spoke these words, she was being genuine. She turned her head slightly and could see Renee's profile. She probably wasn't old this year, 24 at most, her face still youthful. She just didn't know what experiences could lead her to say such things. A shooting star streaked across the sky, followed by several more shooting stars crossing the night sky. Renee clasped her hands together, like all children her age, making a wish upon the shooting stars. Whether the wish would come true, Seraphina didn't know. But she knew very well that even accepting the rules, obeying the rules, wouldn't lead to any good outcome. From the moment she learned the truth, she stopped believing in fate. She only believed in herself. Chapter 107, when they woke up the next day, it was already a bit late. Everyone was preparing breakfast. Seraphina Fletcher came back after washing up. Not seeing Adrian Thorne, she grabbed Dustin Thorne and asked, "Where's Adrian?" "Boss had some family matters, went back for a bit, he'll be back later," Dustin asked with concern. "Seraphina, is there anything you need?" Before Seraphina could speak, someone nearby interjected. Calling her by her first name already. "Got some wild thoughts, huh?" Dustin blushed slightly and shooed him away. "Go away, Seraphina isn't divorced yet." Seraphina pretended not to hear. "It's nothing, just didn't see Adrian, so I asked." At that moment, her phone vibrated. She took it out, It was an unfamiliar number. Answering it, a young girl's voice came from the other end. "Miss Fletcher, the items you left in CEO Harrington's office have been found. Would you like to come pick them up now, or should I send them over?" Seraphina recognized this voice. It was Wendy, the girl from Julian Harrington's secretarial team. "But I'm currently camping in the mountains. Would it be convenient for you to send them over?" Seraphina asked. Wendy hesitated for a moment. "Which mountain are you in? I'll send you the location pin, take a look," Seraphina said. "If it's inconvenient, forget it. I'll go to the company later to pick them up." After hanging up, she sent the location pin to Wendy. Soon, Wendy sent a message back. "The distance is a bit too far. CEO Harrington isn't here these days, and I can't leave right now either." This was exactly the effect Seraphina wanted. She lowered her eyebrows slightly and messaged, "I see. In that case, I'll go to the company a bit later." Wendy, "Okay, thank you for understanding." Dustin had been standing nearby, hearing the whole conversation. He asked, "Seraphina, are the items very important? Or maybe I can take you to get them now." "No need," Seraphina smiled. "I'll go by myself later." Adrian Thorne was gone for most of the day. Around noon, Renee Vance received a call and left as well. Adrian hadn't returned even by the time they headed back in the evening. Seraphina had come in Adrian's car, but on the way back, Dustin drove her. Unlike Adrian, Dustin preferred more company. Seraphina sat in the passenger seat, while the people in the back chatted animatedly. Somehow, the conversation turned to Adrian Thorne and Renee Vance. "Seriously, I thought the rumors about Renee and Boss Thorne were just rumors. I didn't expect they're really getting engaged. Isn't that normal in our circle? You can't possibly still naively believe in marrying for true love, right? But doesn't Boss Thorne just treat Renee like a little sister? Feelings develop over time when you spend enough time together. Was Boss Thorne called away this morning to discuss the engagement with Renee? Yeah, the call Renee received was also about this matter." Chapter 108, Dustin Thorne saw them discussing heatedly and joined in with a laugh. "I think Boss Thorne and Renee are quite compatible too. They look good together, right?" No one in the back paid him any attention. Oblivious, he turned to Seraphina Fletcher. "Seraphina, what do you think?" "I don't know," Seraphina managed a polite smile. Dustin inexplicably felt her attitude was a bit cold and couldn't figure it out. Being straightforward, he asked directly, "Seraphina, are you unhappy?" The discussion in the back immediately stopped. Seraphina glanced at him and said calmly, "I have something else to do. Please drop me off at Harrington Corp. At this hour, office workers were gradually leaving. Although some were working overtime, there probably weren't many left." The car stopped at the entrance. Seraphina got out, waved goodbye to Dustin, and turned to walk away. Dustin didn't even have time to finish his thank you. Seraphina had been to the Harrington Corp. Building before and entered without obstruction. She went straight up to the top floor. Inside the company, except for a few top executives who knew Julian Harrington had been in an accident, most ordinary employees were unaware. The matter had been temporarily suppressed. Arriving at the administrative assistant's office area, Seraphina knocked on the door. "Wendy?" A group of people looked up. One elegantly dressed girl stood up, then walked over with several documents from her desk, handing them to Seraphina. "Miss Fletcher, these are the items. There's nothing else." "Thank you." Seraphina took the items, her peripheral vision sweeping towards the CEO's office door. She pretended to check the list, feigning casualness. "It seems one document is missing. Is the office door open? I'll look for it myself." She turned towards the office. Wendy hurriedly stopped her. "Which specific document is missing, Miss Fletcher? Tell me, and I'll find it for you." Although the staff at Harrington Corp. Didn't know about Julian's accident, everyone knew Seraphina and Julian were divorcing. Mrs. Harrington had specifically come over this morning to emphasize that Seraphina must not be allowed into the office under any circumstances and must be closely watched. With orders from above, who would dare let Seraphina in? "I can't quite recall, just seems like one document is missing," Seraphina thought seriously. "How about you come to the office with me and you help me look?" Wendy bit her lower lip lightly, looking conflicted. Seraphina seemed to see through her thoughts and chuckled softly. "Don't worry, I'll just stand aside and watch. You do the searching." "All right then." Only then did Wendy turn and lead Seraphina towards the office. The office door had a keypad lock. When Wendy entered the code, Seraphina deliberately turned away. Seeing her turned back, Wendy felt relieved and entered the code. Out of Wendy's sight, Seraphina quietly held out a small mirror, clearly reflecting the code Wendy entered. Inside the office, after searching for nearly half an hour, they still couldn't find what Seraphina was looking for. Wendy looked troubled. "Miss Fletcher, how about I send it to you whenever I find it?" "That works too, thank you," Seraphina smiled faintly. Leaving Harrington Corp., Seraphina went straight back to the hotel. Having no appetite, she skipped dinner altogether. Chapter 109. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, Adrian Thorne suddenly called her. "Have you eaten?" "Not yet," Seraphina replied. Daniel Upton's experiment had encountered issues. She had helped him troubleshoot, which took until the evening. "Calling me this late, is something wrong? If you haven't eaten, perfect. Let's go out for dinner together. I'll introduce you to a friend." Adrian's voice was gentle but carried a faint weariness. Seraphina agreed. Downstairs, she saw a Maybach parked by the roadside. The window was half lowered. Adrian sat in the driver's seat, eyes slightly closed, seemingly asleep. "Adrian?" Seraphina gently tapped the window. Adrian was a light sleeper and woke up quickly. "You're down, get in." Seraphina got into the passenger seat. "Who are you taking me to meet at this hour?" "A lawyer friend," Adrian smiled slightly at her. The restaurant was very upscale. A young man in a suit looked like he had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Seraphina, he proactively extended his hand. "Hello, I'm Felix Yates. You must be Seraphina Fletcher?" "You're a lawyer?" Seraphina asked back. Felix Yates nodded. The three of them sat down. After all the dishes were served, Felix Yates got straight to the point. "Regarding your situation, I've heard part of it from Adrian. May I ask, what is Julian Harrington's current condition?" "He's currently unconscious, most likely in a vegetative state." Seraphina didn't hide anything. "That's the information I have. I'm actually not sure about his current condition. The Harrington family won't allow me to visit." "In your current situation, the possibility of successfully suing for divorce is low," Felix Yates stated frankly. Seraphina was aware of this. "I know this divorce case will definitely be difficult, otherwise I wouldn't have asked for your help. But he poisoned me and killed my children. Can't I sue for divorce based on that? Do you have evidence?" Felix Yates wasn't swayed by emotion. He was calm and objective. Seraphina shook her head. "Not yet." "Without evidence, it's just empty words." Felix Yates showed a hint of pity. "Winning this case won't be that simple." "I know," Seraphina frowned slightly. "I'm looking for evidence. Besides, several people know he drugged me, causing the death of the twins in my womb." "Witnesses? Can they testify in court?" Felix Yates asked another crucial question. Seraphina hesitated, then shook her head. Those people were close to Julian Harrington, all within the same circle. Setting aside their personal relationships, even their family connections were intertwined. Relationships based on mutual benefit are hard to break successfully. "Although the possibility is small, I will try." Seraphina clasped her hands together. Felix Yates sighed, seemingly troubled by the case. "Despite this, I must state up front, this case is indeed difficult to win. Firstly, the Harrington family is not someone to be trifled with easily. Secondly, you are not in an advantageous position in this case." "I know," Seraphina smiled faintly, "but I still entrust this to you." The meal ended. The three parted ways at the restaurant entrance. Adrian Thorne drove Seraphina back to the hotel. On the way, seeing Seraphina slightly lost in thought, he reached out and reassuringly squeezed her wrist. "Don't worry, every hurdle can be overcome." "I'm fine. Worst case, it just drags on." Seraphina seemed resigned, almost fatalistic. "Anyway, I can leave. I'll just go back to doing research, carrying the title of Mrs. Julian Harrington for the rest of my life." Adrian's expression gradually faded. "Really? Is there no one around who makes your heart flutter?" Chapter 110. Seraphina sat in the passenger seat. She stared at her reflection in the rearview mirror, clearly hearing his words. Her peripheral vision could vaguely make out Adrian Thorne's silhouette. That dormant heart seemed to tremble again. But very quickly, she remembered the conversation she overheard in Dustin Thorne's car on the way back. There was someone. Of course there was, just a pity. In my current situation, whether I like someone or someone likes me, it just adds burden to the other person. Seraphina pursed her lips into a slight smile, turning her head to look at Adrian. Adrian, are you planning to devote your life to research, or do you have someone you admire? Or, like the entertainment news rumored, are you getting engaged to Renee Vance? Adrian didn't speak, just watched her quietly. The car stopped steadily in front of the hotel. Only then did he speak. There is someone I like. I'm waiting for her. Seraphina's heart stirred slightly, but she dared not harbor any extravagant hopes. The conversation with Renee Vance that night replayed in her mind. You are to Addie Bro what Liliana Fletcher was to Julian Harrington. Not necessarily true love, but because he hasn't possessed you, he cherishes you more. Her original life was ruined by Liliana Fletcher. She didn't want to become a second Liliana. Although she felt a slight stirring for Adrian, this feeling stopped there. She returned to the hotel. Clara Linton, whom she hadn't contacted in a long time, sent her a message. I've been going crazy busy these past 2 days. You and Adrian left and haven't come back, sob, sob, sob. I miss you guys so much. Seraphina was soaking in the bath. She replied, I ran into some problems here, might not be able to return for a short while. Things over there rely on you guys, keep it up. Clara. Frustrated asterisk, how could you do this? Professor Albright is undergoing treatment, you and Adrian aren't back, we're practically leaderless. Actually, the 4 of them, regardless of who, were quite capable, just always lacked a bit of confidence. Seraphina shifted her position. How is Professor Albright's recovery? Clara, the doctor said recovery is going well currently. If he maintains a good attitude, there should be hope for clinical cure. Clinical cure doesn't mean truly worry-free from then on. Relapse is always possible. But at least lifespan was extended. Seraphina, that's good. Clara quickly replied again, by the way, how are things between you and Adrian? Did you break the ice? Seraphina gave a wry smile. I haven't even successfully divorced, what ice is there to break? Besides, Adrian is already engaged. Clara, Adrian engaged? How come I didn't know about this? Seraphina found it difficult to explain clearly. The crown prince of Apex conglomerate, how could his marriage be up to him? However, from another perspective, Renee Vance was actually a decent marriage alliance partner. Clara Linton was extremely shocked upon receiving the news. She quickly pulled the other 3 into a small group chat. At Daniel Upton, at Kevin York, at Donald Hong, did you guys know Adrian is engaged? Daniel Upton. Holy crap, how did he get engaged just by going back home for a trip? Kevin York. What, engaged? To Sierra, Donald Hong, are you crazy? Sierra hasn't even successfully divorced yet, how could she possibly get engaged to Adrian? Chapter 111 Kevin York. Wait, you mean Adrian got engaged to a woman other than Sierra? How is that possible? Clara Linton. Why impossible? Daniel Upton. No way, Adrian took such good care of Sierra, I always thought he had feelings for her. Clara thought, she thought so too, but wasn't she mistaken? Kevin York. Maybe, Adrian is nice to everyone. Kind of like a central air conditioner. He just took care of Sierra out of kindness, maybe because her situation was quite tragic. Clara didn't like hearing this. Sierra indeed went through an unfortunate marriage, but she has moved on. Besides, she said that once she successfully divorces, she'll be with the person who recently made her heart flutter. Daniel Upton, who does Sierra like? Me? Really? That's truly fortunate, you guys better not compete with me. Kevin York. Dream on, how could Sierra possibly like you? Donald Hong. Take a look in the mirror, I'm much more outstanding than you. If Sierra were to choose from us few, it would only be me. Kevin York, you 2 step aside, I'm the most likely one. Since Adrian isn't competing with me anymore, you 2 have 0 competitiveness. Clara silently rolled her eyes. Stop dreaming, all of you. Sierra would never like any of you. Kevin York. Then tell us, besides us, who else does Sierra want to be with? Clara didn't know anyone else either. She forwarded this chat log to Seraphina Fletcher, indignant. Sierra, quickly give me a male name. Yes, and a photo, I need to wake these 3 guys up. Seraphina finished reading their chat log, suddenly torn between laughter and tears. She didn't take what the 3 of them said seriously. Kevin York, Donald Hong, and Daniel Upton usually took good care of her, likely treating her as a little sister, just bragging for fun. She got out of the bathroom and messaged Clara. They're messing around, are you joining in too? Clara, no, quickly tell me a name and give me a photo while you're at it. Seraphina initially disagreed, but she couldn't resist Clara's persistence. But where would she find a photo of an unfamiliar man? She casually searched for a celebrity photo online and sent it to Clara. Clara, we may be research geeks, but we're not idiots. This is a celebrity photo, we recognize him. Seraphina felt overwhelmed. I really don't have any photos of unfamiliar men. If worst comes to worst, I'll just send them Julian Harrington's photo. Clara, are you still my good friend? How could you do this to me? Those three will laugh at me. Besides, do you want to face 3 strutting peacocks when you return? The last sentence was very persuasive. She really didn't want to waste energy explaining when she got back. Seraphina searched her contacts list. Finally, the only unfamiliar male to those 3 was Dustin Thorne. She sent him a message. Are you there? Need your help with something. Dustin replied quickly. Yes, what is it? Need me to come over right now. Seraphina simplified the situation, explaining clearly, so now I need a photo of you. Is that convenient? Dustin quickly sent her nearly 10 photos. If these aren't enough, I also have professional photo shoots. Need them. Seraphina felt a bit overwhelmed by his enthusiasm. No need, thank you, these are enough. She picked one that looked decent and sent it to Clara. His name is Dustin Thorne, a new friend I met. Clara, okay? She casually forwarded Dustin's photo to the small group chat, tagging the 3 of them. Look, this is the guy who makes Sierra's heart flutter. You guys have no chance. Kevin York was heartbroken, feeling he wasn't worse than Dustin. He compared them for a long time, still unconvinced, and sent Dustin's photo to Adrian Thorne. Adrian, what do I lack compared to him? Why does Sierra like him and not me? Chapter 112, Adrian Thorne quickly replied. Who told you Sierra likes Dustin? Kevin York missed the point, immediately asking. This kid's name is Dustin? Adrian, you know him too? Damn. Then tell me, am I more handsome or is this kid more handsome? Adrian knew very well that Kevin York and the others were just letting off steam due to youthful hormones, seeking attention, not necessarily genuinely liking Seraphina Fletcher. But Dustin? The day Seraphina received news that Julian Harrington had woken up, she was heading towards the villa they used to live in. Her intention was to look for any evidence left in the villa, but she was stopped outside the gate. The maid, Mrs. Liu, stood on the steps, her nose high, eyes dismissive. Madam, although we call you madam, you're the one who insisted on divorcing CEO Harrington. Since you've already left with another man, you have no right to set foot in this house. Seraphina stood outside the gate, her expression cold. I just came to get my things. Oh, your things? Wait, Mrs. Liu sneered coldly. She turned and went inside, shortly returning with a large bundle, which she threw directly in front of Seraphina. These are your things, take them away. Don't even think about touching a single penny from the Harrington family. I'm not interested either, Seraphina glanced down. She had left in a hurry, not taking much. Now the maid threw out a large bundle, mostly clothes, without even seeing any jewelry or valuables. Moreover, among the clothes thrown out, the custom-made ones she paid for herself were missing. Seraphina knew exactly what these maids were like. Julian wouldn't know what she had left behind. They probably kept the valuable clothes and jewelry for themselves. Seraphina shot a cold glance at Mrs. Liu. This glance, though seemingly lacking force, inexplicably made Mrs. Liu's scalp tingle. What are you looking at? Still think you're some wealthy madam? Mrs. Liu spat. You're now a street rat, everyone shuns you. Seraphina raised an eyebrow slightly. Auntie Liu, are you sure you want to talk to me like this? A chill ran down Mrs. Liu's back. She swallowed hard, not even daring to look Seraphina directly in the eye. But the next second, she immediately straightened her back again. What was there to fear? The Fletcher family had already disowned Seraphina. Julian was now unconscious. Mrs. Harrington had always disliked Seraphina. She had even less reason to be afraid. Mrs. Liu scoffed. You still think you're the Harrington family's wealthy madam? So what if I talk to you like this? What, can you hit me? Seraphina Fletcher, you have no backing anymore. Stop pretending in front of us. Seraphina raised an eyebrow. I haven't divorced Julian Harrington yet. So what? Mrs. Liu swallowed. You caused CEO Harrington's accident. The old madam definitely won't tolerate you anymore. That suited her fine. She couldn't be bothered to deal with these people anyway. A cold smile touched Seraphina's lips, just as she was about to say something. Her phone suddenly rang. It was Mrs. Harrington. Chapter 113, she answered. Mrs. Harrington's voice was cold, tinged with reluctance. Julian is awake. He wants to see you. Seraphina felt a wave of relief. It was good that he was awake. It seemed the divorce matter had taken a positive turn. She wouldn't have to go through the trouble of gathering evidence anymore. Half an hour later, Seraphina appeared at the hospital. Pushing open the door to the VIP room, she entered and saw Julian Harrington with bandages wrapped around his head. Mrs. Harrington sat on a nearby sofa. Even Seraphina Fletcher and Liliana Fletcher were present. The moment she walked in, everyone's gaze fell upon her, their expressions highly unnatural. Mrs. Harrington stood up first. "Since you're here, have a good talk with Julian. We'll step out first." She beckoned to Seraphina and Liliana and walked out first. Seraphina pulled a reluctant Liliana out with her. Seraphina watched the room door close. She slowly walked to the bedside, tilting her head slightly to look at Julian. "Awake? Why weren't you by my side when I woke up?" Julian proactively took her hand and asked. Seraphina paused, a strange feeling flickering through her heart. "Given our current relationship heading towards divorce, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to stay by your bedside." "Divorce?" Julian's handsome face showed confusion. Seraphina frowned slightly. "Yes. You had the accident on the day we were supposed to finalize the divorce. Julian Harrington, don't tell me you regret it now." "My head hurts." Julian clutched his head with one hand, holding onto Seraphina's hand tightly. "Sera, what happened? Why do you want to divorce me? Didn't we just get married not long ago?" A chill ran down Seraphina's spine. "Just got married not long ago?" "Yes." Julian looked pained. "Haven't we been married for less than a year? I remember I wanted to take you hiking. Everything was prepared. I even had the cook make your favorite dishes." Seraphina pulled her hand away, her voice turning cold. "Julian Harrington, stop pretending. Liliana doesn't have leukemia. Even if you fake amnesia to trick me, I won't agree to donate bone marrow to her." "Lily has leukemia?" Julian looked utterly bewildered. He immediately reached for Seraphina's hand again. "Sera, wait, what exactly happened? Weren't we getting along well? Why divorce? And what's this about donating bone marrow?" "Julian Harrington," Seraphina growled lowly, "no matter what, our divorce cannot be changed. Since you're awake, let's follow the agreement and submit the divorce papers again. Once the cooling-off period is over, we'll go directly to get the divorce certificate." "No," Julian acted like a petulant child, becoming very stubborn. "I don't remember anything. Even if my later self did something wrong, you have to give me a chance to make amends. You can't just abandon me like this." Seraphina sneered coldly. She suddenly found it ridiculous. The murderer who killed her children remembered nothing and still hoping to get her forgiveness, wanting her to forget what happened and continue being together. Was she sick? A masochist? Why would she do such a thing? Seraphina said coldly, "Julian Harrington, faking amnesia is useless. Don't force me to use Apex to pressure you. If you don't want to lose the cooperation with Apex, finalize the procedures with me quickly." After speaking, she turned to leave. But before she reached the door, a thud sounded from behind her, the sound of a heavy object falling. Turning around, she saw Julian Harrington, dragging an injured leg, standing by the bed. Due to the injury, he looked almost shaky, fragile, pleading softly. "Sera, I really don't remember anything. You can't be so unfair to me." Chapter 114, Seraphina looked at him and suddenly remembered something from years ago. Back when she had just married Julian Harrington, even though the bride had been switched, he had treated her with utmost gentleness and courtesy. On their wedding day, he shielded her from drinks, not letting her touch a drop, getting completely drunk himself. He held her in his arms and whispered, "Sera, you are so beautiful. I like you so much. Marrying you, I'm truly blessed." Seraphina had always been the invisible one in the Fletcher family. No matter how outstanding she was, she never received any praise. In fact, every time, she was forced to give up things she loved. With Julian Harrington, Seraphina felt cherished for the first time. It was a completely different feeling. Later, as time passed, Julian's feelings for her gradually changed. But now, at this moment, Seraphina suddenly saw in him the Julian from the past, the one who treated her like a treasure. But she was no longer the Seraphina Fletcher from 5 years ago. Whether Julian's amnesia was real or fake, she didn't care. She just wanted a divorce, to live her own life. Seraphina pulled open the hospital room door and walked straight out. "Sera!" Julian's call came from behind her. Just as she stepped out, Mrs. Harrington, Seraphina Fletcher, and Liliana Fletcher, who were waiting by the door, looked at her anxiously. How did it go? Mrs. Harrington stepped forward. Although I don't particularly like you as a daughter-in-law, who can help it if Julian is devoted to you and insists on only you, let the past be the past. Since Julian has softened his stance, you should come back when it's time. Quit your job over in the US, come back and be my daughter-in-law. I won't dwell on past matters either. Hearing this, Seraphina found it utterly laughable. She stared coldly at Mrs. Harrington. What? Julian says get together, we get together, says separate, we separate. My opinion doesn't matter. Seraphina saw she was about to act up again, quickly grabbed her sleeve and placated her softly. I know you're upset about the cause of death of the twins in your belly, but that's all hearsay. Since Julian isn't dwelling on the past, don't hold on to your anger either. Children, well, if you want them, you can always have them later. Right, Liliana bit her lower lip lightly. Although Julian has fertility issues, there are ways to treat it. Seraphina turned to look at her, smiling slightly. Since you want it so badly, I'll give you this chance. Want it? Julian doesn't like me. Liliana lowered her eyes, her voice soft and weak. Sister, why must you humiliate me? Mrs. Harrington raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? You don't want to be with Julian? What happened to me. If I say I can't get over it, I can't, Seraphina said coldly. The Fletcher family wants to ally with the Harrington family through marriage so badly. Perfect. After I divorce him, just let Liliana Fletcher marry Julian Harrington directly. How wonderful. What nonsense are you talking? Both Mrs. Harrington and Seraphina Fletcher's faces changed drastically. Seraphina also shot her a cold glare. Shut up. I have other things to do. I won't keep you company. Seraphina coldly dropped these words and left the hospital directly. She returned to the hotel and received a call from Adrian Thorne. Julian Harrington woke up. Clearly, Adrian had already received the news. When are you two going to get the divorce certificate? Mentioning this, Seraphina felt a bitter taste in her mouth. Don't mention it. I just went to visit Julian at the hospital. He grabbed me, remembers nothing. I wanted him to divorce me, but he absolutely refused. Chapter 115. Adrian Thorne raised an eyebrow slightly. Need my help? Get Apex Conglomerate involved again? Seraphina wasn't entirely opposed to this option. But now that Adrian Thorne and Renee Vance were engaged, asking him to use resources for her sake was highly inappropriate. Moreover, the Thorne family elders would likely step in to prevent it. Before Adrian Thorne could answer, Seraphina said directly, No need, I'll handle it myself. I suspect Julian Harrington is faking amnesia, trying to emotionally blackmail me into donating bone marrow to Liliana Fletcher. Adrian Thorne narrowed his eyes slightly. He had actually never paid attention to Seraphina's sister. What's wrong with Liliana Fletcher? Supposedly leukemia, Seraphina said indifferently. Who knows what illness she really has, but definitely not leukemia. Adrian Thorne, all right. If you need anything, contact me immediately. Got it, Seraphina said politely. By the way, when are you planning to return? Maybe after a while. Adrian's tone was light. Probably after the end of the month. That would be right after the rumored engagement. Seraphina understood. It seemed Adrian was forced by family pressure to agree to the engagement with Renee. Although she liked Adrian, she also respected his choice. Okay, Thorne residence. Adrian Thorne hung up the phone. He dialed another number. Check if Julian Harrington really has amnesia. Put some pressure on the Harrington family, get him to divorce Seraphina Fletcher quickly. Okay. About 10 minutes later, the butler entered the room. Young master, the master is looking for you. Adrian's expression was calm. Why is father looking for me? You'll know when you get there, the butler said politely. Adrian tidied his clothes, stepped out, and upon entering the study, saw Arthur Thorne sitting behind the desk. His face was somewhat pale, an IV needle taped to the back of his hand, receiving a drip. Father, Adrian knocked lightly. Why did you call for me? Arthur Thorne looked up, his deep eyes filled with worldly wisdom. At the end of the month, you and Renee are getting engaged. Don't cause trouble at this time. What do you mean by that? Adrian tucked his hands into his pockets, his tone relaxed. Arthur Thorne coughed lightly. Adrian, don't think I'm unaware of you using Apex to suppress Harrington Corp last time. You used the excuse of Professor Albright and your overseas team. I could understand. But now, I'm ill. Although the news is tightly contained, it will eventually leak out. Then, people led by the Harrington family will try to suppress Apex. Even I might not be able to withstand it. Tall trees attract the wind. You understand this principle, don't you? Adrian smiled gently. Understood. And Seraphina Fletcher, Arthur Thorne stared at him. Put away your thoughts. It's true you want to help her, but she might not be willing to leave Julian Harrington. Some people talk about leaving, but in reality, it's just a verbal threat. Once Julian bows his head and admits fault, she'll obediently return to his side. Sera isn't like that. Adrian's voice carried a hint of coldness. Arthur Thorne scoffed. You're still young, you don't understand women. Chapter 116, Father, rest early. In any case, Sera won't. Adrian finished speaking, politely closed the door, turned and left. Arthur Thorne's expression turned somewhat cold. He pressed a button on his desk. Soon, the butler entered. Sir, the butler bowed slightly, hands respectfully placed in front. The engagement between Adrian and Renee cannot have any mishaps. Arthur Thorne held a handkerchief, pressing it to his lips, followed by another violent cough. Find someone to give that girl a warning. If she's sensible, we naturally won't trouble her. But if she harbors delusions about Adrian, you know what to do. The butler hesitated for a moment. Currently, Julian Harrington has amnesia and refuses to divorce Miss Fletcher. Given their years of relationship, Miss Fletcher might not develop any feelings for the young master, right? Just in case, Arthur Thorne tossed the blood-stained handkerchief into the trash bin. Go. The butler could only turn and leave. When the front desk called Seraphina Fletcher, she was video chatting with Professor Albright. Professor Albright's spirits had improved significantly, though part of his stomach had been removed, limiting his food intake. He smiled. Sera, you've been delayed too long. Come back soon. Okay, Seraphina felt a bit worried herself. The situation with Julian Harrington had taken an unexpected turn. She didn't know how long the entanglement would last. Should she stay or return to Boston first to continue the research? If the divorce made no progress, returning first seemed like a viable option. Come back soon, Professor Albright repeated. The phone in the room rang just then. Seraphina said goodbye to Professor Albright and went to answer it. On the other end was the receptionist's sweet voice. Hello, Miss Fletcher. Someone is here to see you on the first floor. Seraphina knew only a few people here. If Adrian Thorne wanted to see her, he would naturally message her. Otherwise, it was either Alina Fletcher or Mrs. Harrington. She had already made her stance clear. There was no need to see them. Please relay to the visitor that if they are here to discuss the divorce, I welcome them. If not, please ask them to return. After saying this, she hung up. A few minutes later, an unfamiliar number called. Seraphina answered. An elderly man's polite and gentle voice came through. Miss Fletcher, I am the Thorne family butler. Our master has something for me to give you. Thorne family? Adrian Thorne. Seraphina responded politely. What can I do for you? Chapter 117. It concerns young Master Thorne. If convenient, I am waiting for you in the coffee shop next to the hotel, the person said politely. Seraphina paused for a moment. Okay. 5 minutes later, in the coffee shop, Seraphina met a very energetic little old man. He was very amiable, spoke politely, and after she sat down, he first handed her an invitation. Miss Fletcher, this is the engagement invitation for young Master Thorne and Miss Vance at the end of the month. Hearing you are a friend of the young master, our master specifically asked me to deliver one to you. The butler smiled slightly. Seraphina's eyelashes fluttered. She didn't touch the invitation but looked up at the butler, smiling. I probably won't be able to attend then. May I ask the reason? Although the butler was smiling, the smile seemed fake. Seraphina felt as if he could see right through her. She smiled and said, I returned home to handle some matters. Although things didn't go smoothly, Boston still needs me, so I should be returning to Boston in a couple of days. I see, the butler nodded, didn't take the invitation back, but handed over a card instead. Our master knows about your situation with Mr. Harrington, feels very sorry for you, Miss Fletcher, and considering you are the young master's friend, specifically asked me to send this over. Seraphina looked at the card, somewhat bewildered. What does this mean? Whether Miss Fletcher succeeds in divorcing or not, I imagine your life won't be easy after losing the support of the Harrington and Fletcher families, the butler said gently. Seraphina felt somewhat flattered and quickly refused. Mr. Thorne is truly too kind, but I really don't need it. Miss Fletcher can refuse later, the butler said unhurriedly. Our master's intention is to ask you to persuade the young master. Persuade Adrian? Seraphina paused. The butler nodded. To be honest, since last year, our master's health has been deteriorating. Previously, with the master overseeing the group, the young master could pursue his own interests outside. But now, the master's health isn't good, so he wants the young master to return and inherit the family business. However, the young master is solely focused on medicine. The master has tried several times to no avail. Although Eleanor Fletcher and her father treated Seraphina poorly, she could understand Arthur Thorne's difficulties. I'm afraid I can't persuade him on this matter. I understand Uncle Thorne's feelings, but I can also understand Adrian. He has invested considerable time and energy into medicine. Asking him to give it up like this, I fear he himself wouldn't accept it. The Thorne family really needs the young master, the butler smiled faintly. Moreover, the young master is about to get engaged to Miss Vance. If he continues to be ambiguously involved with you all, Miss Vance will definitely have objections. Seraphina's hand holding the coffee cup paused. Hearing this, she felt somewhat bewildered. She vaguely seemed to understand something. What do you mean by ambiguously involved? Seraphina asked softly. The butler revealed a knowing smile. Miss Fletcher left Julian Harrington, wanting to latch onto someone powerful. Such feelings are understandable. But Miss Fletcher has been married once. In terms of family background, talent, appearance, and temperament, you are not the best match for the young master. Seraphina suddenly felt disgusted. She frowned tightly. Does Mr. Thorne also believe I got close to Adrian just to find a backer? The butler looked at her with a hidden trace of contempt. Miss Fletcher, people like you, we see thousands, if not tens of thousands, year after year. However, Miss Fletcher is slightly special, having happened to be classmates with the young master. The young master has a very kind heart, especially due to his late mother's influence. He is particularly gentle and caring towards girls. We hope Miss Fletcher doesn't misunderstand the young master's intentions and can maintain an appropriate relationship. Hearing this, Seraphina understood. He came to warn her, telling her not to harbor delusions about Adrian Thorne. What a fine example of being polite first, then forceful. Emotions churned within her, but she suppressed her anger, maintaining a gentle smile. Thank you for the reminder. However, Adrian and I are just ordinary friends. Mr. Thorne is overthinking things. I won't accept this card either. Being by my teacher's side won't let me starve. Chapter 118, please relay this back to Mr. Thorne. Seraphina looked at the butler, neither servile nor overbearing. What isn't mine, I won't covet. But if fate truly intends it, even if he uses every means to obstruct, it will be useless. With that, she didn't spare the butler another glance and rose to leave. Exiting the coffee shop, Seraphina hadn't taken 2 steps when a harsh horn blared beside her. Her steps halted. Tilting her head slightly, she saw a flamboyant red Cayenne parked by the roadside. The window lowered, revealing Renee Vance's delicate face. Big sis F, where are you going? Need a ride? Renee raised an eyebrow, her face full of provocation. Seraphina glanced back at the butler emerging from the coffee shop, then shifted her gaze back to Renee's face. Without asking, she knew Renee's purpose this time. Last time at the campsite, except during the bonfire party when Renee's attitude was slightly hostile, she had been reasonably pleasant otherwise. So Seraphina hadn't bothered arguing much with her then. Now, seeing her on the street, she raised an eyebrow slightly. Speak directly, no need for pretenses. Big sis F is truly straightforward, Renee smiled slightly. Presumably, Uncle Aston has already relayed Uncle Thorne's words to you. Seraphina looked at her. And then? Big sis F, if I were you, I'd sensibly accept the card. Renee rested her cheek on one hand, looking seemingly innocent. After all, this is the only thing you can get after deliberately getting close to Addie Bro. Seraphina retracted her earlier assessment of Renee being reasonably pleasant. This young lady, at certain times, was also a malicious heiress. She suddenly leaned closer to the Cayenne, speaking in a voice only Renee and she could hear. Who says? Renee's smile became slightly forced. She raised an eyebrow. Big sis F is still so naive, hasn't recognized the reality. Addie Bro's affection for you is just temporary pity. When it comes to marriage, honestly, you're not the most suitable choice. Besides, you still have the trouble of Julian Harrington. Seraphina tucked her hands into her pockets, looking at her indifferently. So what? Having this much is enough. At least it's not unrequited affection. Seraphina Fletcher, have you no shame? Renee was momentarily speechless, her expression turning cold. Clearly married, yet still pestering Addie Bro. Your own reputation is ruined, and you want to drag Addie Bro down too? How can you say that? Adrian and I are ordinary friends, and now students working together under Professor Albright. Seraphina's expression was composed. Yet in your mouths, it becomes such an unbearable relationship. Who has the dirty mind here? Renee was furious. Stop playing dumb, you know what I'm talking about. Calling you Big Sis F is a sign of respect. Otherwise, once Uncle Thorne takes action, you might not even keep your job. Seraphina smiled slightly. I'll be waiting. Then she turned and walked away. Renee's face, at this moment, twisted slightly. She slammed the steering wheel, honking the horn several times. There was an apartment building nearby. An irritable resident poked their head out the window. What's with the honking? In a rush to reincarnate? Think you're all that driving a Cayenne. If you're in such a hurry, why don't you race Hades? Psycho, Thorne residence. Arthur Thorne lay in bed. His complexion wasn't good today. Basically, everything he ate came back up. Dad, Adrian Thorne poured a glass of water and handed it to him. Arthur took it, rinsed his mouth, handed the glass back, and looked up at him. The matter I asked you to consider, how is it going? Adrian held the empty water glass, saying nothing. Chapter 119, the room fell silent. Arthur Thorne coughed lightly a few times. Adrian, when I was healthy before, you were completely engrossed in medicine, and I didn't say anything. I even invested money and resources, letting you consider anything you liked. But now my body has indeed collapsed. The group needs you back. Dad, your illness isn't severe. If it can't be treated domestically, we'll go to the U.S. The medical standards there are higher, Adrian said gently. You're still young, don't talk so pessimistically. Arthur Thorne waved his hand dismissively. Even if I get through this time, I plan to stop and rest properly. As for the group's affairs, I'll hand them over to you. Familiarize yourself for a few years, and you'll be able to handle it. Then I can also catch my breath. Also, about your engagement with Renren, have you thought it through? Renren grew up with you. You two are practically childhood sweethearts, understand each other well, perfect together. Dad, the engagement isn't urgent. Let's get you treatment first. Even if we get engaged, we should wait until your health improves, Adrian said calmly. Just then, the butler walked to the doorway, respectfully saying, Sir. All right, Arthur Thorne waved his hand, gesturing for Adrian to leave. You go out first. Then I'll arrange the trip to the U.S., Adrian said. Arthur shook his head. Let's see. Apex Conglomerate couldn't be left unattended now. His condition wasn't severe, and he wasn't keen on going abroad for treatment. At least for now, domestic medical care was sufficient. Adrian frowned slightly. Understood. As he passed the butler, he caught a faint, familiar scent but couldn't immediately place where he had smelled it before. After Adrian went downstairs, the butler entered, closing the door behind him. How much money did that child ask for? Arthur Thorne coughed lightly. The butler looked conflicted. Sir, she didn't ask for money. Didn't ask for money? Arthur seemed somewhat surprised, sitting up slightly. The butler immediately went over, took a cushion, and placed it behind him. Yes, she said she didn't want money, and also said she and the young master are just ordinary classmates. Arthur scoffed coldly. Besides these words, did she say anything else? There was one more sentence. The butler hesitated for a moment. She also said, what isn't hers, she won't covet. But if fate truly intends it, even if you use every means to obstruct, it won't work. Did you tell her how much money was in the card? Arthur smiled mockingly. The butler shook his head. No, Seraphina Fletcher's ambition isn't small. This is threatening me. If I don't offer her the price she wants, she'll drive a wedge between Adrian and me. Arthur closed his eyes slightly. The young girl isn't old, but her mind is quite calculating. Just that this calculation wasn't used properly. The butler hesitated internally. He felt Seraphina's demeanor at the time wasn't like that. However, since Arthur Thorne had already spoken thus, he couldn't say more. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Arthur's voice was cold. Since she likes to stir things up, then give the Harrington and Fletcher families a little nudge. Chapter 120, the butler immediately understood. You mean, let the Fletcher family handle it. Whether it's the Harrington family or the Fletcher family, both are currently related to her, Arthur Thorne said. Give both sides a nudge. The butler worried slightly. But sir, the Fletcher family has long declared they won't manage her. Now she's also urgently trying to divorce Julian Harrington. If those two families are unwilling, I'm afraid they can't do anything about Seraphina Fletcher either. Ultimately, she is still the Fletcher family's daughter. Moreover, she hasn't successfully divorced Julian Harrington yet. Arthur looked somewhat tired. Apply enough pressure, and those two families will naturally take action. The butler nodded. Understood. Currently, Apex was cooperating with Harrington Corp. And Fletcher Corp. On a project with considerable profits. For this cooperative project, both Harrington Corp. And Fletcher Corp. Had invested significantly in the early stages. But today, both families simultaneously received news that the project was to be halted, requiring rebidding and finding several other partners. Julian Harrington was still in his hospital bed. Although he didn't remember past events, he had reviewed all the documents again in recent days. Hearing this news, his face immediately darkened. Did Apex give any reason for halting the cooperation? The assistant stood aside, holding a laptop. The messenger was a senior executive. He said something inexplicable, something about letting the Harrington and Fletcher families handle their own family matters first before discussing cooperation. The words were utterly baffling, but it wasn't hard to guess. Involving both the Harrington and Fletcher families could only mean Liliana Fletcher and Seraphina Fletcher. Julian stroked his chin. What have Lily and Sera been up to recently? The assistant's expression was somewhat odd. Miss Fletcher has been visiting you often recently, but not long ago, she was seen quite close with an actor. As for Madam, she's probably packing up, preparing to return to the U.S. Which actor is Lily close with? Julian frowned slightly and asked. The assistant always knew Julian favored Liliana. Anyone could see he clearly had feelings for her. Although these matters were messy, they weren't for ordinary employees like them to worry about. He considered for a moment, fearing Julian might get jealous, and cautiously added, a male actor currently gaining momentum looks very promising. Julian's focus wasn't here. He asked, what connection does that actor have with the Thorne family? Did he perhaps star in a drama funded by Apex? Not that I know of. The assistant knew quite a bit. Julian then understood. Between Liliana and Seraphina, only Seraphina, due to her cancer drug research under Professor Albright, was closer to Adrian Thorne. So, the Apex boss found her an eyesore. Mentioning Adrian Thorne, Julian's face darkened. He asked coldly, what has Adrian Thorne been doing recently? Any news about him? Rumor in the circle is that he's getting engaged to Renee Vance, the little princess of the Vance family. The assistant thought for a moment. But such rumors aren't always reliable. Julian chuckled lightly. All right, I understand. He had recovered considerably. His leg was previously injured and couldn't bear weight, but the cast had been removed these past 2 days. Julian got off the bed. Prepare a set of clothes for me. I need to go out. The assistant hesitated. CEO Harrington, you are? Chapter 121, help me relay a message to that Apex executive who brought the news. Tell him I understand his meaning and will resolve the trouble as soon as possible. Julian Harrington smiled slightly. The assistant was still utterly confused, but relayed the message to the Apex executive anyway. The message was passed back up the chain. Soon, the assistant received a message. Looking at the baffling reply, he said, CEO Harrington, the message from their side is, they want to hear our solution. Julian picked up the clothes prepared by the assistant. He went into the bathroom and emerged, saying calmly, tell the other party to assure CEO Thorne. As for the method, it's a bit underhanded, so I won't elaborate. However, there is a favor I could ask him for help with. Seraphina Fletcher was easy to deal with. Ultimately, she was alone. The difficult person was Adrian Thorne behind her. But if, when things happened, Adrian wasn't by her side, she would be isolated and helpless. Even if Adrian rushed back afterwards, it would be futile. Moreover, if Adrian saw a video of Seraphina being pinned down by another man, he didn't believe Adrian could still accept her. A subtle smile played on Julian's lips. Sera, don't blame him for being too ruthless. It's because she shouldn't have harbored inappropriate thoughts. Thorne residence. After the butler relayed Julian Harrington's words, Arthur Thorne, sitting on the sofa reading, looked up. Did he really say that? Yes, the butler nodded. Sir, Julian Harrington said, Adrian Thorne and Seraphina Fletcher are classmates, and given the young master's disposition, he certainly wouldn't stand idly by. Therefore, it's necessary to divert him to make things convenient for his actions. Arthur Thorne tossed the book in his hand onto the coffee table, his tone somewhat complex. Julian Harrington is indeed ruthless, capable of doing such things to his own wife, highly calculating. The butler lowered his eyes. Arthur Thorne and his wife were childhood sweethearts. Their relationship was always good. It was understandable that he disapproved of Julian's behavior. However, Arthur Thorne also had his own selfish motives now. She can only blame herself for misjudging people, Arthur mused. Marrying a scoundrel like Julian Harrington. If she hadn't been married, or if her family background were slightly better, I wouldn't necessarily oppose her and Adrian. After a brief silence, Arthur waved his hand dismissively. Forget it, let's not talk about her. Go call Adrian. The butler acknowledged and turned to leave. Soon, Adrian Thorne entered the study. Dad, you were looking for me? Yes, Arthur said. I thought about it carefully and agree with you. Domestic medical resources are indeed lacking. It's better to go to the US. Adrian said, that would be best. I'll book tickets now, find a time to go over. The engagement with Renee can also be postponed temporarily. Adrian, I know you feel you don't like Renee. Arthur, seeing his demeanor, couldn't help but speak earnestly, but you just haven't realized your own heart yet. Adrian was unwilling to argue much with him, but as he turned to leave, he couldn't resist saying, Dad, I'm an adult now. Arthur's expression turned melancholic. Returning to his room, Adrian first called Seraphina. The call connected quickly. Sera, have you already bought your ticket? Adrian asked, standing by the window. Chapter 122, yes, Seraphina had just woken up not long ago. She chatted briefly with Clara Linton and had already bought a ticket for the day after tomorrow. When is it? Adrian's voice sounded slightly distorted over the phone. He asked softly. Seraphina switched apps to find the booking details. Bought a ticket for the day after tomorrow, 3 p.m. Okay, Adrian said. See you in Boston then. Seraphina felt somewhat puzzled. Hearing Adrian's tone, was he planning to return too? But wasn't he getting engaged to Renee Vance at the end of the month? Before she could voice her doubts, her phone vibrated. It was a message from Julian Harrington. Sera, have time to meet and talk. Seraphina told Adrian, Adrian, I have a call coming in here, hanging up first. Okay, Adrian was just about to say he planned to return to Boston too, but hearing Seraphina's words, he had to hang up first. We can talk later. Seraphina clicked into the message, replying to Julian. If it's about the divorce, I have time. If it's about other matters, sorry, I don't have that much time to waste. Julian, are you determined to divorce? Seraphina's face turned icy. Julian Harrington, my only regret is not finding evidence. Otherwise, I would definitely sue you. Julian looked seemingly confused. I don't know what I did wrong to make you hate me so much. But if you insist on divorce, then let's meet at Ming Hao tomorrow afternoon at 3 p.m. to talk. Seraphina was somewhat surprised by his change in attitude. Julian actually changed his stance so quickly, but then Seraphina thought, as long as she could get divorced, other matters could be discussed. She replied with one word, okay. Thorne residence, study room. Arthur Thorne handed several documents to Adrian Thorne. During my treatment in Boston, you'll handle the group's affairs. Review these contracts carefully, beware of underlings playing tricks. Understood. Adrian flipped through some documents seriously. Arthur seemed to ask casually, which day did you decide to go to Boston? Originally planned for the day after tomorrow. Since you're preparing to go, then go earlier tomorrow. Arthur seemed a bit tired, closing his eyes briefly. Go early, get treatment early. After recovery, I can also return sooner. Adrian paused, carefully considering, sensing something odd. His father was usually old-fashioned. This sudden change of mind was too abrupt, making it hard not to be suspicious. But Adrian thought of the pathology report the butler showed him. If delayed further, his father's illness would indeed worsen. Although Adrian harbored doubts, there was no time to dwell on them. He didn't hesitate. Okay. Returning to his own room, Adrian had someone book the tickets. Although it was only one day before Seraphina's return, Adrian ultimately felt uneasy. Thinking for a moment, he found a contact in his list. "I'm returning to Boston tomorrow. Help me look after someone for a day or two." The other party replied quickly, "Who?" "Seraphina Fletcher." Seraphina Fletcher? That married woman rumored to have cheated with you?" Adrian raised an eyebrow slightly. "Don't speak so crudely." Chapter 123. All right then, is it that pretty big sis F? Isn't Dusty around? Why not let him keep an eye out? Just for a day or two, I still have to rush back, too lazy to go. Mentioning Dustin Thorne, Adrian's eye twitched slightly. His face cold. "While you're watching her, make sure Dusty stays away from her." The other party, being Adrian's friend for many years, instantly understood his intentions. Yo, Seraphina didn't choose you, chose Dusty instead. He knew Adrian well. If it were just Dusty unilaterally interested in Seraphina, Adrian, given his character, wouldn't interfere with whom Seraphina associated with. In fact, if Dusty liked Seraphina, he would be even more diligent in watching over her. But now, Adrian specifically wanted to keep Dusty and Seraphina apart, meaning Seraphina felt something for Dusty. Tusk. He had seen the rumors about Seraphina cheating with Adrian some time ago and knew instantly they were fake. Although Adrian appeared gentle, he was actually the least rule-abiding among them. Conversely, knowing how these rules affected those around him, he mostly considered the feelings of those he cared about. Though he had secretly loved Seraphina for years, he would choose to start openly with her, never resorting to such tactics. How much effort Adrian had spent on Seraphina, perhaps only he, his close friend, knew. "Don't make me slap you." Adrian sent a message, his face cold. The other party's tone was cheerful. "Then I'll just quit, okay?" Let Dusty watch over Seraphina. Adrian raised an eyebrow slightly, sent the other party a red envelope. That person opened it. 10 cents. "Thorn dog, you've gone too far." Adrian closed the chat interface, ignoring him further. He hesitated for a moment. He originally wanted to inform Seraphina about this, but thinking she wouldn't stay here long anyway, a day or two at most, he decided against the extra step. His friend would probably just follow from afar. The next morning, Adrian Thorne and Arthur Thorne boarded a private jet, heading straight for Boston. Meanwhile, Seraphina Fletcher, in her hotel, canceled her ticket. The following afternoon, Seraphina appeared at Ming Hao. Ming Hao was a high-end restaurant in the city, reservation only. Normally, without booking in advance, entry was impossible. Seraphina gave her name and was led into a private room. Shortly after, a figure followed her into Ming Hao from behind. "Miss Fletcher, please wait a moment. Mr. Harrington will be here shortly," the server said with a smile. Seraphina nodded. "Okay, we have prepared desserts and drinks here for you. Please enjoy." The server bowed slightly and left. Seraphina took out her phone and messaged Julian Harrington, "I've arrived. When will you be here?" Julian replied. "On the way, stuck in traffic. Have something to eat while you wait for me." Seraphina then ignored him. The pastries and drinks on the table were chosen according to her preferences. She picked up a piece of mung bean cake and started eating. Someone sent a message in the group chat. Clara Linton. "At Adrian Thorne, Adrian, just went to deliver something to Professor Albright, saw you. How come you're back, but Sierra isn't back yet?" Seraphina paused mid-bite, finished the mung bean cake, then replied to Clara. "At Clara Linton, something delayed me here. Originally booked today's ticket, but changed it to tomorrow's." Chapter 124. Not long after sending this message, Seraphina received a call from Adrian Thorne. Answering it, his voice came through the receiver, slightly distorted by static, making it sound even more magnetic. "What happened? Is it troublesome?" "No," Seraphina was about to speak. Just then, the door was knocked. Julian Harrington pushed it open from outside and sat down directly opposite her. Seraphina lowered her voice to Adrian on the phone. "I'll tell you when I get back, it's nothing major." Then, without waiting for Adrian's reply, she hung up. Today, Julian wore a light-colored suit. He had lost some weight. Sitting opposite her, he smiled generously. "Did you bring the divorce agreement?" Seraphina didn't waste time with him. "If not, it doesn't matter. We can just go fill it out at City Hall." The smile on Julian's face faded slightly. He gave a self-deprecating curl of his lip. "Sierra, do you have to divorce me? Our feelings are already broken. If not divorce, what else? Keep you around for New Year's?" Seraphina felt her mouth dry from talking, picked up the water glass on the table, and took a sip. Julian was silent for a moment before saying, "Is there really no possibility of starting over?" "Starting over?" Seraphina pressed her lips together tightly. Astonished, her lips formed almost a straight line. She slammed the water glass onto the table, glaring fiercely at Julian. "You want a chance to start over? Who gives my 2 children a chance to start over?" Her only mercy was not blaming him for the children's deaths. Yet Julian dared to dream of a second chance, in his dreams. Julian's face turned pale. He suddenly stood up and knelt on one knee in front of Seraphina. "Sera, I really don't know what happened with the 2 children you mentioned. During this time, I asked everyone around me, they all said nothing like that happened. Stop feeding me nonsense." Seraphina didn't believe his excuses for a second. "Give me a straight answer. Are you divorcing me or not? If not, then wait for me to sue for divorce." Julian looked up at her slightly, his voice somewhat broken. "So, you've made up your mind, you absolutely have to divorce me?" "Yes." Seraphina's expression was exceptionally firm. "Fine." Julian got up from the floor. He said softly, "Since you want a divorce, I'll grant it to you. Let's go over now to City Hall." His compliance surprised Seraphina somewhat, but since he had yielded, Seraphina couldn't be bothered to argue further. Getting the divorce certificate was the best possible outcome. Seraphina stood up. "Let's go." The moment she turned away, she didn't see the flicker of calculation in Julian's eyes. The door opened. The 2 walked out, one after the other. A Mercedes was parked outside Minghao. After coming out, Seraphina stood by the roadside, intending to hail her own cab. "Get in my car," Julian said softly. "It's almost rush hour now. It's hard to get a cab in this area. If we delay further, you might miss your flight tomorrow." Seraphina glanced at her phone screen. Several minutes passed, indeed no one accepted the ride request. She hesitated for a moment. "Sera, what are you afraid of?" Julian gave a wry smile, seeming genuinely resigned. "Although I don't know what happened these past few years, why you resent me so much, but right now I truly harbor no ill will towards you. Sera, I just want you to be happy." Chapter 125. Seraphina looked at his demeanor, her heart softening slightly. When she and Julian Harrington first met, they did share some warm moments. The Julian now seemed just like he was back then. Actually, after so much time had passed, Seraphina sometimes couldn't distinguish whether Julian was sincere or deceitful during those carefree early days together. However, it was all in the past. Seraphina glanced down at her phone again. Still no ride accepted. "Get in the car, Sera," Julian urged again. "If we delay any longer, we won't make it. City Hall is really about to close." Only then did Seraphina hesitantly walk towards the Mercedes. Just as she was about to reach the Mercedes, suddenly, a Cayenne pulled up behind it. Simultaneously, Seraphina's phone vibrated. She looked down. Someone had accepted the ride and was nearby. "Miss Fletcher," the car window lowered, revealing a man wearing sunglasses dressed quite flamboyantly. He waved the sunglasses in his hand. "Get in, I'm Driver Huang." A Driver Huang, in a Cayenne. Seraphina frowned slightly, double-checked the information, then hesitantly asked, "Driver Huang with 0 completed rides." This car, she felt a bit hesitant to take. "Just registered, you gotta give newcomers a chance." Driver Huang held a lollipop in his mouth, posing as if smoking. Seraphina silently commented, "Picking up rides in a Cayenne? Just went bankrupt, haven't had time to sell the car yet, okay?" Driver Huang raised his eyebrows again, directly opening the passenger door. "Hurry up," Seraphina hesitated immediately. Nearby, Julian Harrington's eyes flashed with coldness. Just as Seraphina was about to get into his car, where did this Driver Huang come from? He spoke calmly, "Sera, people who just registered as drivers like this lack character. Better get in my car, let's get to City Hall quickly." "He looks like a bad guy," Driver Huang also badmouthed Julian. "His forehead is dark, under eyes are grayish, and those eyes, full of calculation." Driver Huang pretended to read fortunes, took the lollipop from his hand, pointed at Julian, and said, "Villain, Miss Fletcher, you must stay far away from him." Seraphina was amused by him. Anyway, comparing the two, she trusted Driver Huang more. She told Julian, "I'll take my own ride. You get in your car, see you at City Hall." She got into the car, closed the door. Driver Huang started the car. Seraphina tilted her head, studying him for a while. She felt he looked familiar but couldn't quite place where she had seen him before. Driver Huang, do we know each other? She asked doubtfully. Seraphina wasn't face-blind, but some people she saw rarely and didn't pay much attention to, she might not be able to match their face to their name upon encountering them again. Don't know each other, Driver Huang was very talkative. You're going to City Hall, what for? Divorce or marriage? Divorce, Seraphina didn't feel the need to be secretive. Driver Huang immediately nodded. Then it must be that kid's fault. One look, and you can tell he's no good. Chapter 126. Although Driver Huang's personal judgment was somewhat arbitrary, Seraphina quite liked the feeling of being defended. Amidst Driver Huang's chatter, the Cayenne stopped at the entrance of City Hall. Seraphina got out and paid the fare. Miss Fletcher, Driver Huang promptly poked his head out, calling after her. You should be out soon, right? You'll definitely need a ride then. How about this? Let's exchange contact info. When you need a ride later, just call me directly. Seraphina grew wary. No need, thank you. Then, amidst Driver Huang's repeated calls, she quickly walked up the steps of City Hall. Shortly after, the Merceds arrived. Julian Harrington got out, quickly walked up the steps, met up with Seraphina, and the two went inside. Driver Huang himself took off his glasses, revealing somewhat handsome eyes with a hint of roguish charm. He messaged Adrian Thorne, "Your little junior sister is really vigilant. Couldn't you just push my contact info to her and let her add me?" Adrian Thorne, currently in Boston, lowered his eyes, glancing at the messages sent to Seraphina. In just 3 or 4 days, he had sent Seraphina numerous messages, but her attitude towards him was cold. Almost no replies. A clear act of avoiding suspicion. Adrian then replied to Driver Huang's message, "She doesn't like interacting with strangers. Anyway, it's just these few days. Keep an eye on her, make sure no one bullies her." Driver Huang. Wait, why are you so against me adding her? Although I know I'm handsome, and countless women fall for me, I promise, I absolutely won't do anything to your little junior sister. Adrian sent him a kill you emoji. Driver Huang found some amusement in this, continuing to tease Adrian. Oh, Tilda, is it because little junior sister chose Dusty over you, so you got jealous and started guarding against everyone around you? But Addie baby, you can't possibly eliminate all the men around little junior sister, right? Adrian, get lost. Driver Huang clicked his tongue. A few seconds later, Adrian sent another message. What is Sera doing? Driver Huang deliberately teased him for a bit. Aren't you her senior? Why don't you message or call her yourself to ask? Adrian, too much nonsense. Driver Huang couldn't stop laughing. Is it because Sera isn't replying to you? Ha 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 ha, Adrian Thorne, you have your day too. Adrian had always been the most popular one in their circle. Since childhood, he was most favored by girls. During school, he received the most love letters. Back then, Driver Huang, Hugo Huang, hadn't fully grown into his looks yet. Plus, his overly worried mother had fattened him into a little chubby during puberty. So, he was super envious of Adrian, even asked him to help deliver a love letter to the class goddess. But the response he got was Adrian's gentle smile and words. Hugo Huang, oh Hugo Huang, you're a student now. Students should focus on studying, don't entertain inappropriate thoughts. Even thinking about it now filled Hugo with anger. Adrian ignored Hugo's teasing, pressing further. What did Julian Harrington want with Sera? Hugo raised an eyebrow slightly. Adrian didn't know. He pondered for a moment before messaging Adrian. They both went to City Hall to get divorced. Should I tell Dusty? Once Sera gets the divorce certificate, he can pursue her boldly and directly. Adrian sent a smiling emoji. Hugo Huang, I can have you blacklisted in the entertainment industry. Using the gentlest tone to deliver the harshest words, Hugo shivered. It seemed Adrian Thorne really liked Seraphina Fletcher. Chapter 127. Looking up, he saw Seraphina Fletcher and Julian Harrington emerge from City Hall. Seraphina walked straight out without looking back, while Julian followed closely behind her. Sera, the divorce agreement has been submitted. Once the cooling-off period is over, we'll come get the divorce certificate. Julian followed her closely, lowering his stance, speaking softly. Now, can we sit down and talk? Seraphina stopped, turning slightly to look at him. What else is there for us to talk about? I think the matter with the children was a misunderstanding. Julian looked resolute. I've already asked everyone around me. They all said nothing like that happened. Seraphina's temples throbbed from his pestering. She laughed angrily. Julian Harrington, My medical reports still exist. Do you want to take a closer look? Julian paused, tightly clutching Seraphina's sleeve, refusing to let go, yet unable to find any excuse to defend himself. He was clearly taller than Seraphina, yet now stood beside her with his head lowered obediently, like a little puppy about to be abandoned. Utterly pitiful, Seraphina's heart softened slightly. Over the past 5 years, Julian had done so many things, but the past good times were real and the past bad times were also real. She averted her gaze, pulling her hand free from Julian's grasp, coldly, quite heartlessly saying, "Julian Harrington, our fate has run its course." Seraphina hailed a cab back to the hotel. Ascending in the elevator, just as she was getting out, she encountered a cleaner pushing a large trash cart. The trash cart was huge, taking up significant space. Seraphina moved inward, allowing the person to enter. The person was an elderly woman with graying hair. She immediately smiled at Seraphina, gratefully saying, "Thank you." "No problem, it's only right," Seraphina smiled gently. The elevator doors closed, ascending slowly. Seeing the cleaner hadn't pressed a floor button, Seraphina asked softly, "Which floor are you going to?" "Same floor as you," the cleaner smiled. Seraphina nodded, saying nothing more. The elevator climbed floor by floor. Reaching her floor, the elevator doors opened. Seraphina stepped out first. Soon after, the cleaner pushed the trash cart out as well. Having taken just 2 steps, Seraphina smelled a strange fragrance, her vision blackened, and she lost consciousness. Hugo Huang ultimately didn't let Seraphina take his car. It was easy to hail a cab outside City Hall. She took out her phone directly, a driver accepted the ride quickly, and took her back to the hotel. Since Julian Harrington hadn't left yet, Hugo didn't move either. Only after Julian got into his car and left did he trail Seraphina. Arriving at the hotel, Hugo parked his car and openly walked towards his own suite. Seraphina's divorce matter went smoothly today. She should be leaving tomorrow. Thinking this, Hugo stretched lazily. His involvement was over now. His hard-earned vacation was cut short by several days just because of Seraphina. He planned to head to the beach for a few days after seeing Seraphina off. Chapter 128. Just then, a cleaner pushing a trash cart walked past him. Hugo Huang had never seen such a large trash cart before. Its space could probably fit a person. Previously, he had acted in a detective film where the murderer used such a large cart to transport dismembered victims. Hugo, being mischievous, reached out and knocked on it, commenting, "Such a big trash cart could fit a person. Since when did the hotel start using such large carts?" The cleaner's body stiffened. She glanced sideways at Hugo, her voice hoarse, clearly that of an old woman. "I'm old, don't want to run back and forth multiple times, so I used a bigger one." "Oh," Hugo looked down at her more closely. Indeed, she wasn't young. The cleaner lowered her eyes, somewhat avoiding his gaze. "I'm ugly, don't want to offend your noble eyes." "Not ugly, quite good. Still working to support yourself at this age, quite impressive," Hugo said casually. The cleaner kept her head down. "If there's nothing else, I'll be going then." "Go ahead." Hugo also took out his phone, heading towards his room. As usual, he called the front desk. "Has the guest in 1104 returned? Send up the afternoon tea I ordered for her. Same script as before, just don't say someone sent it." The receptionist's voice was sweet. "Okay." At this moment, the cleaner pushed the trash cart into the elevator. As the doors closed, a cold glint flashed in her eyes. "Boston." Arthur Thorne's checkup results were out. The doctor wore a mask. "It's a glioma. I believe doctors back home already told you this. Fortunately, your father's glioma has relatively clear borders. Surgery can remove it. If the prognosis is good, the survival period will also be long." Adrian Thorne nodded. "He received conservative treatment back home before. My father previously underwent resection surgery. He doesn't want major intervention this time. Afraid he won't survive the surgery." The doctor sighed. "Mr. Thorne, I must clarify one point. This surgery does present difficulties, and we cannot guarantee 100% success. During the procedure, even the slightest unexpected event could lead to uncontrollable situations. After all, current medical technology is limited. Only a small fraction of illnesses can be cured." Adrian lowered his eyes. "I know. Moreover, there's a difficulty now. Your father is unwilling to undergo surgery," the doctor said softly. "Please persuade him to accept surgery as soon as possible." Adrian emerged from the office. As he pushed open the door to the VIP room, he suddenly felt uneasy. Subconsciously touching his phone, he sent Seraphina a message. "Sera, what are you doing? What time is your flight tomorrow?" Seraphina didn't reply. Adrian frowned slightly, feeling something unusual. Although Seraphina had been distant towards him recently, she had never failed to reply to his messages, at most responding somewhat coldly. Chapter 129, for some reason, that feeling of unease grew stronger. He decisively crossed the line, directly initiating a video call to Seraphina. The waiting time felt long until the call automatically disconnected. Seraphina never answered. The sense of unease instantly overwhelmed Adrian's heart. He directly opened his chat with Hugo Huang. "Has Sera returned? What is she doing?" Hugo replied quickly, "She's back. I just had the front desk send her dessert. Don't worry, she's probably eating right now." Adrian's heart settled slightly, but that feeling of panic lingered persistently. He frowned tightly. "Go knock on her door, take a video of her for me." "Hugo, Boss Thorne, are you out of your mind? Who am I? Do I know her? I just go up and film her." Seraphina has to agree first. "Oh, I say you sent me." "Fine, even if I say that. Seraphina verifies with you, then what? How do you explain being so concerned about her? What if she finds out your feelings and runs even further away? Then you two won't even be able to be friends." But the feeling of unease grew stronger and stronger. Adrian, for the first time, felt somewhat out of control, then figure something out. "In short, I need to see a video of her safely staying in her room." "Hugo, you're my ancestor." Adrian was about to send another message when the door to the hospital room was pulled open from the inside by Arthur Thorne's assistant, Mr. Aston. He looked respectfully at Adrian. "Young master, since you're here, why don't you come in? Is your father's condition too severe, making it difficult for you to speak?" Arthur Thorne himself knew his condition couldn't be hidden. "No," Adrian put his phone away. He walked in and in front of Arthur, relayed the doctor's conclusions. "Dad, the doctor's recommendation is for you to have surgery as soon as possible." Adrian thought the same. "Although this surgery is relatively difficult, there's still a chance." "Don't try to fool me," Arthur mused. Having weathered many storms, he had seen enough. "This surgery, there's a high probability I won't make it off the operating table, right?" Adrian frowned slightly. Although the doctor did say unexpected events might occur, but... "Stop talking," Arthur waved his hand dismissively, silent for a moment, then asked again, "If I don't have surgery, how long do I roughly have left?" Adrian knew he would ask this and had specifically inquired with the doctor. After a few minutes of silence, he said softly, 5 months to about a year." "Enough time," Arthur sighed. Weakened by illness, he had visibly aged. "Adrian, for the time being, I'll guide you through the group's affairs. You only have half a year, then, Dad." Adrian's voice turned cold. "If you don't have the surgery, I won't take over any of the group's affairs. If I don't have surgery, I have at least half a year left. If I have surgery, I might not even survive the operating table." Arthur was also agitated, speaking somewhat angrily. "Adrian, by then you won't have adapted to the group's affairs yet. Such a large group, what will happen?" Adrian's expression wasn't good, but he didn't persist stubbornly. At his age now, he couldn't say irresponsible things like disregarding the group. From the company to the factories, Apex conglomerate employed at least tens of thousands. Once the company underwent changes, for the Thorne family, it was merely withdrawing from the company. But the family fortune accumulated over generations was enough for Adrian to live comfortably for the rest of his life. The ones truly affected would be the ordinary people relying on Apex conglomerate for their livelihood, tens of thousands of families. Chapter 130, as father and son were deadlocked, Mr. Aston sighed, walked to Adrian Thorne's side, and said softly, "Young master, give the master some time. Let him think about it properly." Adrian calmed down. "Please take good care of father, Uncle Aston." He turned to leave. Professor Albright's room was on the same floor. After leaving, he went directly there. He knocked politely on the door. Professor Albright's voice came through. "Enter." "Professor," Adrian pushed the door open and saw him reviewing documents. Frowning slightly, Adrian walked over and took the documents from his hand. "You should be resting now. Why are you still looking at these things?" "Just bored, taking a look." Professor Albright was always informal with him. He took off his glasses, looked at Adrian's demeanor, and guessed somewhat correctly. As their teacher, Professor Albright was well aware of Adrian's family situation. "I heard CEO Thorne came to the hospital for treatment?" Professor Albright asked him. Adrian pulled a chair over, sat down beside the bed, his tone seemingly unremarkable. "Yes, the old man is stubborn, refuses surgery." Professor Albright, familiar with him, still detected something amiss. Angry, Adrian sighed helplessly. The doctor said if he doesn't have surgery, his lifespan is only half a year to a year. If he has surgery with a good prognosis, his lifespan could be longer. He's your father, and also the boss of Apex Conglomerate. He naturally has his own considerations, Professor Albright sighed. Now that Apex hasn't fully passed into your hands, he naturally doesn't dare risk any mishaps. Adrian frowned slightly. "Why are you siding with him?" "We are of similar age, our considerations are roughly the same," Professor Albright said. "Your father is also an adult. If persuasion truly fails, just let him be." Adrian lowered his head. Professor Albright reached out and patted his shoulder. This student of his usually wore a smile, appeared gentle-tempered, but was actually warm outside and cold inside, merely a facade. At heart, he was also very opinionated. "Let's not talk about these troublesome things." Professor Albright was still concerned about Seraphina Fletcher's matter. "What about Sera? Did she successfully divorce? Why didn't she come with you?" Adrian looked up, that inexplicable sense of unease enveloping him again. He said, "Encountered some unexpected issues, but it should be resolved soon." His phone vibrated. It was a voice call from Hugo Huang. At this moment, Adrian felt his heart beat violently. He answered. "Boss Thorne, Seraphina Fletcher is missing." Like a muffled thunderclap suddenly exploding beside his ear, Adrian was momentarily stunned. Seconds later, he snapped back. "What do you mean missing? Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on her? How could she go missing?" "I don't know. I had the front desk deliver dessert to Seraphina. They knocked for a long time, no one answered. The staff swiped the card to enter, found the room empty, no one inside." Hugo felt guilty for messing up. "I'm already checking the hotel surveillance, but coincidentally, the cameras on Seraphina's floor malfunctioned today." Adrian shot up abruptly, leaning one hand on the nearby table. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't even notice the slight tremor in his arm. "Why did the surveillance malfunction? Have you sent people to search? Called the police? When did Sera go missing?" Hugo was also extremely anxious. He had been highly vigilant throughout, yet couldn't imagine Seraphina would disappear at this critical juncture. "Called the police, sent people to search, used all available resources," Hugo said, his mouth dry. "Currently searching the whole city. Just wanted to ask if you have any information over there. I remember you once said you installed tracking software on Seraphina's phone." Chapter 130, One Adrian Thorne remembered at this moment. He opened the software and immediately pinpointed Seraphina Fletcher's location. But after watching for a while, he realized something was wrong. Because it showed she was in the city center and hadn't moved at all. Hugo Huang's network wasn't weak. If Seraphina were in the city, it would be impossible not to find her. But regardless, it was some information. Adrian screenshotted it and sent it to Hugo. "All right, I'll take people over there to search now." Hugo felt uneasy, but said reassuringly, "Maybe she slipped out while I wasn't looking. Perhaps she's shopping now, nothing happened." But he knew these words couldn't even convince himself. Adrian hung up the phone, unable to say more. "Professor, Sera seems to be in trouble. I need to return home immediately." Go quickly." Professor Albright also knew this wasn't the time for detailed questions. "Stay in touch. Communicate with us immediately if anything happens." "Understood." Adrian grabbed his coat and headed out. Just as he exited the hospital entrance, he saw Mr. Aston standing there. "Young master, where are you going?" Mr. Aston asked. Adrian didn't stop walking. "Urgent matter, I need to return home. You stay here, take good care of my dad." "Young master," Mr. Aston subtly blocked his path. "CEO Thorne needs someone here right now. If there's an urgent matter, tell me, I'll arrange for someone to handle it." Adrian was extremely anxious. "You can't handle it." He tried to bypass him, but Mr. Aston easily blocked him again, looking at him meaningfully. "Young master, Miss Fletcher is just your classmate. Besides, if something happened to her, her family and loved ones should handle it. You don't need to worry excessively." Moreover, the scandal between you and Miss Fletcher just died down recently. It's not appropriate for you to get too close to her." The expression on Adrian's face gradually faded, replaced by a rare coldness as he looked at Mr. Aston. "My father's intention?" "Young master," Mr. Aston lowered his head. "Don't make things difficult for me," Adrian said coldly. "Relay this to him. If anything happens to Sierra, I won't care what happens to Apex." Mr. Aston froze. "Young master, you're not the type to disregard the bigger picture. Apex changing hands is simple. Those employees won't be greatly affected, but my father's lifelong effort will be ruined." Adrian's voice was slightly cool. "Uncle Aston, I only ask for Sierra's safety." After a moment of silence, Mr. Aston said softly, "I understand. Young master, please wait a bit longer." After Mr. Aston entered the hospital, Adrian's expression became somewhat vacant. He walked to a nearby tree, head lowered, lost in thought. The phone in his hand vibrated nonstop, yet he didn't even look at it. Opposite him, on a bench, sat a man. He watched Adrian for a while, then suddenly gestured towards him with the cigarette in his hand. "Friend, care for one?" Adrian waved his hand dismissively, but a few seconds later, he walked over and took a cigarette from the pack. A non-smoker, yet in just a few minutes, he smoked several cigarettes consecutively. Chapter 132. A few minutes later, a call came through on Adrian Thorne's phone. He answered. It was Mr. Aston's voice on the other end. "Young master, the master has something to say to you." After a few breaths, the person on the line changed to Arthur Thorne. "To ensure Seraphina Fletcher's safety, you'll do anything?" Adrian leaned against the tree trunk behind him, biting the cigarette filter between his teeth. "Yes, anything. Come back and inherit Apex," Arthur Thorne simply stated. Hearing the dial tone, Adrian realized the cigarette in his mouth had burned down to the end. He blinked. The weather today was truly fine. When Seraphina Fletcher woke up, she found her hands and legs tied behind her back, a cloth stuffed in her mouth. She was lying on a soft, large bed. She struggled to move, but no matter how much she thrashed, it was useless. A hand suddenly pressed down on her shoulder. Seraphina froze. She tried to make a sound, but despite her efforts, it was futile. Who was it? Why kidnap her? Was it for money or something else? Could it be Liliana Fletcher again? That hand slowly moved towards her collar, unbuttoning the first button of her clothes. Seraphina paused for an instant, then began struggling frantically. Sometimes, one shouldn't underestimate the will to survive. That hand tried to hold her down, to make her behave, but her burst of strength at this moment was immense. The person could barely restrain her. During the struggle, the cloth in Seraphina's mouth was inadvertently pulled out by the other person. She scrambled to the corner of the large bed, experiencing unprecedented fear. "Don't touch me. Who are you? Did Liliana Fletcher send you to kidnap me? How much did she pay you? I can double it. Just don't touch me. I can give you more money." Her vision was blocked. She couldn't see anything. In the silence, only the sound of another person's breathing filled the room. Seraphina swallowed hard. Her face must be pale, ugly. Her voice trembled. "I'm married. I've had children. Someone like me isn't interesting. If you're really desperate, I can give you money. Go find a prostitute. You solve your physical needs, she earns money. Isn't that a win-win situation?" But this time, she still received no response from the other person. Footsteps sounded again, approaching her step by step. Seraphina scrambled to the other side. The footsteps circled around, continuing towards her, like a hunting game. The opponent was exceptionally patient, certain that Seraphina had nowhere to run. Seraphina's psychological defenses crumbled bit by bit. She bit her lip hard, drawing blood, the taste of iron filling her mouth. "Please, I'm really not interesting. I'm not even good-looking," she pleaded, trembling. This appearance was truly rare. Julian Harrington sat on the edge of the bed, watching Seraphina Fletcher in the distance. Right now, she looked pale, fragile, as if she might break at any moment. So pitiable. The old Sierra was like this too, very obedient to him. Whatever he did, she listened seriously. No matter how outrageous his actions, she wouldn't get too angry. So easy to coax. But since when did Seraphina develop such a rebellious streak? Was it when Liliana was confirmed to have leukemia, or, right, when she lost those 2 children? Chapter 133. Julian Harrington climbed onto the bed, inching closer to her. He suddenly grabbed her hands, pinning them above her head, pressing her down beneath him. He leaned close to her neck, inhaling deeply. Had she slept with Adrian Thorne? Thinking this, a cold glint flashed in Julian's eyes. If Sera had really slept with Adrian, he would definitely strangle her. Don't touch me, don't touch me, Seraphina struggled again. Calm down, she had to calm down. She remembered losing consciousness on her way back to the hotel room. What happened then? Right. A cleaner walked past her. After they passed each other, she lost consciousness. Then, she was put into the trash cart and transported out. But who could it be? In a flash of insight, Seraphina suddenly thought of a name. She stopped struggling and calmly asked, "Julian Harrington? Is that you?" The person on top of her stiffened. Julian narrowed his eyes slightly but reacted quickly. He gripped her chin with one hand, leaning in to kiss her. Julian Harrington. Seraphina confirmed who the other person was and surprisingly calmed down. She slammed her forehead hard against his, almost grinding her teeth. "Aren't you despicable? Let me tell you, even if you use this method, I will absolutely not agree to reconcile with you. There's no possibility between us anymore." A cold glint flashed in Julian's eyes. He almost grabbed Seraphina's neck and asked, "Is it because of Adrian Thorne? Did she fall for Adrian, which is why she's treating him like this?" However, he quickly calmed down. Right now, Seraphina merely suspected he was the kidnapper. If he spoke, it would truly give Seraphina leverage. Julian took a deep breath, becoming even more determined not to speak. But he made no further moves, just tightened the ropes binding Seraphina's hands and feet. He needed a plan. To torture Seraphina properly. To break her pride, inch by inch, until she no longer dared to think of leaving him. Didn't Adrian Thorne like Seraphina's current demeanor? Then he would make her lose her sparkle forever. By then, faced with a lifeless Seraphina, Adrian would gradually grow bored of her. That way, Seraphina would forever be his, never able to escape. Seraphina only felt the person get off the bed, seemingly having changed their mind. She curled up in the corner, continuing her verbal provocations. "Julian Harrington, our fate has run its course. Don't make things difficult for each other. Can't we part amicably?" The person didn't respond, even letting out a short scoff. Seraphina frowned uncertainly. What did that mean? Could this person not be Julian? But besides him, who else could it be? Seraphina steadied herself, deciding to probe further. "Julian Harrington, why won't you let go? I'll change, okay?" The person still didn't speak. For a moment, Seraphina even doubted if the person was still there. Just as her resolve wavered, the door was suddenly pounded loudly. Someone with a rough voice said something, but it was too far away for Seraphina to hear clearly. Immediately after, she heard the door open, a series of footsteps, and the person walked out. Safe for the moment, Seraphina sighed in relief. She immediately fumbled down from the bed, trying to find something to cut the ropes binding her hands and feet. Chapter 134, however, with both hands and feet bound, it was extremely inconvenient. Just as she landed on the floor, before steadying herself, she fell. Losing balance and being tied up made it difficult to get up. Seraphina struggled for a while, finally managing to sit up. She leaned against the bed to catch her breath, biting her lower lip hard to suppress the urge to cry. Taking a deep breath, she tried hard to stand up again, hopping around the room, searching. Just hopping around the room, yet she still couldn't find a suitable tool. Meanwhile, next door, Julian Harrington leaned against the computer desk, looking up at the person before him. "Did CEO Thorne really say that just now?" "Yes." The assistant lowered his head, not daring to meet Julian's eyes. He had claimed amnesia publicly, but the assistant knew very well Julian hadn't lost his memory at all. It was deliberate. Using this to delay, unwilling to let Seraphina go. But the assistant truly didn't understand Julian's motive. However, he didn't plan to dwell on it. After all, it was CEO Harrington's family matter. As for Seraphina, that wasn't something he could interfere with either. "What does Arthur Thorne mean?" Julian took out a cigarette, holding it between his lips, his eyes somewhat dark. He still didn't know Adrian was Arthur's son. From previous events, the relationship between Adrian and Arthur seemed close, possibly not the distant relatives he assumed. Maybe Arthur's close kin? Could it even be Arthur's son? Thinking of this possibility, Julian immediately shook his head. Impossible. Although Adrian looked distinguished, Julian had never heard of such a figure in their circles. Julian bit the cigarette filter, his eyes darkening. The Apex boss has spoken. What else can I do? The assistant lowered his head, remaining silent. Just then, a loud crash came from the next room, sounding like shattering porcelain. Julian immediately rushed out of the room and pushed open the adjacent door. The room was a mess. Several teacups and porcelain items lay shattered on the floor, broken into pieces. Seraphina was fumbling, trying to pick up the sharp fragments. Because her eyes were covered with a cloth and her hands tied behind her back, she could only sit on the floor, facing away from the door, groping bit by bit. Perhaps too focused, she didn't hear the door open. Julian clearly saw blood flowing from Seraphina's bare feet. He didn't enter but slowly retreated, closing the door gently. The assistant poked his head out from the next room, looking hesitant. Julian suddenly walked back in, scanned the room, found a baseball bat, and handed it to him. The assistant looked bewildered. "CEO Harrington, what is this? Later, when I go in, you hit me with this." Julian pointed towards the back of his own head. "Got it?" The assistant was startled, almost dropping the bat. "What are you doing?" "Playing the victim," Julian said simply. The assistant pondered for a moment, finally understanding, his eyes widening slightly. "You intend for me to hit you, then you pretend." Before he could finish, Julian heard distinct footsteps from the next room. Because Seraphina was barefoot, her footsteps were exceptionally clear. Julian grabbed the assistant's hand. "Later, hit me harder." Then, like a gust of wind, he darted out. The assistant held the baseball bat. Just as he was about to leave, he turned back, randomly grabbed a piece of cloth, and covered his face. Chapter 135. Seraphina Fletcher used the shattered porcelain shard to cut the ropes binding her hands and feet. The first thing she did was rush to the door, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't open it. Frustrated, she slammed the door a few times, then endured the pain and rushed to the window. Pulling open the curtains, she found the window welded shut. No matter how hard she tried, it wouldn't budge. Creak. Just then, the door was suddenly opened from the outside. Seraphina quickly hid behind the door curtain, holding her breath. She faintly heard footsteps approaching. Her back pressed tightly against the cold glass, she didn't dare breathe. "Sera," Julian Harrington's voice sounded. Seraphina's hand instantly clenched. It was Julian. Indeed, her guess was correct. Her eyes narrowed, staring at the curtain before her. She carefully looked up. The curtain was only loosely tied to the rod. A strong pull could easily bring it down. The footsteps drew nearer. She clearly heard Julian's voice. "Sera, where are you? Come out quickly, I'll take you back." "I've already called the police, they'll be here soon." Seraphina scoffed inwardly. She didn't believe a word he said. It was definitely a lie to lure her out. The sound of breathing grew closer, almost right in front of her. Seraphina suddenly grabbed the curtain, yanked it down, covering Julian's head, then punched him twice in the face. However, having not eaten all day, she lacked strength. But the suddenness was enough to momentarily incapacitate Julian. Seraphina didn't linger. She immediately jumped down from the windowsill, running barefoot outside. Passing the shattered porcelain, a piece pierced her soul. A sharp pain shot through her. Her movement paused slightly, but glancing back at Julian struggling to free himself from the curtain, she gritted her teeth against the pain and ran out without looking back. But just as she reached the doorway, she saw a masked man wielding a baseball bat barging in. Seraphina gasped in fright. "You!" The assistant instantly saw Julian trapped under the curtain. He paused, his mind blank for a moment. This. What happened? How should he continue the act? Coincidentally, at that moment, Julian finally managed to get out from under the curtain. He looked somewhat disheveled. "Sera, don't be afraid, I'm here to help." Before his words finished, like a cannonball, he slammed directly into the assistant's stomach. The assistant's face turned white. He lost his grip on the baseball bat, which clattered to the floor. "Sera, run quickly." Julian kicked the baseball bat aside, yelling at Seraphina. Seraphina looked momentarily bewildered but quickly reacted, running away without looking back. Soon, she disappeared down the corridor. The assistant, pinned beneath Julian, could barely breathe. He slapped Julian. "CEO Harrington, you're choking me." "Sera, run quickly," Julian yelled again, acting the part. Only then did he release the assistant. He stood up, picked up the nearby baseball bat, handed it to the assistant, and glared at him. "Useless waste, I'll chase after her shortly. You need to catch up quickly, then hit me with the bat, understand?" Chapter 136, the assistant clutched the bat, his legs weak, voice trembling. CEO Harrington, must we do this? He was afraid he might misjudge and seriously injure the CEO. It has to be a hard hit. Julian's expression turned somewhat grim. Otherwise, Sarah won't believe it at all. The assistant gripped the baseball bat, swallowing hard. Then I won't hold back. Julian shot him a cold glance. Don't hold back, don't go easy. It has to make Sarah feel sorry for me. He clenched his jaw. The assistant nodded vigorously. Seraphina Fletcher ran out of the building only to find it was an abandoned old complex in the suburbs. The porcelain shard was deeply embedded, her foot bled profusely. Every step hurt. But Seraphina dared not stop. She feared if she stopped, Julian Harrington would catch her. Her blood trailed behind her on the ground. She stood amidst several abandoned buildings, unsure where to go, without any communication device. "Sarah," Julian's voice echoed from afar. "You're injured, slow down, wait for me." Seraphina quickly picked up a sturdy stick from the ground. She held it defensively in front of her, her arm trembling slightly from nervousness. "Stay back," she warned Julian, who was gradually emerging from the building corridor. As he walked into the daylight, his face became clearer. He stopped a few steps away from Seraphina, panting slightly, holding up his hands towards her. "Sarah, I came to save you." "Stop pretending," Seraphina said coldly. "You were the one who kidnapped me. Do you think I can't smell your scent? Julian Harrington, I was with you for so many years. I know you extremely well. Just now in the room, it was you who tried to assault me." Julian's heart skipped a beat. His scent. However, after a slight pause, Julian continued his act. "Sarah, you're prejudiced against me," Julian slowly approached her. "It really wasn't me just now. I followed you back to the hotel too. I saw you go upstairs and was about to leave. But I received a call, turned around, and saw someone carrying you out of a trash bin in the parking lot, putting you into the trunk." Seraphina didn't believe a word. Limping, she backed away step by step. "Stay away. Stay away, Sarah." Julian glanced back anxiously, his voice urgent. "It really wasn't me. There's no time, someone will catch up soon. Let me take you back first, then we can talk about other things, okay?" He looked at Seraphina, cautiously approaching bit by bit, his expression increasingly gentle, as if it were truly the case. "Sarah, put down the stick first, okay? Your foot is bleeding. Did a piece of porcelain get stuck? You can't run far dragging an injury. I'll carry you. My car is right over there. I'll carry you over, we'll be safe soon." "Don't run." A roar came from deep within the buildings. "Both of you, stop right there." Julian looked back anxiously. He looked at Seraphina with slight panic. "Sarah, trust me this once, I really won't hurt you." Seraphina hesitated slightly. Too nervous, beads of sweat dripped from her forehead, stinging her eyes faintly. Chapter 137. Julian Harrington took a step forward, gently grasping the other end of the stick, exceptionally patient. "Sarah, I'll carry you. We'll leave together." Seraphina Fletcher didn't let go. She suddenly swung the stick forcefully, forcing a calm demeanor. "Get away, I don't trust you." To avoid being hit, Julian immediately stepped back, raising his hands. "Sarah," Seraphina clutched the stick, limping towards the entrance of the abandoned complex. Julian could only follow at a distance, occasionally looking back. "Sarah, just listen to me, let me carry you. Otherwise, they'll really catch up soon." The sound of footsteps behind them grew louder. Seraphina couldn't even bear weight on her injured foot, significantly slowing her down. Given the current situation, she definitely couldn't escape. Being caught was only a matter of time. Seraphina struggled for only a moment. She threw the stick aside, picked up a stone from the ground, clutched it in her hand, and stared coldly at Julian. "You carry me." She didn't care if Julian was sincere or deceitful. Right now, he was her only option. However, with the stone in her hand and on Julian's back, if anything felt wrong, she could immediately resist, ensuring she wasn't completely defenseless. Julian naturally understood Seraphina's intention. He walked over, supporting her. "Sarah, rest assured, I won't hurt you." Thwack! At the critical moment, a stick swung from behind, hitting Julian squarely on the shoulder. His face instantly changed. Seraphina was also startled. Julian turned and kicked, knocking the masked man to the ground. His face pale, he swept Seraphina into a princess carry, his voice trembling. "Don't worry, I'll take you back." Only after being carried out of the complex and placed in the car did Seraphina react. She moved forward to check Julian's injury. How are you? Let's go to the hospital, quickly, go to the hospital. The blow from the stick wasn't light. His shoulder was already swelling. His hands trembled while holding the steering wheel. Sera, Julian started the car. You drive, I can't grip the steering wheel now. You drive, we need to leave quickly, can't stay. He shifted himself to the passenger seat. Seraphina climbed from the back into the driver's seat. She was terrified, her body trembling slightly. But now she had to be calm, calmer than anyone else. Don't be afraid, Julian grabbed her wrist with his good hand. We're safe now in the car. This abandoned complex isn't far from the hospital. Drive steadily, we'll be there in a few minutes, I'm fine. Under his reassurance, Seraphina gradually calmed down. Although her body still trembled slightly, it wasn't obvious anymore. She nodded. Okay. Step on the gas, Julian said, eyes lowered. Only then did Seraphina press the accelerator. The car quickly merged onto the highway. Seraphina didn't know how she got through that half hour. Initially, she could hear Julian's voice, but later, his breathing became faint. Julian Harrington, don't die on me, Seraphina's voice trembled. Julian? Only when the car rushed through the hospital gates did she turn to look at him. He had his eyes closed, his face pale. Chapter 138. Seraphina immediately scrambled out of the car door, her voice trembling as she yelled. Help! Someone fainted. Help! Medical staff immediately heard the commotion and rushed out instantly. You're bleeding, how are you? An emergency doctor held a pager. Entrance A here, emergency patient, come quickly. Seraphina stood on one leg, pointing at Julian Harrington inside the car, saying anxiously, There's someone else inside. He was hit from behind with a stick. He's unconscious now. Hearing this, the doctor immediately opened the passenger door, reached under Julian's nose to check, then immediately pulled him out. With others' help, they lifted him onto a stretcher. This one is more serious, save this one first. Julian Harrington was rushed into the emergency room. Seraphina hopped along behind. Immediately, a kind person found a wheelchair for her, helped her sit down, and pushed her towards the emergency room. Half an hour later, the Harrington family arrived, waiting outside the emergency room door. Seraphina finished giving her statement in a hospital room. The location you mentioned, we've already sent people to investigate. The kidnappers left no trace, the police officer said. But Miss Fletcher, we will fully investigate this matter going forward. We'll notify you immediately if there's any news. Okay, thank you. Seraphina's face was pale. The police officer stood up, about to leave, when Albright Fletcher and Liliana Fletcher pushed the door open and entered. Albright rushed towards her anxiously, grabbing her shoulders, checking her carefully. Where are you hurt? How could someone kidnap you? Weren't you in the hotel? The hotel management is too negligent. The police officer nodded at them. Then we'll be leaving first. Thank you, Seraphina said gratefully. After the door closed, Liliana walked over, sat down by the bed, and immediately saw Seraphina's injured foot. She pulled Albright over. Mom, sister's foot is injured. Other places. Only then did Albright notice. Seraphina's wound had been carefully treated by the doctor and was now bandaged. Only the outer layer of gauze could be seen, stained faintly with blood. Is it serious? Albright didn't dare touch it, just asked anxiously, Your leg, is it saved? Mom, it's probably just the foot that's slightly injured, Liliana reminded, glancing uncertainly at Seraphina. Right, sis? Seraphina nodded expressionlessly. Yes, it's not a big problem. Sister's injury isn't serious, I'm worried about Julian, Liliana frowned tightly, tears welling in her eyes. Julian is still in emergency surgery, I don't know. She glanced at Seraphina, pursing her lips. Sister, how come you've been so unlucky lately? Always. Seraphina sneered coldly, staring at her. Yes, I'm curious too. How come I'm always having accidents? In Boston, nothing happened. After returning here, accidents started happening one after another. What do you think? Chapter 139, her accusatory tone seemed to imply Liliana Fletcher was the culprit. Liliana Fletcher stood up abruptly, looking at Seraphina Fletcher in disbelief. Sister, do you think I hired someone to kidnap you? Impossible. Albright Fletcher interjected, defending her. Sera, these past few days, Lily has been with me. It couldn't have been her. Mrs. Fletcher, if she wanted to harm me, she could have sent a message while she had the chance, and I would have been trapped like a turtle in a jar. She has ways. How could you possibly watch her constantly? You couldn't possibly confiscate all her communication devices, could you? Eleanor paused. And no. Seraphina got off the bed directly, walked up to Liliana, raised her hand, and slapped her hard across the face. Her expression was calm, but upon closer look, a hint of madness could be seen in her eyes. Liliana Fletcher, things didn't go as you wished this time. You must be very disappointed. Sister. It really wasn't me. Liliana covered her face, tears streaming down. Eleanor immediately rushed over, shielding Liliana, her face grim. Seraphina Fletcher, what madness is this again? Lily is your sister, how could she do something like this to harm you? If not her, who else could it be? Seraphina looked coldly at Eleanor. Mrs. Fletcher, since childhood, whatever Liliana Fletcher wanted, you made me give it to her. Because of her, my family broke apart. Your Fletcher family wants to disown me, fine, no problem. But I was just too easy to bully, that's why people keep bullying me. She pointed at Liliana, her questioning voice becoming exceptionally loud. Liliana Fletcher, did you think I would endure it forever, suffer silently? Did you think I wouldn't fight back, is that it? Liliana was truly stunned now. Recently, she had been busy placating that young actor and trying to get back into Julian Harrington's good graces. She had no idea who kidnapped Seraphina. Sister, it really wasn't me, Liliana shook her head, explaining. Previously, when Julian was unconscious, nearly vegetative, she stopped wasting effort on him. Later, hearing he woke up but forgot recent events, only remembering the first year or two of marriage, her heart sank. Liliana clearly remembered that during that period, Julian and Seraphina were deeply in love, utterly devoted to each other. Sure enough, when she went to find Julian, he politely sent her away. Later, she tried sending him soups and drinks, but Julian remained polite towards her. Her second course of treatment was about to begin, requiring another few $1 million. Naturally, she had no time to get entangled with Julian. She planned to fleece a few million from someone else first for treatment, then continue trying to win Julian over. But just as she was about to book her ticket, she received this news. Who on earth attacked Seraphina? Seraphina Fletcher. Eleanor had always cherished Liliana more than her own eyes. Angered, she raised her hand, about to slap Seraphina. But she ultimately restrained herself. Lowering her hand, she looked at her with disgust. Lily heard you were in trouble and rushed over immediately. And what did she get? You think such vile thoughts about your own sister. Seraphina Fletcher, are you even human? Although she had anticipated Eleanor's attitude, at this moment, her heart still felt a slight pang. She forced a cold smile. I have no relationship with your Fletcher family anymore. You don't even need to collect my body. Get out. You incorrigible wretch. Fine, fine, fine. I'd like to see what you become without the Fletcher family. Eleanor roared angrily, pulling Liliana towards the exit. Chapter 140, Exiting the hospital room door, Eleanor Fletcher walked ahead furiously. Just as she was about to enter the elevator, Liliana Fletcher grabbed the hem of her clothes. Mom, Julian is still in surgery. Aren't we going to check on him? Reminded by her, Eleanor only then remembered this matter and turned back towards the operating room. But after taking 2 steps, she suddenly stopped, turning to ask, Lily, your sister said you ordered her kidnapping. The previous kidnapping case still had no leads, likely remaining unsolved. But how could something like this happen again so soon? Liliana's eyes widened slightly, seeming shocked that Eleanor would think this. She bit her lower lip lightly, tears welling up in her eyes. Mom, sister thinks that because of me, Julian treats her that way. But how could you think that of me too? Eleanor looked at her, momentarily unsure how to respond. She just felt that Seraphina being kidnapped repeatedly couldn't possibly be Julian's doing, right? Though it wasn't impossible. Julian was capable of doing things like drugging Seraphina and killing the children in her womb. Could it be Julian? Eleanor muttered softly. A dark shadow flashed in Liliana's eyes. Could it really be Julian? But hadn't he forgotten what happened these years? Since he mostly didn't remember, why kidnap Seraphina? Was it because he still hadn't given up on her? Thinking this, Liliana pursed her lips, her expression turning unpleasant. If her thoughts were correct, things would get complicated. After a night of emergency surgery, Julian Harrington was finally stabilized and transferred to the ICU ward. Upon receiving this news, Seraphina Fletcher also breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless, she didn't want Julian to get hurt saving her. Otherwise, the matters between them could never be settled clearly. Mrs. Harrington sat on the sofa by the window, her gaze towards her tinged with coldness. Seraphina Fletcher, after so much has happened, don't overthink things. Quit your job in Boston, stay here and take good care of Julian. Julian's fertility issue is being treated. You should also take care of your body, then you too can try for pregnancy again. Seraphina sat on the hospital bed. Hearing this, she sneered coldly. Auntie, Julian and I have already reached the point of divorce. If you want children, you can go find Liliana Fletcher, instead of wasting time on me here. Mrs. Harrington's face gradually turned cold. Seraphina Fletcher, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. I'm saying this much only because Julian genuinely cares for you. Otherwise what? Seraphina's lips curled slightly, staring indifferently at Mrs. Harrington. Are you planning to imprison me here, or what? Mrs. Harrington stood up, her words mocking. Seraphina Fletcher, without the Harrington family, you are nothing. Even this hospital room you're staying in belongs to the Harrington family. What do you think? Fine, since you're determined to divorce Julian, then don't use any Harrington family resources. With that, she stood up and left. Shortly after, medical staff entered from outside. Miss Fletcher, we will help you transfer to a general ward. Seraphina said coldly, I'll pay for it myself. The nurse lowered her eyes. The VIP room costs $15,000 a day. Given Miss Fletcher's situation, a prepayment of $100,000 is required. Seraphina, forget it, not worth the fight. Chapter 141, help me change rooms then. Seraphina Fletcher got off the bed and calmly packed her things. Back in Boston, she had given Adrian Thorne at least $3 or $4 million for that house. Now, she didn't have that much money on her. Save where you can, spend where you must. She only injured her foot. There was really no need to stay in a room costing $15,000 a day. A hint of mockery flashed in the nurse's eyes. Okay, please pack your belongings. 2 nurses escorted Seraphina all the way to a standard single room. After placing her things, the 2 left directly. The care in a standard single room certainly couldn't compare to a VIP room, but the price reflected that. Seraphina didn't ask for more. She had just put her things away and was about to limp over to pour herself a glass of water when she turned and saw a figure standing at the doorway. Adrian Thorne. Seraphina paused. Adrian, weren't you in Boston? How come you're back? Couldn't reach you, was worried. Adrian's clothes were somewhat disheveled. His usually neat hair was now loose. Just landed and heard about your kidnapping. Took quite some effort to find your room. He walked in, scanned the room, frowning slightly. Why in a standard room? How can you rest well in this room? Seraphina hadn't expected him to rush back. It had only been about a day since she was kidnapped, even less since she was rescued. Meaning, Adrian knew almost immediately after she went missing. Seraphina's feelings were complex. She smiled slightly. The standard room is fine, nothing uncomfortable. Injured your foot. Adrian immediately supported her, helped her sit on the bed, knelt down, intending to check her injury. Where exactly did you get hurt? He reached out and grasped Seraphina's ankle. His fingertips were slightly warm, giving Seraphina the illusion of being burned. Ahem! A timely cough came from the doorway, seemingly reminding the 2 not to go too far. Seraphina, as if jolted awake, quickly pulled her foot back. She sat on the hospital bed, looking at Adrian. Adrian, actually, it's nothing major. You really didn't need to make this trip. It was the truth. Besides, Seraphina initially didn't plan to tell anyone about what happened to her. She just hadn't expected Adrian Thorne would find out. Seraphina asked again, Adrian, how did you know I was kidnapped? Adrian looked at her, momentarily speechless, because he didn't know how to say it. This kidnapping, this unwarranted disaster Seraphina suffered, was because of him. Dustin told me. Adrian didn't expose Hugo Huang. He stood up. Your condition, what did the doctor say? Seraphina moved her foot slightly. Much better. The doctor said it's not a major issue, just need to rest and I can be discharged. Then she frowned slightly in annoyance. However, I probably can't return to Boston for a short while. How is Professor Albright? She had been delayed back home for some time now. Adrian stood beside her, looking down at her, his eyes filled with warmth. Professor Albright is recovering well. He should be discharged in a while. Chapter 142, being discharged didn't mean everything was fine. Subsequent chemotherapy sessions were still required regularly. But being discharged indicated good recovery. Seraphina's heart finally settled. That's good. The room fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, Seraphina asked, Adrian, besides visiting me, do you have other matters to attend to back home? If not for other reasons, just returning for her seemed a bit excessive. Adrian looked at her. After a moment, he smiled faintly. Nothing else. Although he said that, Seraphina didn't believe him, feeling he was hiding something. But then she thought, perhaps Adrian returned for personal reasons. It wasn't appropriate for her to keep asking. Young master, Mr. Aston suddenly spoke from the doorway. We have an appointment with Miss Vance at 4 p.m. If we don't leave now, we'll be late. Adrian frowned slightly, his gaze towards Mr. Aston turning somewhat cool. I know. Mr. Aston lowered his head. Please hurry. He seemed completely unaffected by Adrian's threatening demeanor. Upon hearing Miss Vance, Seraphina already roughly understood what was happening. She forced a smile, telling Adrian, Adrian, are you getting engaged to Renee Vance? Then congratulations. Adrian frowned tightly, a complex expression flashing across his face. What's there to congratulate? What? Seraphina paused. Young master. Mr. Aston immediately entered, making a direct inviting gesture. Miss Vance's driver is already urging us. Adrian lowered his eyes, sweeping a very cold gaze over Mr. Aston. Young master. Mr. Aston stepped slightly forward, speaking in a voice only the two could hear. You wouldn't want Miss Fletcher to encounter danger again, would you? Adrian's face instantly turned livid. He gave a cold, humorless smile. I understand, Mr. Aston glanced cautiously at him, sighing internally. He feared the child he watched grow up would hate him now, but it was unavoidable. Adrian composed himself slightly, looking up at Seraphina. I have things to do, won't disturb you further. Rest early. Okay, Seraphina felt somewhat bewildered. After seeing Adrian off, she returned to the bed, took out her phone, and messaged Clara Linton. Did Adrian encounter some problems? She felt that look just now, Adrian seemed to have something to say. Besides, something felt off between him and Mr. Aston. Clara? I don't know. Adrian returned not long ago, we haven't even met him yet, and he went back home again. But heard his father is receiving treatment here in Boston, don't know what illness he has. Seraphina wondered, could it be Arthur Thorne's illness that made Adrian anxious? She sent another message to Clara. Is CEO Thorne's illness serious? Clara sent a shrugging emoji. Don't know. These people's illnesses are very confidential. What illness, why they got sick, we don't know. Seraphina gave a wry smile. Forget it. If Adrian needed help, he would surely ask her. A week later, Seraphina could be discharged from the hospital. However, a rather noticeable scar remained on the sole of her foot. Julian Harrington had also been transferred from the ICU to a general ward. When Seraphina was discharged, she went to see him. Looking at Julian lying in the hospital bed, her feelings were complex. Sera, seeing you're all right, I'm relieved. Julian showed her a genuine smile. No one else was in the room. She stood with her hands in her pockets, looking at the person in bed, her voice faint. Julian Harrington, don't think just because you saved my life, things between us are settled. Chapter 143, Julian Harrington nodded quickly. I know, although I don't understand what exactly happened these past few years, but I will definitely investigate thoroughly. Sera, if I was really such a bastard, I will definitely give you an explanation. I've booked my ticket back to Boston for tomorrow. Seraphina Fletcher looked at him. After a month, I'll come back to get the divorce certificate. Julian's face turned paler shade by shade. Seraphina didn't say much more. Knowing his condition had relatively improved and he wasn't dead, she left. Just as the door closed, Julian swept the water glass from the bedside table onto the floor, with a loud crash. Why? He had already gone this far, yet Seraphina still insisted on divorcing him. Julian clenched his jaw tightly. Was it because she found another way out? Seraphina Fletcher definitely had another man. Bitch, how dare she betray him? Julian took a deep breath, dialing his assistant's number. Book me a ticket to Boston 3 days from now. Also, have someone keep an eye on Seraphina Fletcher, see who she's close with. He wanted to see who dared pursue damaged goods like Seraphina. Before returning to Boston, Seraphina sent Adrian Thorne a message. Adrian, my ticket is for tomorrow, returning to Boston. After sending it, she herself felt slightly stunned, unsure why she sent this message. Even if Adrian saw it, so what? At most, he'd treat her to a meal. However, to Seraphina's surprise, Adrian didn't reply to her message at all. Forget it. Seraphina got off the bed. If he didn't reply, so be it. She went to eat. There was a rather nice restaurant nearby, quite tasty. Before the incident, Seraphina had been there several times. Thinking she was returning to Boston tomorrow, she decided to eat there one last time. Otherwise, back in Boston, who knew when she'd get to eat it again? Never imagining she would run into Adrian Thorne here. Adrian and Renee Vance were eating, a bouquet of fresh flowers placed between them. The restaurant was filled with a thick, festive atmosphere. Seraphina regretted entering almost immediately. Just as she was about to turn and leave, a server spotted her first, quickly approached, and asked loudly, "Miss Fletcher, back again? Same dishes as usual?" The server's voice was loud. Seraphina's body stiffened. Instantly, she felt numerous gazes converging on her from all directions. Steeling herself, she turned around, just in time to meet Adrian's eyes. "No, I'm not feeling like eating today. I'll head back first." She managed an awkward smile at the server. "Thank you." She turned to flee. But the server, keen on earning commission from selling fixed menu items, wouldn't let this major customer go. She smiled enthusiastically. "You're already here. Besides, our restaurant has new dishes today. You could try them." Seraphina waved her hand. No, really no need. Don't be polite, you're our regular customer. We'll give you a 20% discount." The server seemed completely oblivious to Seraphina's refusal. Chapter 144, Seraphina Fletcher wasn't someone who could easily refuse others, and the server's voice was loud. If she continued shouting like this, everyone would stare at her. Even Renee Vance had looked over this way. "All right, find me an empty seat, lead the way," Seraphina said quickly. While leading her towards the inner seating area, the server asked, "Miss Fletcher, it's Valentine's Day today. Don't you have a boyfriend? Why are you alone? Is your boyfriend working overtime?" "That's too much, working overtime on Valentine's Day." Seraphina originally hoped he would find a seat far from Adrian Thorne and Renee Vance, but unexpectedly, the server led her straight towards them. The closer they got, the more awkward she felt. Especially hearing the server's questions, she grew more irritated, directly saying with a flat face, "Have a husband, but currently processing divorce." The server instantly fell silent. Seraphina sighed slightly in relief. Spotting an empty single seat, she immediately pointed towards it. "I'll sit there, thank you. Eat quickly, leave quickly." At this moment, Renee's sweet voice sounded, "Big sis F, what a coincidence. How about we eat together?" Seraphina's steps faltered. She turned her head to face Renee. The latter raised an eyebrow slightly, a provocative smile on her face. Seraphina lowered her eyes to stare at her. Before she could speak, she heard Adrian say, "Renee, stop messing around." "Addie bro, what's wrong?" Renee bit her lower lip lightly, seemingly pouting. "It's Valentine's Day today, Big Sis F is all alone, truly lonely. I just wanted her to join us, keep her company." Adrian leaned back slightly. He didn't speak, but his gaze was cold. Seraphina glanced sideways at him, feeling that Adrian's current demeanor was exactly the same as when he looked at that butler in the hospital room that day. She didn't know what Adrian was unhappy about. Renee's face gradually turned pale, but she seemed to be acting out of spite, staring intently at Adrian, saying nothing. The two of them leaving Seraphina hanging like this made her very awkward. The server who led Seraphina in spoke softly, "You two came to celebrate Valentine's Day, of course, you should celebrate together. Adding an outsider unnecessarily, what's the point?" Somehow, these words struck a chord with Renee. She suddenly smiled, tilting her head towards Seraphina. "Indeed, I forgot. Sorry, Big Sis F Addie bro and I are getting engaged. To us, you are indeed an outsider." At first glance, these words sounded nice, but upon reflection, they felt wrong, always carrying a hint of confrontation. Seraphina lowered her eyes. She wasn't particularly angered by Renee's words. Matters of the heart couldn't be forced. She shouldn't have developed feelings for Adrian Thorne. And since Adrian chose to be with Renee, she would naturally wish them well gracefully. From another perspective, Renee was right too. They were about to get engaged. To them, what was she if not an outsider? However, Renee's smug and provocative demeanor amused Seraphina slightly. She nodded, going along with her words. "Since you two are boyfriend and girlfriend, to you, I am of course an outsider." Renee flashed a victorious smile. Chapter 145, but the next second, she heard Seraphina Fletcher ask with a hint of doubt, "But Miss Vance, since your boyfriend cannot be stolen by others, why harbor such malice towards me? Or do you think, sooner or later, I'll be able to steal Adrian away?" Renee's face instantly turned pale. "If you're so confident in your relationship, what are you rushing for?" Seraphina subtly dropped the question. "Adrian, Miss Vance, I'll go to that empty seat over there first. Won't disturb you." She turned and walked away, not noticing Adrian watching her from behind with deep appreciation, his gaze filled with open and sincere affection. "Addie bro, you're getting engaged to me, treating me to dinner, yet staring at another woman like that. Isn't that inappropriate?" Renee said sourly. "Even if you like her now, Uncle Thorne won't agree to you two being together." Saying this, her mood improved slightly. No matter how much Seraphina struggled, so what? She was just a grasshopper in autumn, useless. Renee took a large bite of spaghetti, feeling instantly satisfied. After all, the person marrying Adrian Thorne in the future would only be her. The current Seraphina was merely a spent force. After returning, who knew how much she'd cry? Thinking this, Renee's lips curled. "Addie bro, when we get married, let's send Big Sis F an invitation too. I really look forward to her expression then." Adrian's expression turned cool. "Renee, don't forget our agreement." Renee pursed her lips. "Of course, I remember. You stay with me, I help you deal with Uncle Thorne." She rested her cheek on her right hand. "Add one more condition today." Adrian leaned forward slightly. "No need to bully Sierra." Renee's eyes widened innocently. "I didn't. I was just enthusiastically inviting Big Sis F to dinner just now." "Playing dumb is meaningless." Adrian pulled out a napkin, wiped his fingertips. "My father has many favored young ladies from prominent families. If you can't abide by the agreement, I don't mind collaborating with someone else." The smile on Renee's face instantly froze. She said unwillingly, "I understand." After a moment, she suddenly asked, "Addie bro, you can protect her now, but what about after you marry me? Can you still protect her forever?" "Marriage?" A hint of amusement flashed in Adrian's eyes, as if mocking Renee's fanciful thinking. Renee suddenly became anxious. "What? Addie bro doesn't want to marry me?" "Marriage is still far off." Adrian lowered his eyes. The food on his plate remained untouched. "Finished eating. Have you finished? Let's go." Although he asked, he gave Renee no time to answer, turning to leave. The food on Renee's plate was similarly barely touched. She had no appetite either. Putting down her fork, she immediately chased after him. "Addie bro, wait for me." Outside the door, a car was parked at the entrance. Adrian opened the back door, telling Renee, "That's all for today. You head back first." "But aren't we going to watch a movie?" Renee stood on tiptoe. "And the amusement park, I want to go too." Adrian stared at her silently. "I'm tired." He gave Renee no time to struggle, gently pushed her into the car. Although Renee was unhappy, she worried about angering him and leaving an even worse impression in his mind. She could only cling to the car window. "Addie bro, then rest early after you get back. Send me a message." Adrian had already turned and walked away. Chapter 146, Renee Vance clung to the car window, staring wistfully at his retreating back. She lowered her eyes. After a moment of disappointment, her expression quickly turned joyful again. Soon, once she married Addie bro and had his child, Addie bro would quickly fall for her. But the next second, Renee saw Adrian Thorne re-enter the restaurant. He sat down opposite Seraphina Fletcher. The two chatted and laughed, the atmosphere exceptionally harmonious. It was as if she were the thief who had stolen Seraphina's happiness. A cold glint flashed across Renee's face. Her originally delicate features appeared somewhat distorted. Seraphina and Adrian weren't discussing other matters, but rather the progress of the experiments back in Boston. After such a long time, their research topic had finally made some headway. The main goal of this project was to develop a low-cost and highly practical anti-cancer drug. They specialized in different areas within the professional field, so their exchanges yielded different insights. At the end of the meal, Adrian stared at her, suddenly saying, "Sierra, this time I won't be going back." "WH? What?" Seraphina froze. "Adrian, what do you mean?" "My father is receiving treatment in Boston. Although I will return to Boston, I won't be rejoining the project team," Adrian said calmly. "From now on, you'll be responsible for the project team over there." Seraphina stiffened for a moment, then lowered her head. "Okay." My father's illness is quite troublesome. Adrian's intense gaze rested on her cheek. If Seraphina had looked up at that moment, she might have seen the almost desperate affection in his eyes. Seraphina nodded, forcing a smile. You're different from us. After all, you're the young master of Apex Conglomerate. Now that CEO Thorne is down, Apex needs someone to step up. You're leaving the team, we all understand. Adrian leaned back slightly. Not angry with me. What's there to be angry about? Seraphina found his question strange. Everyone has times when they're forced into things. Besides, what you have to do is important business. After a pause, she asked, seemingly casually, Adrian, when are you and Miss Vance planning to get engaged? After the engagement, you should get married soon, right? Adrian stared at her, his expression unreadable. We'll see when the time comes. As if not particularly looking forward to the engagement. When Seraphina landed in Boston, no one came to pick her up. She was all alone. Returning to the villa, she found no one there and tagged everyone in the group chat. After putting away her luggage, she noticed only Clara Linton had replied. Sera, we're all at the lab here. Come straight over. Seraphina, okay. Before she could lock her screen, she saw a message from Kevin York. Hey, no point coming over. You just landed, better rest well. Daniel Upton. Yeah, don't come over. Things have gotten really bad anyway. Donald Hong. At Sera, don't come over. Wait for us to get back. Chapter 147, these messages were ambiguous, sounding like something major had happened. Leaning against the sofa, she asked in the group chat, what happened? Why is everyone so downcast? Clara Linton. Sigh, wait till we get back, we'll tell you then. Seraphina could only reply with an Seeing the time, it was quite late. She ordered takeout, planning to visit Professor Albright the next day. Half an hour later, the four finally returned. However, each looked dejected, like soldiers returning from defeat. Seraphina was astonished. What's wrong with all of you? Sigh, Kevin York sighed. Sera, just enjoy Boston for a while, then we'll prepare to return home. What exactly happened? Seraphina immediately frowned tightly, straightening up slightly. Just 2 days ago, I video chatted with Professor Albright. He said he had already selected a research direction, and further in-depth research could potentially yield results within 1 or 2 years, not necessarily 5. Isn't that good news? Why is everyone so downcast today? Daniel Upton and Donald Hong exchanged glances, both shaking their heads without speaking. Only Clara Linton slumped into the sofa, turning her head towards Seraphina. Don't you know yet? Know what? Seraphina was completely clueless. She had experienced quite a few thrilling events recently and genuinely didn't know what had happened here in Boston. Daniel Upton sighed. The folks back home abandoned our project. Boston side thinks we're useful talents, wants to buy us out at a high price, have us stay. As for Professor Albright poured his heart into this project before. Now that he's ill, he's pinning even more hope on it. If we could really overcome the challenges within 1 or 2 years, genuinely develop useful drugs, perhaps Professor Albright's lifespan could be extended significantly. Donald Hong's eyes reddened, speaking indignantly. Clara Linton and Kevin York sat at opposite ends of the sofa, sighing heavily. Seraphina had just returned to Boston without even time to catch her breath, and such a major event occurred. How could she not be anxious? Why? Seraphina didn't understand. Back when the medical school let us participate in this project, it was clearly decided. How could they suddenly halt the project now? Projects being halted mid-investment were actually quite common each year. But even if halted, there should always be a reason. No reason at all couldn't convince everyone. Clara listlessly picked up a water glass from the table and took a sip. Previously, when Professor Albright got sick and was hospitalized, right. This was reported back to the medical school. They used Professor Albright's poor health being unsuitable for supervising students and the lack of suitable professors at the school as reasons, directly telling us to stop the research. The others were fine. During their time at school, they had participated in numerous projects, more or less. If they chose to stay, this side would offer high salaries. If they returned home, they wouldn't worry about future prospects either. Only Seraphina was in an awkward position. She joined the project midway. If the team disbanded now, Boston would certainly not keep her. As for returning home, although Professor Albright could mediate and secure a decent future for her, it couldn't compare to completing this project. Moreover, if they could genuinely develop effective anti-cancer drugs, it would also be beneficial for Professor Albright. Kevin York had already resigned himself. During the time you were handling your affairs back home, Professor Albright kept communicating with the domestic side. But currently, it seems the effect might not be great. And now that Adrian has withdrawn from the project team, the medical school back home is definitely even less likely to agree to us continuing this project. Clara sighed. What should we do? Chapter 148. Seraphina Fletcher grabbed her phone. Where's Professor Albright? I'll go talk to him. You wait here for news. Professor Albright went for chemotherapy today. I'll go with you. Clara Linton immediately jumped up. She didn't want this project team to disband either. Although the monthly salary wasn't high compared to peers, the dedication poured into this project was different. If it were purely for money, they wouldn't have chosen Professor Albright's project team in the first place. The remaining three looked at each other, then immediately jumped up too. We also. Not so many people, Seraphina immediately stopped them. Just Clara and I will go. Let's talk to Professor Albright first, see what he thinks, then decide on other things. The three had no choice but to stay put and wait. Within half an hour, Seraphina and Clara arrived at the hospital. Adrian Thorne had arranged a dedicated VIP room for Professor Albright. He had just finished chemotherapy, looked unwell, and was resting on the hospital bed. Knock, knock, knock. Seraphina knocked politely. Professor Albright, are you in the room? Come in, Professor Albright said faintly. Seraphina pushed the door open. Seeing Professor Albright lying on the bed, pale-faced, she felt uncomfortable herself. She proactively poured a glass of water, placed it in Professor Albright's hand, frowned tightly. The questions she originally intended to ask suddenly felt unspeakable. Instead, it was Professor Albright who knew what she wanted to do. He took a sip of water, looked at her. You came to find me because the project was halted, right? Yes, Seraphina nodded. Clara followed behind her, looking eagerly at Professor Albright. Professor, didn't you say you would apply to the school to have a new teacher lead us? How did the application turn into being halted? Professor Albright sighed. Actually, I was also upset about the project being halted. I tried hard to fight for it initially. But you know, sometimes things are just like that. Some projects get halted for various reasons just when they start showing progress. What's the reason for our project being halted this time? Seraphina asked directly. Professor Albright pondered for a moment, then placed the water glass on the table, his tone tinged with bitterness. It's because the school lacks sufficient funding, and Professor Lawson's team's experiment has shown initial success. From the current results, their project offers the greatest potential for profit. So, the medical school cut several projects to wholeheartedly support Professor Lawson. Clara frowned tightly. I remember Professor Lawson's team is focused on gynecological diseases, the HPV virus. Professor Albright nodded. Yes. Lack of funding was the root problem. Otherwise, Professor Albright wouldn't have faced discrimination upon landing in Boston. Seraphina sighed. Is disbanding the only option for the project team? Are there no other ways? Unless I can secure investment, Professor Albright waved his hand dismissively. I'll try fighting for it again. If I can really get investment, our project team can continue researching. If not, you should also prepare yourselves mentally. Chapter 149, he looked towards Clara Linton. Clara, I remember many institutions here in Boston were looking for you and Kevin York. Your professional abilities are good. You can consider staying. As for Daniel Upton and Donald Hong, their families are back home. Staying overseas long-term isn't realistic. But their abilities are also outstanding. Even returning home, they won't worry about future prospects. As for Sierra, Professor Albright looked at her guiltily. It was I who strongly recommended you come follow me on this project. Now the project can't be saved, and you haven't achieved any results. Moreover, you joined midway, surely facing much criticism. Thinking it over, perhaps Professor Lawson's place might take you in. I'll have a word with him. He should still grant me this small favor. Professor, Seraphina frowned tightly. Professor Albright sighed deeply. Now Adrian has also withdrawn from the project team, and my health now. Seraphina's eyes reddened slightly. Professor Albright, don't say that. I just feel sorry for you. Professor Albright reached out and ruffled Seraphina's hair. If only you had stayed when Professor Lawson wanted to keep you then, how good that would have been. He spoke too much and quickly grew tired, drifting off to sleep amidst his mumbling. Seraphina and Clara came out of the hospital room. Outside, the moon was bright, stars sparse. Both felt heavy-hearted. From Professor Albright's reaction, it seemed the project team was likely to disband this time. Clara followed behind Seraphina, looking dejected. "Sera, I heard Professor Lawson is quite strict. If you go there, just endure it if you get scolded. Now that you lack the Harrington family's backing, living alone isn't easy." Although she knew Seraphina wasn't short of money, she couldn't help nagging. Seraphina suddenly stopped walking. Unprepared, Clara bumped into her back. She turned around, looking fixedly at Clara. "How much investment do you think is appropriate?" "Investment." Clara rubbed her forehead, reddened from the collision, her eyes widening slightly. "You want to attract investment, but where to get investment, how? This is a long-term project. Ordinary companies simply won't invest. Besides, even if they invest, they'll likely demand the drug patent. Anyway, no matter how calculated, it wasn't worthwhile." Seraphina, however, said calmly, "Secure the investment first, discuss other things later." "No, that's not the most important thing." Clara came back to her senses. "Where are you going to get investment? Find Julian Harrington or find Adrian?" The fact that Adrian Thorne was the young master of Apex Conglomerate had spread among them, but everyone was discreet and didn't spread it further. Clara didn't understand much, only knew Adrian was the young master of Apex, very wealthy. But even a young master couldn't just casually throw tens of millions into charity, right? Even if Adrian had previously participated in this project, he couldn't possibly invest in this anti-cancer drug research project completely disregardingly. Clara felt overwhelmed just thinking about it, feeling sorry for Seraphina. "Sera, maybe let's just forget it. This isn't easy. If you don't believe me, ask Adrian. Even he might not agree to invest in drug research and development." Seraphina chuckled lightly. "Apex Conglomerate has never ventured into the pharmaceutical industry. Adrian has no reason to invest in this project." "Huh." Hearing this, Clara felt even more overwhelmed. "Then how can we do it?" Seraphina raised an eyebrow slightly. "Don't worry. There's an annual pharmaceutical industry exchange back home. After returning, I'll compile this information first, then fly back to find potential collaborating companies." Chapter 150, The Research and Development of the Anti-Cancer Drug, involved collaboration with the local medical school. But the funding still came from back home. That's why the medical school there, under duress, chose to suspend the project. However, this also eliminated Seraphina's troubles. She only needed to focus on finding an institution to invest in and support them. After returning to the villa, Seraphina didn't rest. She stayed up all night organizing all the project materials. Overly technical jargon would be incomprehensible to ordinary people. Businessmen prioritize profit over parting, talking extensively about the drug's potential societal contribution after development was meaningless. They wanted to see the drug's future prospects, whether it could be monetized, generate profit. Previously, Seraphina and the others didn't need to worry about these things. Professor Albright handled them. They only needed to focus on the experiments. But now, Seraphina also had to consider. Among similar experiments, what advantages did their anti-cancer drug possess? Having just selected the topic, without even a definite development timeline, yet needing to provide answers, Seraphina shut herself in her room for 3 or 4 days straight, finally producing a reasonably decent PowerPoint presentation. Without resting, she immediately booked a ticket back home to seek investment. "I'll go with you." Clara Linton stood up from the sofa. "Anyway, we can't do experiments right now. You'll need help alone." "Right." Kevin York also stood up. "I'll go too. We'll all go." Daniel Upton and Donald Hung stood up in unison. Seraphina raised her hand. "Wait, why can't we do experiments?" "The lab door is locked. They won't let us in." Clara sounded indignant mentioning this. "Even if they don't let us in, they should at least let us retrieve the experimental equipment. Instead, they won't let us take the equipment either, claiming it was donated to the school by the Thorne young master. Damn it, I'm so angry." Seraphina didn't feel particularly concerned. She tilted her head and smiled slightly. "Then why don't you go find Adrian?" "Adrian is probably quite busy right now," Clara thought. The project was about to be halted. Seraphina hadn't thought of finding Adrian either. She had even less reason to seek him out. I heard internal struggles in those large families are very severe. Now that CEO Thorne is hospitalized for treatment, who knows how chaotic Apex is internally? Although these matters are significant to us, they might not be a big deal to Adrian. Troubling him with these minor issues doesn't seem right. Seraphina turned to look at Kevin York, Daniel Upton, and Donald Hong. Do you all think the same? The three nodded in unison. Seraphina held her phone, thought for a moment, then said, Adrian just recently withdrew from the project team. Have you all become so distant already? No, Clara quickly waved her hands. No, we didn't think that. Seraphina could understand how they felt. Adrian had been their classmate for years without revealing his identity. Now, Adrian had withdrawn from the project team without even informing them. Although it was Adrian's personal freedom, they inevitably felt some resentment. Moreover, thinking that after Adrian returned to Apex Conglomerate, there would likely be no further interaction between them. Perhaps he would even delete their contact information due to the change in status. So, before Adrian even spoke, they preemptively distanced themselves psychologically. Chapter 151, this was understandable, avoiding giving Adrian the impression they were trying to exploit him, while also preserving some nostalgia for their past classmate friendship. While understandable, it wasn't necessary. Seraphina picked up her small suitcase. That batch of equipment was donated by Adrian, officially recorded. Now they want to embezzle it, they have to ask if Adrian agrees. You don't need to overthink it. Just go complain to Adrian, let him handle it, and don't stop the experiments. Clara grabbed her arm. No, I'll accompany you. Fine, fine. Seraphina didn't fuss about her company. Hurry up, I'll book the tickets, then we fly out tonight. Clara quickly went upstairs, packed her luggage within minutes, and hurried back down. Seraphina bought the 2 nearest available tickets, gave the remaining 3 instructions again, then left for the airport with Clara. After over 10 hours of flight, they landed directly in Huicheng. It was 3 p.m. here. The exhibition starts tomorrow in the city center. Seraphina and Clara went to the luggage claim. After we get back, let's rest well tonight, then head to the pharmaceutical exhibition during the day tomorrow. Clara hugged her small backpack, nodding vigorously. The two looked confident, but in reality, neither had a solid plan. To save money, Seraphina booked only 1 room. Clara, genuinely unaccustomed to such intense flying, fell asleep immediately upon arrival. Seraphina, after a simple wash-up, opened her laptop, intending to carefully review the documents again for any errors or omissions. Halfway through, her phone rang. Without checking the caller ID, she answered directly. Hello, yes, what is it? Seraphina said professionally. Adrian Thorne chuckled lightly on the other end. Did I become an outsider to you all just because I withdrew from the project team? Why is everyone being so polite and distant towards me? Although it was a joke, Seraphina could still detect the faint hint of disappointment. She quickly reacted. No, Adrian, I was just busy organizing files. Why would you call me so late? During those days in Boston, perhaps due to being too busy, or perhaps deliberately avoiding, Seraphina hadn't kept in touch with Adrian. Donald told me what happened, Adrian said softly on the other end. Regarding the lab issue, I'll have someone negotiate. But I heard from them you returned home to seek investment. Seraphina leaned back against the chair. Yes, just trying. Professor Albright worked tirelessly for this project initially, and the topic we chose this time has significant research value. If successful, once the drug is developed, it will also benefit Professor Albright's condition greatly. Why didn't you come to me? Adrian asked directly. Seraphina paused for a moment, then said, Adrian, I remember Apex Conglomerate isn't involved in the pharmaceutical sector. That's why I didn't consider Apex initially. Although Adrian had just taken over Apex, he was very clear about its business scope. His asking this was also to gauge if Seraphina was truly trying to maintain distance. Chapter 152, After all, I am your senior. Although I've decided not to remain in the project team, Adrian Thorne's voice sounded slightly melancholic. But Sera, you can't just not inform me about everything. Seraphina thought about the attitudes of Kevin York and the others towards him and guessed his thoughts. It was true that paths diverge after leaving a field. But currently, for Adrian, perhaps he couldn't easily accept it, still feeling like he had one foot in the research circle. Seraphina's chest felt slightly tight. She knew that she and Adrian would likely drift further apart in the future. Adrian, I didn't mean not to inform you. It's just knowing CEO Thorne's situation now, we didn't want to cause you trouble. Besides, even though you've inherited Apex now, not everything can be done according to your wishes. Seraphina had been by Julian Harrington's side for years. Although she hadn't actively managed those affairs, she understood that even climbing to the highest position in a company, projects involving tens of millions or even billions couldn't be decided solely by the CEO. Multiple approvals were needed. Moreover, Apex had no intention of entering the pharmaceutical field. There was even less reason to approach Adrian. Apex won't do it, but I can fund it privately. Adrian Thorne wasn't planning to give up so easily. Sera, I am the backer for all of you. Seraphina's heart trembled slightly. She hadn't expected Adrian to say this, but after a brief silence, she said, No, Adrian. Your money wasn't easily earned either. Whether this project would succeed, even they themselves weren't sure. Before Adrian could continue, Seraphina said, Adrian, we're not certain if this project will succeed. So you offering your own money, I definitely won't agree. Besides, we don't know how deep this pit is. Adrian lowered his eyes, responding softly, Understood. The exhibition in Huicheng starts tomorrow. You should rest early too. Got it, Seraphina finished speaking and hung up. She looked at the PowerPoint presentation before her, took a deep breath, and revised it again. The exhibition in Huicheng was held downtown. Seraphina Fletcher and Clara Linton arrived early. After the doors opened, Seraphina distributed the dozens of brochures printed that morning to each booth. When encountering interested parties, she would linger and chat longer. There were plenty of highly educated individuals in the pharmaceutical industry, all professionals in related fields. Conversations flowed smoothly without communication barriers. By the end of the day, Seraphina had collected several contacts from pharmaceutical companies. However, the uniform response was consideration. During the 3-day exhibition, Seraphina and Clara wasted no time, practically racing against the clock. The number of contacts on hand was indeed considerable, but very few showed genuine interest in investing. As the final day of the exhibition concluded without any progress, both Seraphina and Clara were too anxious to eat. That evening, back at the hotel, Donald Hung asked for news in the group chat. At Sera at Clara Linton, how are things going over there? Although the school temporarily returned the lab to us, Danny and I checked, quite a bit of equipment is missing. They stole the equipment while we were away. Daniel Upton, that's too much. Seraphina sighed. She once again sent a contact request via WeChat to a CEO surnamed Zhuang, then replied in the group chat. Not going smoothly, but we will do our best. Adrian Thorne also popped up at this moment. At Daniel Upton, at Donald Hong, I can continue providing you with equipment later. The most important thing now is to keep the experiment going. Kevin York, Roger, the group chat fell silent temporarily. Clara, having showered, came out of the bathroom and walked up behind Seraphina. Sera, how did it go? Chapter 153, No News. Seraphina Fletcher shook her head, looking somewhat downcast. How about your side? Clara Linton gave a wry smile. They talk big about doing anything for the pharmaceutical cause. But the moment money is mentioned, they all ignore me. She threw herself onto the bed, burying her face in the pillow. Ah, why is this so hard? This is just the beginning. Seraphina suddenly thought of Professor Albright. Speaking of which, I feel Professor Albright had it much harder. Clara turned over. Right, we've only walked such a short path, and it's all paths Professor Albright already trod. Exactly, so don't be discouraged. Seraphina smiled slightly. This has to succeed. Her phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Adrian Thorne. Not going smoothly. Seraphina rested her cheek on one hand, lazily typing a message. After all, reaching into someone else's pocket for money isn't easy. Adrian Thorne. You're unwilling to reach into your senior's pocket. Seraphina paused, staring at the message, feeling it was overly ambiguous. But thinking of Renee Vance, the complex emotions in her heart faded. It was probably just a joke from Adrian. Seraphina sent a wry smile emoji. Unless Apex also plans to venture into the pharmaceutical field, otherwise I can't keep being a parasite. At this moment, Mr. Zhuang's contact request finally went through. Seraphina immediately sent him a message. Mr. Zhuang, hello, I'm Seraphina Fletcher, who spoke with you during the day. Regarding the anti-cancer drug research direction we discussed, you expressed strong interest during the day. When might you be available recently? I can bring detailed materials to your company for an in-depth discussion. Mr. Zhuang, oh, I remember you. I'm currently in Jincheng. Come over here. Seraphina paused. Why, after all this, did she end up back in Jincheng? She immediately sent back one word, okay. After sending the message, Seraphina turned and threw herself onto Clara on the bed. Ah, our investment might be secured. What? Clara hugged her back. Which CEO? Victor Zhuang, Seraphina let out a breath. Remember him. Yesterday, he was interested in talking with us. Today, he chatted a bit more, asked us to go to Jincheng tomorrow. That's great. Clara was also overjoyed. Then hurry up and sleep, don't delay. Seraphina jumped off the bed. Okay, I'll go wash up. The next day, the two flew directly to Jincheng. Upon landing, Seraphina immediately messaged Victor Zhuang. Mr. Zhuang, where is your company? I've already landed in Jincheng, coming to find you now. Victor Zhuang sent her a location pin. Come over, it was a golf course. Seraphina and Clara took a taxi, arriving in the shortest time possible, but were stopped outside. Sorry, entry here requires an appointment, the staff member said politely. You mentioned you have an appointment with Mr. Zhuang. Would it be convenient to make a call? Chapter 154, Seraphina Fletcher directly initiated a voice call with Victor Zhuang. Time ticked by until the call automatically disconnected. Victor Zhuang never answered. Without reason, Seraphina's heart sank. She tried calling 4 or 5 more times, still no answer. Clara Linton's face turned pale. Sera, why isn't he answering? Seraphina didn't speak, her lips pressed tightly together. Perhaps the guest is busy, sometimes the phone isn't nearby, can't hear it. The staff member tried to smooth things over. Or maybe, come back when you've contacted Mr. Zhuang? Seraphina lowered her eyes. Okay, thank you. She pulled Clara back. The weather was hot today. They had stood outside under the scorching sun for quite some time. Now both faces were covered in sweat. Their t-shirts were soaked through. Clara seemed to understand something, obediently following beside Seraphina without saying another word. Seraphina hailed a cab, got in with her, checked into a hotel in Jincheng, and settled in temporarily. That evening, Victor Zhuang messaged her again. Sorry, Sera. I was busy entertaining clients during the day, phone was on silent. Just saw your messages now. Where are you to now? I'll have my assistant book a hotel for you, stay there first. I have time tomorrow, come to my company to talk. Seraphina frowned slightly. Thank you, Mr. Zhuang, we've already booked a hotel. Where is your company? I'll go directly tomorrow. This time, Victor Zhuang still sent a location pin. Seraphina clicked into it. There were several companies near this location. She took screenshots of them all. Which specific building? Which floor? Victor Zhuang, Building 13, 3rd floor. Seraphina, Roger. The next morning, Seraphina left quietly while Clara Linton was still asleep. At 7 in the morning, the company building just opened. Seraphina casually bought some breakfast from a roadside stall, wandered in, and found Victor Zhuang's pharmaceutical company. Victor Zhuang had numerous businesses. The pharmaceutical company was actually his least prominent one. However, it was barely profitable, so there were no plans to shut it down. This wasn't initially Seraphina's top choice, but now she had no other options. Perhaps because it was too early, the pharmaceutical company wasn't open yet. Seraphina wandered around for a bit, felt there weren't any major issues, and planned to go downstairs. Click, clack, clack. The sound of high heels echoed in the stairwell. Seraphina subconsciously hid behind a large nearby potted plant. Mr. Zhuang said a woman would come over today, a woman's voice said. Named Seraphina Fletcher or something? I know, another person's voice chimed in. Said something about wanting Mr. Zhuang to invest. Seriously, Mr. Zhuang's money is all controlled by his wife now. What money does he have to invest? I heard too. Mr. Zhuang told us not to bother, just say he went to entertain clients. Mr. Zhuang is really something. If he doesn't want to invest, why lead people on like this? What else could it be for? Victor Zhuang is broke as hell, trying to trick young girls into bed. Seraphina heard everything clearly. She waited until the two entered the company, then emerged from behind the plant, took the elevator, and returned to the hotel. Chapter 155. Just as she pushed the door open, she found Clara Linton already awake. "Siri, you're back," Clara asked. "I was about to go look for you. How did it go? How was the talk with Mr. Zhuang?" Seraphina looked at her eager expression, silent for a long moment before saying, "It went okay. Mr. Zhuang said he'd consider it. But after all, our project requires significant investment, and he doesn't see the profit potential, so he has some reservations." "Reservations are normal," Clara breathed a sigh of relief. "But at least it proves there's a possibility." Seraphina forced a smile. "Yes, possibly. Did Mr. Zhuang say when he'd see us next?" Clara asked again. Seraphina shook her head. She transferred some money to Clara. "Definitely won't see him today, probably in a couple of days. How about this, you take the money first, go back and visit your parents, or explore nearby. I'll contact other companies again. Can't put all our eggs in one basket. Then I shouldn't leave either. Like you, let's contact more people." Clara didn't want Seraphina to work too hard either. Seraphina sighed. "No need you go, I think Mr. Zhuang is quite interested." Although Clara felt uneasy, she was obedient. "All right then." Seraphina saw her off, then called everyone she could possibly contact these past few days. Unsurprisingly, still no one answered. Just as she was wondering what to do, she suddenly received a call from Adrian Thorne. "Sera, come downstairs," Adrian said on the other end. Seraphina paused. "You're downstairs?" Adrian's voice held a hint of amusement. "I'm not, but I have something for you." Seraphina smiled helplessly. "Adrian, I'm very busy right now." "Just come downstairs," Adrian insisted. Seraphina couldn't resist him. After hanging up, she had no choice but to go downstairs. Mr. Aston was waiting downstairs. Seeing Seraphina, he smiled slightly. "Miss Fletcher," the young master persuaded the master. "Apex now also wants a piece of the pharmaceutical field. And the project the young master was previously involved in is the first project Apex plans to invest in." Seraphina's eyes widened slightly. "Really? Miss Fletcher, Apex only intends to invest, but you must deliver satisfactory results," Mr. Aston reminded. "If it doesn't pass the board's decision, even the young master cannot guarantee this investment for you." Seraphina immediately straightened her back. "I believe we definitely can." "Good. 7 days later, we meet at Apex," Mr. Aston smiled slightly. "By then, I hope Miss Fletcher's team's research has made some progress." Seraphina saw Mr. Aston off, then returned upstairs, bewildered. She shared this good news with everyone in the group chat. Everyone was naturally overjoyed. But after the cheers subsided, Donald Hong was the first to notice something amiss. What progress do they want? Our experiment just barely confirmed the topic." Seraphina lowered her eyes. "I'll trouble you all next. If there's anything you don't understand, we'll communicate online. No time to waste. After all, they're the ones paying. We have to bow our heads when necessary." Daniel Upton wailed. The group chat immediately fell back into a gloomy atmosphere. Adrian Thorne remained silent. Seraphina thought for a moment and called him directly. It rang only once before he answered. "Adrian, thank you," Seraphina's voice choked slightly. "Uncle Aston told me you persuaded CEO Thorne." Adrian's voice was gentle. "Not really. After all, Apex already had intentions of venturing into the pharmaceutical field. But now every field is saturated, and pharmaceutical companies certainly don't want someone else taking a slice of the pie. So, cultivating our own team directly is the best approach." Chapter 156. That same evening, Seraphina Fletcher held a meeting. Although everyone felt it was difficult, no one expressed discouraging words for the time being. It was a video conference. Everyone's voice could be heard. Kevin York asked, "The current problem is our topic has just been confirmed. What kind of progress does Apex want from us? They can't possibly expect us to develop a drug in 3 to 5 months, right?" "Impossible. The fastest would be at least a year," Daniel Upton said first. "Clinical trials also require at least half a year. How could results possibly appear in 3 to 5 months?" Donald Hung scratched his head, silent. Seraphina Fletcher twirled a pen in her hand. She pondered for a while before saying, "Apex is anxious, but they are a large corporation after all, having made numerous investments. They understand you can't get fat from one bite, especially in the pharmaceutical field. Presumably, they want to see the unique value of this drug. When it came to commercial aspects, these individuals were clueless. I only know how to do experiments, don't understand anything about business. Kevin York expressed his view. It was Clara Linton who asked, Sera, how about asking Professor Albright? Okay. Seraphina didn't dwell on this issue, asked about the experiment's progress, recorded it, then ended the video call. She made a separate video call to Professor Albright. Professor Albright answered quickly. He looked slightly better today. I heard Apex is interested in investing. Seraphina paused, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I didn't listen to you, took matters into my own hands to seek investment. Are you not angry? Of course not angry, Professor Albright sighed. I'm old now. This world belongs to you young people. It should be left for you young people to explore. Seraphina felt uncomfortable hearing this. But we still need you to lead the way. Encountered some problems, right? Professor Albright smiled kindly. Tell me, is there anything I can help with? Seraphina chuckled at his teasing. Professor, what time is it? Are you still teasing me? Sera, don't be too stubborn. Many things in this world have their own destiny. Being too attached isn't necessarily good. Doing your best is enough. Leave the rest to fate. Professor Albright feared she would stray too far. Living in this world, many things are beyond human control. Even after trying hard, there might still be no results. Such people are numerous. Not everyone can experience a turning point. Seraphina understood Professor Albright's meaning, fearing she would misunderstand and go astray. She nodded. I know, I'll listen to you. If it works, it works. If not, let it be. That's the spirit. One must live with this attitude. Professor Albright laughed heartily. Only then did Seraphina discuss the challenges presented by Apex with Professor Albright in depth. After listening, Professor Albright nodded, his gaze towards her suddenly complex. Sera, the probability of this succeeding isn't high. Why do you say that? Seraphina's heart skipped a beat. Professor Albright, however, waved his hand dismissively, refusing to elaborate. You, don't think too complicatedly, don't feel pressured. Just report the current progress, our estimated completion time, the drug's efficacy, etc., truthfully. Seraphina sat up straight. Professor, why? Just do as I say. Professor Albright only offered this sentence. Afterwards, no matter how much Seraphina asked, he refused to say more. Hanging up the video call, Seraphina held her phone, somewhat lost in thought, unable to understand why Professor Albright would say such things. 7 days passed in a flash. On the day of the presentation at Apex, Seraphina woke up early and got ready. Chapter 157, Mr. Aston waited for her downstairs. She got down and went straight into the car. Half an hour later, the car stopped at Apex Conglomerate. Seraphina followed Mr. Aston all the way into a conference room. Miss Fletcher, please wait a moment. Mr. Aston poured her a glass of water. The board members will be here shortly. Seraphina felt slightly nervous. She smiled at Mr. Aston. Okay, thank you. Unexpectedly, Mr. Aston left and was gone for nearly half a day. When the first half hour passed, Seraphina wasn't anxious yet. She thought, after all, it's the board of directors. It's good enough they could spare time. But after an hour passed, Seraphina still hadn't seen anyone. She had drunk 7 or 8 glasses of water. Her heart sank. Belatedly, she understood what Professor Albright's words meant. Just accept fate like this? No, Seraphina wasn't one to accept fate. She stood up, about to go out and find Mr. Aston. Just as she walked out, a staff member stopped her. Miss Fletcher, please wait here for a moment. Our directors haven't arrived yet. Seraphina frowned slightly. I've already waited an hour. How much longer do I have to wait? Please wait a moment, the person just smiled and said. Anger gradually rose in Seraphina's heart, but she also understood that she couldn't get any answers at the moment. Her eyes darkened, and she gradually calmed down. This situation could only mean the other party didn't even want to see her. Since Adrian Thorne said Apex would invest, he couldn't possibly lie to her. Meaning, Adrian didn't know about today's situation. Seraphina proactively called Adrian Thorne. Hello, the number you have dialed is not in service. Please try again later. Hanging up the phone, Seraphina sat in her seat, frowning tightly. An hour and a half had already passed. Kevin York couldn't hold back first. He popped up in the group chat, asking directly, Sera, how did it go? How much funding does Apex plan to allocate for our project? Then Clara Linton, don't be anxious. Maybe Sera is giving the presentation right now. Donald hung. Do you think they'll be impressed by Sierra's eloquence and directly grant us 100 million? Daniel Upton, dream on. Do you think people in large corporations are fools? No way. They look at value. But our project should indeed have promising prospects. Seraphina looked at their messages, unable to say that the board members wouldn't even see her. She gave a wry smile, helplessly shaking her head. She thought for a moment, then sent a message to Professor Albright. Professor, you predicted this long ago. Apex wouldn't agree to allocate funds, right? Professor Albright, presentation finished? Seraphina, no, I didn't even get a chance to start. They said the report needed board approval, but... Professor Albright paused for a moment. I understand. Come back. I'll talk to Professor Lawson, let you go work with him. Seraphina protested. Professor, why? Adrian wouldn't lie to us. But why Apex? Professor Albright. Sierra, Apex isn't a charity. Besides, Adrian just took over recently. He's not the core decision-maker yet, doesn't have the most say. Chapter 158, but Seraphina Fletcher still didn't understand. Then why play games with us? Professor Albright sent a voice message directly. Sierra, actually, it's not exactly playing games. Adrian just left the project team. It's normal for him to have feelings for the project, unable to let go. CEO Thorne orchestrating this is just to appease his son. As for us, perhaps the outcome of this project was destined from the beginning. Seraphina was dissatisfied. If they weren't investing, they could have said so from the start. Why treat us like this? Are we not human? Wasting my time. With this time, she could have looked for other investors. Seraphina slammed the table and rushed out directly. This time, the staff member standing at the door couldn't stop her. Miss Fletcher, the meeting can start soon. Where are you planning to go? Seraphina shot him a cold glance. Get out of the way. Don't think I don't know your intentions. You never planned to invest in this project. Miss Fletcher, we're all just employees. Don't make things difficult for me. The person smiled helplessly. Seraphina looked left and right, heading straight towards the largest office. It looked like some executive's office. She walked over and pushed the door open directly. The staff member behind her couldn't stop her in time. Regardless of which executive you are, I want to ask, since an agreement was made, the promise should be kept. Seraphina was genuinely angry, suppressing her fury. She said, if you didn't want to invest from the beginning, you could have told me directly. If you gentlemen wanted to put on a show to appease Adrian, I wouldn't have minded cooperating. But why waste my precious time? There were two people in the office. One was Vice President Thorne, Arthur Thorne's deputy. The other was Vice President Thorne's son, Dustin Thorne. Dustin saw Seraphina, his eyes lighting up slightly. Big sis S. Seraphina had no time to greet him. Her gaze, like fire, landed directly on Vice President Thorne's face. She glanced at the nameplate. Vice President Thorne, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Vice President Thorne was currently 50 years old, with dark hair showing no signs of gray, in his prime. Hearing this, he paused for a moment, then chuckled. So you're Seraphina Fletcher? At this moment, the staff member also entered, standing aside. VP Thorne, should I have security escort her down? No need. Vice President Thorne waved his hand, dismissing him first, then looked at Seraphina. You came to discuss investment in drug research and development, right? Dustin quickly found a chair for Seraphina. Big sis S, sit down. No need. Seraphina shot him a cold glance. Chapter 159, because she felt played, her attitude towards Dustin Thorne soured as well. Dustin felt wronged. It wasn't him who orchestrated this. He didn't even know about it. Seraphina Fletcher straightened her back. VP Thorne, I came just for an explanation. Demand an explanation? From me? VP Thorne leaned back. Miss Fletcher, year-round, how many types of drug research and development are there? You can't even wait 2 hours. How can that convince us you have the patience to lead a team to produce good medicine? VP Thorne needn't be hypocritical. If you were truly interested, you wouldn't have kept me waiting in the office for half a day. Even if you genuinely had matters, perhaps 2 or 3 directors being busy is understandable. But surely not every director was busy. All couldn't make it. Or perhaps, Apex indeed faced some major event requiring all directors to gather. However, sending someone to inform me, is that difficult? Seraphina sneered. VP Thorne needn't make excuses for Apex's breach of promise. Playing games with researchers is just playing games. VP Thorne paused for a moment. All right, even if Apex did play games with you, what can you do about it? Meaning, VP Thorne admits it, Seraphina countered. VP Thorne looked at her. Miss Fletcher, you've been by Julian Harrington's side for many years. You understand businessmen prioritize profit. We don't do things without benefit. Today's matter indeed was Apex's fault, but Miss Fletcher needn't be overly angry. We've looked into it. Currently, besides Apex, no one else intends to invest in you. Meaning, keeping you waiting these few days isn't excessive. They were immoral first, yet claimed reason. Seraphina sat down directly on the chair. VP Thorne, this is sophistry. Without Apex's confident promise of investment, perhaps within these 7 days, I would have already found a willing enterprise. Miss Fletcher, you and I both know clearly that's impossible. VP Thorne didn't bother with pretenses. Professor Albright's health is declining daily. You students, although considered top talents in this field, still lack experience. Take you for example. This is the first project you've participated in, with no prior successful cases. Seraphina mimicked his posture, meaning, from the beginning, your company never intended to invest in us. This was too obvious a truth. Seraphina's lips curled. I think you initially agreed probably because of Adrian. Now pulling this stunt, later when Adrian returns, you'll say we didn't meet the investment criteria. But Adrian followed this project. He understands it well. Simple. He's been away from the project team for some time now. VP Thorne lit a cigarette. Just say the progress of you few is poor, lacking professionalism. After all, anything can happen in a few days. Add some concrete evidence, Adrian gets disappointed with you, naturally won't believe you either. A chill ran down Seraphina's back. Going through such a big detour, just to prevent us from having any further connection with Adrian? VP Thorne smiled. If you had understood earlier, it wouldn't have caused us such trouble. You should have said so earlier, Seraphina said. Let me think. Probably by the time Adrian can turn on his phone, quite a bit of negative material about us will reach his phone. VP Thorne just smiled, silent. Seraphina decided to gamble. Do you think Adrian will believe the things you have? She paused, then added, besides, you're not the final decision maker. You should ask CEO Thorne. He just wants me and Adrian not to get too close, right? VP Thorne narrowed his eyes slightly. Mr. Aston had warned Seraphina before. It wasn't too difficult to guess. Help me relay a message to CEO Thorne. I can maintain distance from Adrian, even cease all contact in the future. Seraphina looked at him. But there's one condition. Your Apex must invest in our project. Chapter 160, Seraphina Fletcher was escorted back to the hotel by Mr. Aston. The car stopped, but she didn't immediately get out. Mr. Aston was a smiling tiger. Since she wasn't in a hurry, neither was he. Time passed bit by bit. Seraphina spoke first. Mr. Aston, I know CEO Thorne is receiving treatment in Boston. If there's an opportunity, could you arrange a video call for us? Mr. Aston smiled slightly. Okay, I will definitely relay the message. Thank you then. Seraphina finally pushed the door open and got out. Mr. Aston drove away. Clara Linton waited in the lobby. Seeing Seraphina, she rushed over immediately, stomping her feet, unable to contain her excitement. How did it go? How much does Apex plan to invest? Seraphina looked at her, silent. Now that Adrian is managing Apex, approval is certain. Maybe they'll really allocate 100 million research funds to us. Clara began fantasizing expectantly. Since we went to Boston, we haven't explored the surroundings. Can we go shopping? By then, can some funds be used for outdoor activities? Seraphina suddenly managed a difficult smile. So expectant. Then just wait. Past, Clara couldn't suppress her excitement. Apex plans to invest in us, right? Seraphina nodded. Yes, but the specific amount is still under discussion, so they asked us to wait, but the project is definitely saved. Clara hugged her directly, spinning her around in place. Ah, Sera, you're amazing, this is really great. Seraphina, however, felt complex emotions. That night, Clara slept while she was still reviewing experiment reports. She received a call from Adrian Thorne. Sera, Adrian's voice sounded somewhat hoarse and tired. Why did you call me today? I was doing site inspections during the day, no signal in the mountains. Seraphina bit her fingernail. Nothing, just didn't see you during the report, so wanted to ask where you were. Did it go smoothly? Adrian asked naturally. Even through the phone, Seraphina could imagine his appearance. Perhaps covered in dust, clothes unchanged, seeing her call, immediately dialing back eagerly. Today's events made Seraphina deeply understand that even though Adrian had taken over Apex now, he hadn't cultivated his own support yet. As long as people within the company wished, they could deceive him collectively. Seraphina closed her eyes briefly. Of course, smoothly. Currently, Adrian wasn't having an easier time than them. She couldn't let him worry about the project team anymore. Did they mention roughly how much funding would be allocated? Adrian asked again. Seraphina understood many details were clearer to him than her. She couldn't fool him. She sighed. Adrian, I'm so tired. Can we not talk about this? You went into the mountains today. Send a photo, let me see. Having known each other for so long, she didn't even have a single photo of Adrian. Perhaps in the future, there would never be a chance to meet again. Having one photo would be good. Why suddenly want a photo? Adrian indeed had a rough day. A CEO parachuting in, even as the boss's son, faced inevitable difficulties. Moreover, within a company, there were loyalists and dissenters. He previously focused solely on research. Taking over the company recently was indeed somewhat taxing. These past few days, he had been doing site inspections again, spending days in the mountains, looking quite unkempt. Just want to see what Adrian looks like outside the lab. Seraphina couldn't quite picture it. In my memory, seeing Adrian always seems to be in the lab, Adrian wearing a white coat. Other times, really, haven't seen a more casual you. Adrian didn't particularly want to send her a photo of his current disheveled state. Spent the whole day hiking in the mountains today, dirty, very messy. It's okay, I haven't seen Adrian like this before, Seraphina blinked. Chapter 161, Adrian Thorne remained silent for a moment, then asked softly, really want to see. My Seraphina Fletcher felt somewhat sad. In the dim night, her voice softened further. Adrian looks handsome no matter what. Her murmured words, like a lover's whisper, reached Adrian's ears through the night breeze. The tangled, messy affairs seemed less difficult. Just closing his eyes brought Seraphina to mind. Adrian suddenly smiled faintly. He truly seemed helpless against her, his voice carrying a hint of nasality, as if wronged. Perhaps today's report didn't go well, maybe he was harassed by those old fossils in the meeting. Adrian sighed internally. Wait a little longer. Sera wants my photo, won't you give me one of yours? Adrian's husky, gentle voice sounded again. Only then did Seraphina realize, apart from group photos, they had no individual private pictures. Okay. Hanging up, Seraphina went to the bathroom, trying angles to take a relatively flattering photo. But no matter how she posed, it didn't seem quite right. However she took it, it looked bad. Seraphina frowned in frustration. She messaged Adrian, Adrian, my phone battery died. Let me charge it, I'll take one for you tomorrow. Responding to her was a photo of Adrian. In the night, his facial contours softened, no longer sharp. It was a selfie angle. Perhaps truly tired, there were faint dark circles under his eyes, a stubble of beard on his chin. This was the first time Seraphina had seen Adrian like this. No longer the rigorous lab researcher, a touch untidy, a different Adrian Thorne. At this moment, an unfamiliar number suddenly popped up. Seraphina answered. Mr. Aston's voice came through. Miss Fletcher, I will pick you up tomorrow. Go to the company for a video call with CEO Thorne. Okay, thank you, Seraphina responded politely. The next morning, as Seraphina prepared to leave, Clara Linton hugged her from behind. Sera, good luck, Seraphina chuckled lightly. If there are no problems, we should know the funding amount today. Clara was so happy she almost wanted to dance on the spot. Seraphina reached out and ruffled her hair, then went downstairs. Mr. Aston proactively opened the car door for her. Seraphina paused slightly, glanced back at Clara standing by the window, excitedly waving her arms. Seraphina waved back, then got into the car. The car stopped silently downstairs at Apex Conglomerate. Mr. Aston led the way, still to the same office she was in yesterday. The doors and windows were closed, only a computer present. Seraphina sat down. Arthur Thorne's face appeared on the computer screen. He looked older than Seraphina imagined. Ravaged by serious illness, his face was somewhat pale, but his expression stern. He spoke immediately with sarcasm. You used cutting ties with Adrian to threaten me. Ignorant child, what makes you think I would agree? Chapter 162, Seraphina Fletcher glanced at Mr. Aston before turning her gaze back to Arthur Thorne's face. CEO Thorne previously had Mr. Aston find me, had a talk with me. So what? At that time, Uncle Aston repeatedly said that Adrian treated me differently because I was his classmate. Seraphina's expression held a trace of reminiscence. Actually, I initially didn't think in that direction. I'm someone entangled in divorce disputes. Adrian is different. He's still single, hasn't experienced marriage. Since I developed feelings, I also felt unworthy of him. Arthur Thorne sneered coldly. At least you have some self-awareness. I originally planned to keep this affection in my heart, not speak of it, just watch Adrian be happy. Seraphina lowered her head slightly, smiling. So if CEO Thorne hadn't made that extra move back then, I might not have clearly understood Adrian's heart. Arthur Thorne's expression turned cold, his cloudy eyes staring intently at Seraphina. What exactly are you trying to say? Adrian likes me, but CEO Thorne thinks I'm not good enough for him. Seraphina maintained a faint smile on her lips. In CEO Thorne's eyes, perhaps compatibility in social status is still more important. Arthur Thorne lowered his eyes, his face weathered by experience. Seraphina Fletcher, you are a junior. Originally, I shouldn't make things difficult for you, but I have walked more roads, eaten more salt than you. At your age, you probably think love is higher than the sky. It's not. Love between humans is the most fragile thing, unable to withstand any setbacks or shocks. Perhaps we indeed haven't reached CEO Thorne's age, so many things we still can't see clearly. Seraphina's words were faint, clearly not carrying any sarcasm, but grating to the ear. Arthur Thorne snorted coldly. If your love could truly withstand such tests, Julian Harrington wouldn't have abandoned you. Now, you are just an abandoned wife. CEO Thorne is indeed getting old, his thinking becoming outdated along with it. Seraphina didn't find these words hurtful. Julian Harrington hurt her, that was a fact. She dared to face this matter directly. Seraphina leaned forward slightly. Has CEO Thorne in his long life never made any mistakes? Arthur Thorne frowned tightly. What are you trying to say? Clearly a man's fault, yet everyone points fingers at the woman. How laughable the world is, Seraphina chuckled softly. CEO Thorne considers himself smart, yet doesn't he also follow the crowd? You want to use your age to give us some advice, but in reality, what you offer is just outdated thinking, like an old lady's foot-binding cloth from the past, stinky and long. Arthur Thorne was angered into laughter. If that's the case, why did you come begging Apex, using breaking ties with Adrian to get me to invest in you? CEO Thorne is mistaken. It wasn't me using breaking ties with Adrian to get Apex to give us a chance. Rather, my breaking ties with Adrian gives this research project an opportunity for CEO Thorne and Apex. Once our anti-cancer drug completes clinical trials, it will definitely attract large-scale procurement. By then, if Apex wants a piece of the pie, it will be too late. Naive. What capital do you have to make me invest in you? Seraphina stated directly. Does CEO Thorne know how many people currently suffer from cancer? How many undergo chemotherapy? How many truly effective targeted drugs are on the market? Cancer has always been called a terminal illness. How many patients are desperately praying, seeking a cure? Never mind truly useful drugs each year. Even the market for selling fake drugs under false pretenses is exceptionally large. Our Apex has never dabbled in pharmaceuticals. Capitalists won't let money slip away, Seraphina leaned back. Apex didn't do it before because you couldn't handle it anymore, but you can't stop Adrian. He loves this field. Sooner or later, he'll make a comeback. CEO Thorne has deep paternal love. Since you want to pave the way for Adrian, better lay the foundation early. Mere obstruction is meaningless. Perhaps Adrian will grow into someone who greatly surprises CEO Thorne. Arthur Thorne had dominated the business world his entire life. His only son was Adrian Thorne. His only concern was also him. Chapter 163. If CEO Thorne doesn't love Adrian, he wouldn't have waited until his own health failed to force him back to take over the company. Seraphina Fletcher thought of the 2 children who were never born. Since CEO Thorne knows about my situation, he should understand that I also almost had 2 children. The hearts of parents everywhere are likely similar, wanting to protect them, yet also wanting to build a world vast enough for them to pursue their dreams. Seraphina's expression was exceptionally sincere. It's just that CEO Thorne can't hold on anymore now, which is why you want him to marry into the Vance family. Should any accident befall you, Renee Vance's parents could still support Adrian out of consideration for Renee. Although Arthur Thorne seemed uninterested in this project, in reality, he was merely worried about her presence. CEO Thorne fears my existence will affect the marriage alliance between Adrian and Renee. Seraphina understood that in life, many times, one's hands are tied. If it weren't for Professor Albright falling ill, I could withdraw from this project team. But now Adrian has also left the team, only I can still hold on. So I cannot use my withdrawal from the project team as a bargaining chip with CEO Thorne. But I can guarantee that in the life ahead, I will not have any further interaction with Adrian. Adrian Thorne had his responsibilities. She also had her unfinished career. They were simply fated, yet lacked the destiny to be together. A long silence fell in the office. This time, when Seraphina left Apex Conglomerate, Mr. Aston didn't escort her back. He just silently drove her downstairs, watching her stand by the roadside hailing a cab. Miss Fletcher has excellent eloquence, Mr. Aston smiled slightly. Just stating facts, Seraphina stared at the ride-hailing app interface. Mr. Aston, at your age, you should have married and had children long ago. You must understand CEO Thorne's mentality. Mr. Aston, however, smiled. I have remained unmarried my entire life. Seraphina was slightly surprised. Did you not meet the right person, or did you miss out on true love in the past? Mr. Aston looked up at the azure sky, suddenly smiling. It was also an illness I didn't contract, so I very much hope Miss Fletcher can lead your team through the many difficulties. Thank you, Seraphina felt complex emotions. The taxi arrived. Mr. Aston personally opened the door for her. Seraphina got in, watching him turn and enter the Apex building. Arriving at the hotel, Seraphina saw Clara Linton sitting in the lobby. As soon as she entered, Clara jumped up. How did it go? The weather is nice today, Seraphina glanced back at the blue sky. Shall we find a place and take some photos? Clara looked bewildered. Photos? Yes, take some nice photos, Seraphina smiled slightly. Chapter 164, all expectant expression vanished from Clara Linton's face. She bit her lower lip lightly, her eyes reddening slightly. Okay, then I'll accompany you to take photos. The two set off immediately. There was a very beautiful botanical garden nearby. They walked and stopped, taking many nice photos, but Seraphina always felt none were quite suitable, until evening, when twilight enveloped the surroundings. Clara could barely walk anymore. Dragging her legs, she followed behind Seraphina. Sera, tell me the truth. Did Apex decide not to invest in us? No, Seraphina took a picture of the blue sky with her phone. Clara didn't believe her. If Apex really agreed to invest in us, you wouldn't react like this. Initial investment of $50 million, with another $50 million to follow successively later. Seraphina put down her phone. But the requirement is results within 3 years. $100 million? Clara still felt it wasn't right. Are you sure you're not lying to me? Of course I'm not lying, Seraphina smiled slightly. What benefit would lying to you bring me? $100 million. Only then did Clara believe it, becoming excited. Seraphina tucked her hands into her pockets. But don't forget, we also need results within 3 years. Why, yes, Clara's expression cracked. What do we do? The contract is already signed, can't back out now, Seraphina walked ahead, smilingly reminding her. Clara jogged to catch up behind her. Why are you even more annoying than Professor Albright? I'm getting worried we can't handle it. We can handle it. Seraphina took out her phone to hail a cab. There's always a way out. There will be a solution. Returning to the hotel, she shared this news with everyone. The group chat erupted in cheers. Kevin York, I had already packed my luggage, ready to leave Boston, then this good news arrived. Sera, you're amazing, Daniel Upton. When Sera returns, we must have a good meal to celebrate. Donald Hong, I already know what I want to eat. There's a food street right next to the lab. Every time I pass by, I drool. Clara Linton. Haha, still thinking about eating. 3 years. Work against the clock. Still thinking about food. Dream on. Finally, Adrian Thorne jumped in. Congratulations, Sera. Seraphina emerged from the bathroom, drying her hair. Just as she saw this message, her finger hovered over the screen, motionless for a long time. She remembered Arthur Thorne's words to her again. I can represent Apex to invest in your project, but there's one condition. Seraphina had already guessed. You want me to break off contact with Adrian? I understand my son. He's stubborn, fixated. Once he likes someone, he practically commits to that person. Arthur Thorne had already tried. He initially thought threatening Seraphina's safety would make Adrian give up. From the results, it seemed so. However, Seraphina's words today reminded him, if he didn't have much time left, he had to make Adrian completely give up. I need you to break his heart, Arthur Thorne said coldly. Before I die, make him completely give up on you. Seraphina lay on the bed, closing her eyes. The old fox was right about one thing. He had walked a long path, understood human nature. Knew that diversion was better than blockage. Chapter 165, to make Adrian Thorne completely give up, the key was to make him develop hatred from love towards Seraphina Fletcher. To never want anything to do with her again in this lifetime. Seraphina slowly exhaled. She had thought too simply. At that time, Seraphina asked, CEO Thorne, aren't you afraid I'll get trapped, unable to get out, and then reluctant to hurt Adrian? With Professor Albright around, with the team around, what am I afraid of? Arthur Thorne said. Seraphina initially just wanted to cut contact with Adrian, didn't want to hurt him, but she had no choice. Professor Albright was also waiting for this batch of drugs to save his life. I also have one condition, Seraphina said. I must get the divorce certificate before starting with Adrian. She didn't want this past dug up later, making her relationship with Adrian seem illicit. No matter how the world criticized her, it didn't matter. But she couldn't let them see him that way. Of course, Arthur Thorne had begun to somewhat admire her. I won't let Adrian get involved in scandals either. Seraphina smiled slightly. Pleasure doing business with you. After that call ended, Seraphina signed 2 contracts. One for Apex investing in the project, the other a private contract. And this contract would appear before Adrian Thorne at the appropriate time. 3 days later, Seraphina and Clara returned to Boston, welcomed by the other 3 with a reception feast. Professor Albright had finished a period of chemotherapy. The doctor said the prognosis was good, but for the time being, care must be taken to avoid complicating the illness, although the recurrence rate for this type of cancer was high. That day, Seraphina accompanied Professor Albright for his final chemotherapy session. Afterwards, sitting in the car, he asked gently, Sera, tell me, what did you do to make Apex agree to invest? Of course, I argued reasonably, made CEO Thorne see the huge market potential, so he agreed to invest. Seraphina drove, smiling. Professor Albright had lost much weight. Nonsense. I'm old, not blind, nor foolish. Apex had no intention of investing. Did you make some deal with Arthur Thorne? Why does Professor also think CEO Thorne is cunning and not a good person? Seraphina deliberately changed the subject. He's a capitalist, naturally profit-driven. Knowing our project has huge potential, how could he not be tempted? You're lying to me, Professor Albright stated firmly. Seraphina blinked. Professor, I'm really not lying. Professor Albright sulked, ignoring Seraphina further. Seraphina obediently drove him to the villa. Professor Albright took his things, got out, and walked away. Not a single truthful word. I'm not staying here. Professor, don't joke with your health just because you're angry. Seraphina was helpless. How about this? I leave, you stay here. Clara can take care of you. Professor Albright glared at her. You'd rather anger me to death than tell me the truth? Professor, I am telling the truth. What else do you want me to say? Seraphina smiled helplessly. The 2 stood at the door in a stalemate. Clara saw them and pushed the door open. Professor Albright, Sera, what are you doing? Professor says I lied to him. Seraphina looked pitiful, complaining first. Insists Apex had no intention of investing in this project. Professor Albright, the contract is already signed. Clara bounced down. Besides, Adrian has already returned to inherit Apex. He'll definitely support us. Seraphina nodded. I just told CEO Thorne that Adrian loves this industry very much, and he will definitely continue supporting it in the future. Since you don't trust him, why not pave the way for him in advance? Chapter 166, this explanation convinced Professor Albright. He stared intently at Seraphina Fletcher, hoping to glean other information from her face. Really? Of course, Seraphina helped Professor Albright towards the villa. Professor, I wouldn't lie to you, rest assured. Professor Albright still felt somewhat uneasy. Sera, if you encounter any difficulties, speak up. Everyone will get through it together. Absolutely do not bear it alone, understand? Understood, Seraphina chuckled lightly. Apex's investment arrived quickly. Both the domestic and Boston medical schools received the information soon after and began processing the procedures. On the way, those who previously looked down on them now cast strange glances their way. Seraphina, however, acted as usual, immersing herself in the laboratory all day. Until it was almost time to get the divorce certificate, she proactively contacted Julian Harrington. My flight is tomorrow, arriving the day after. 2 days later is our date to get the certificate at City Hall, don't forget. Harrington Corp hadn't faced major troubles recently, but minor ones kept cropping up. Even so, Julian Harrington still found time each day to send her a few messages, but Seraphina never responded directly. About an hour after her message was sent, Julian finally replied, "Got it." The next day, Seraphina flew directly back home. This time, she successfully obtained the divorce certificate. Standing outside City Hall, Julian's eyes suddenly reddened slightly. He opened his arms. "Want a hug?" "No need," Seraphina said calmly. "From now on, take care of yourself." She turned and walked down the stairs, heading straight for the airport. Julian watched Seraphina's retreating back, lowered his eyes. A message popped up on his phone. CEO Harrington, the investment plan for Professor Albright's project at the medical school has been initiated. He clicked into it. Good. Since Seraphina was determined to divorce him, no amount of blocking could stop her. If she wanted to leave, then let her leave. Once divorced, he could always win her back. Julian was confident. Seraphina had carried his children, after all. They say a woman deeply in love with a man will bear his children. Seraphina spent a week constantly on the move. Just after landing, she felt unwell, her body limp, lacking strength. She touched her forehead. Burning hot. She hailed a cab towards the villa. The driver was Chinese, listening to domestic news. A standard female announcer's voice came from the radio, tinged with the static hiss of tape. Apex Conglomerate changes CEO. Current CEO is the barely 28-year-old Adrian Thorne. Everyone only knew Adrian Thorne as a leading researcher in medicine, unaware his true identity is the Apex Crown Prince. Reportedly, the previously arranged marriage alliance between the Thorne and Vance families was also called off not long ago. Seraphina opened her eyes, exhaling raggedly. She must have a high fever. Even her breath felt scorching. Her vision blurred with high fever, but she forced herself to stay alert, sending Adrian Thorne a message. "Congratulations, Adrian. It had been a month since their last chat." Back then, Apex had agreed to invest in the project team. But afterwards, both Adrian and Seraphina were extremely busy. Besides exchanging morning greetings, there was no communication or interaction. Soon, Adrian called back. "Got the divorce certificate. Chapter 167, yes," Seraphina Fletcher's voice was weak and listless. "Adrian, where are you?" "Just landed in Boston today," Adrian Thorne replied. "He received the news yesterday. My father finally agreed to the surgery. It's scheduled for the near future." Seraphina's vision couldn't focus. The taxi felt stuffy. "Yes, that's good." It seemed that conversation that day gave Arthur Thorne a sense of crisis, perhaps wanting to live longer. Only long enough could he see the ending he desired. Seraphina closed her eyes briefly, her voice growing increasingly weary. "Then, Adrian, you must be busy. I'll hang up first." "Where are you?" Adrian didn't hang up. "Why does your voice sound off?" "Just landed in a taxi." Seraphina opened her eyes, looking out the car window. "I'll be at the villa shortly." "Sera?" Adrian sounded puzzled. "Are you feeling unwell?" Seraphina said tiredly. "Seems like I have a bit of a fever." "How much longer until you reach the villa?" "About 10 minutes." Seraphina could barely keep her eyes open. "It's okay. I'll take some medicine when I get back." Adrian's voice instantly became very gentle. "Okay." But he didn't hang up either, instead softly recounting recent events. Like his recent mountain survey, staying overnight at a farmer's house, a ewe giving birth at midnight, and other trivial matters. Listening made Seraphina drowsy. But perhaps because Adrian's voice was too gentle, Seraphina didn't fall asleep. She surprisingly stayed awake until reaching the villa. Just as the car stopped, she pushed the door open. It was pulled open from the outside. Adrian leaned in, scooped her up directly. So hot, Adrian touched her forehead. How did you get so hot? Don't know, Seraphina smiled lightly, perhaps also surprised to see Adrian upon opening her eyes. How come you're here, not staying with CEO Thorne? His condition is good today. Don't talk anymore. Adrian felt her temperature, finding it scorching. Forget it, I'll take you to the hospital first. No need, Adrian. Seraphina genuinely felt she wasn't that seriously ill. I can still manage, it's nothing major. Really not going? Adrian was very worried. Your temperature feels really too high. It's fine. Seraphina least wanted to go to the hospital now. Besides, thinking about future events, she grabbed Adrian's arm, whispering, Adrian, just stay with me, I'll be fine. Adrian's movements paused. He rarely saw this vulnerable side of Seraphina. His heart softened slightly. He said softly, okay, why have you become so clingy after coming back this time? Just tired, Seraphina casually excused herself. Adrian carried her upstairs. First, he checked her temperature. It was over 38 degrees Celsius, truly too high. But Seraphina refused to go to the hospital. He could only find her some fever reducers first. Then, physical cooling. Seraphina originally wanted to muster energy to chat with Adrian, but soon after taking the medicine, its effect kicked in and she fell asleep. But she slept lightly, vaguely hearing Adrian moving around beside her, and his voice on the phone. Renee, calling off the engagement was a mutual decision between both families. It's useless for you to find me, Adrian's voice was faint. Besides, you know very well I have no feelings for you. Chapter 168. Because it wasn't on speakerphone, Seraphina Fletcher couldn't hear Renee Vance's reply, only knew Adrian Thorne's voice was bordering on emotionless. Renee, crying doesn't solve any problems. In her sleep, Seraphina wanted to turn over, but perhaps the movement disturbed Adrian. He immediately said, that's all. After hanging up, he moved closer to the bed. Sera, awake? Seraphina opened her eyes wearily. Thirsty. I already prepared a glass of water for you. Adrian helped her sit up. Take a sip. Seraphina drank the entire glass of water, supported by his hand. She looked at him. Adrian, I heard you called off the engagement with Miss Vance. Adrian's expression was calm. Well informed? Seraphina smiled faintly, lowering her eyes. Why call off the engagement again? Adrian also wanted to ask this question. It was Arthur Thorne who decided he should get engaged to Renee, yet it was also Arthur Thorne who suddenly had him call it off. Political marriage. Probably some terms weren't agreed upon, so the engagement was called off. Adrian made no secret of it from Seraphina. Are you disappointed in me? Think I can't even control my own marriage? Seraphina moved away from his embrace, sat up straight, facing him. Adrian, why would you think that? You're not Superman. There are many things you can't do, that's perfectly normal. Everyone is human, everyone is imperfect. Adrian reached out and ruffled her hair. Really think so? Seraphina nodded seriously. Suddenly, a commotion sounded from downstairs. I'm starving, I want to order Chinese food. Kevin York's voice came through. Me too. This time it was Clara Linton's voice. By the way, I saw in the group chat, Sera said she landed 2 hours ago. She should have arrived by now. Probably resting upstairs. I'll go ask her what she wants to eat. Followed by the sound of thudding footsteps coming upstairs. Adrian, Seraphina lowered her eyes, her gaze falling on Adrian's face. Shouldn't we avoid suspicion? Adrian seemed to sense something, his gaze fixed intently on her face, his voice slightly hoarse. Do we need to avoid suspicion? Seraphina hadn't figured out the answer to this question yet. The next moment, the door was pushed open from the outside by Clara. Sera, Clara said excitedly, we're ordering barbecue, what do you want? Adrian? Clara looked stunned. Seraphina moved out of Adrian's embrace, smiling slightly at Clara. I'm not hungry, not eating. You guys eat yourselves. Sera is sick, needs to eat something light. Adrian didn't shy away. When ordering, just get her a portion of plain congee. Okay, Clara finally reacted, walking away stiffly, arms and legs moving together. Seraphina and Adrian exchanged a look. The smile on her face was faint, genuinely happy, yet always shrouded in a layer of light sorrow. Thank you, Adrian. Finally successfully divorced Julian Harrington, Adrian placed the empty water glass on the side table. If you weren't sick, you should be treating. A blush appeared on Seraphina's cheeks. Thank you, Adrian. Once I'm better, I'll definitely treat. Measure your temperature. Adrian handed her a mercury thermometer. Seraphina obediently placed it under her arm. After 5 minutes, Adrian took it out and looked. Although the fever had subsided slightly, it was still around 37.5 degrees Celsius. "Rest after drinking the congee later," Adrian said. "If the fever returns tonight, take some more medicine." "Got it." Seraphina still had much she wanted to say, but her energy couldn't keep up. Chapter 169. Seeing her state, Adrian Thorne said gently, "You sleep first. I'll call you when the takeout arrives." Seraphina Fletcher felt her eyelids grow heavy. In a daze, she drifted off to sleep. Downstairs, Clara Linton still hadn't recovered. "Did Sera say what she wanted to eat?" Daniel Upton asked casually while ordering takeout. After asking, 2 minutes passed and Clara still hadn't replied. "Clara?" Daniel looked up. "What are you doing?" "Oh, Sera is sick. Just order her some plain congee." Clara had something on her mind, kept glancing upstairs intermittently. Luckily, they lived together in this villa. As long as no one saw the two of them like that, no one would say anything. But Clara felt somewhat worried. Soon, the ordered takeout arrived. Clara proactively took the congee upstairs. Adrian opened the door. Seraphina was sleeping soundly on the bed. "Adrian," Clara couldn't hold back any longer. "You and Sera?" Adrian smiled slightly, taking the congee from her hand. "Don't tell anyone outside." Then, before Clara could react, he closed the door. Clara sighed, filled with worry. In the end, Seraphina didn't drink that bowl of congee. Perhaps truly too tired, or perhaps finally divorced from Julian Harrington, she had a recurring fever throughout the night. Adrian stayed by her side all night. Near dawn, Seraphina's fever finally broke completely. Only then did he leave to rest in his own room. Adrian didn't rest long before changing clothes and returning to the hospital. So when Seraphina woke up, no one was beside her. Only Clara sat there, holding a glass of water, sighing repeatedly. Staring at her, she looked like she was pitying someone. "Anyone who didn't know better would think I didn't have a fever, but some terminal illness." Seraphina got out of bed. Sweating profusely, she felt uncomfortable and walked towards the bathroom. "What's wrong?" Clara followed behind her. "Sera, you and Adrian." Seraphina didn't answer immediately, just asked, "Did you ask Adrian too?" Clara nodded. "Adrian didn't elaborate, just told me not to tell anyone." She looked utterly conflicted. Seraphina remembered she hadn't brought clean clothes and turned back to the wardrobe to get some. "Didn't say anything else." Clara frowned, looking at her. "What are you thinking?" "Thinking about what?" Seraphina pulled out some clothes. Clara got a little angry. "Stop pretending with me. There's definitely something going on between you and Adrian." Seraphina's movements paused slightly. She fell silent. "Actually, if you and Adrian could work out, I'd definitely be happy," Clara said immediately. "I'm not opposing it, but Adrian just called off his engagement with Renee not long ago. Even us outsiders can see his marriage isn't up to him. I'm not discriminating against you. I think being divorced is fine. Pursuing true love again is also fine. But my thinking doesn't matter. Adrian's parents definitely won't think so. Sera, you just got out of a failed marriage. Think carefully." Chapter 170. Arthur Thorne's surgery was scheduled for half a month later. During this period, Adrian Thorne became even busier. He had to stay by Arthur's bedside, partly for doctors to communicate with him easily, and partly because Arthur, fearing unexpected complications during surgery, spent almost every waking moment explaining Apex's affairs to him. Apex's structure was highly complex, with over 20 directors alone. Many major decisions required board approval. The personnel distribution, interpersonal connections within, all were subjects of learning. To facilitate caring for Arthur, Adrian basically lived at the hospital during this time. Seraphina Fletcher was also busy. Apex demanded results within 2 to 3 years. The timeline was too short. She and the others worked almost until midnight every day. Perhaps because Apex's investment was substantial, the domestic medical school quickly sent another professor to supervise them. The new professor was very traditional, sporting a goatee. Upon arrival, he first toured the lab, then, after finding out who the current team leader was, glared and said, "Seraphina Fletcher. Never heard of her." Clara Linton secretly rolled her eyes, mentally cursing him out thoroughly. "I haven't been at the medical school long." Seraphina's voice was gentle. "It's normal for Professor not to know me." This professor's surname was Hawkins. He brought 2 of his own disciples. Professor Hawkins glanced contemptuously at Seraphina. "So you're Seraphina Fletcher?" "Hello, Professor Hawkins," Seraphina responded faintly. Professor Hawkins sneered coldly. "Albright always likes using useless women. Women have long hair but short insights. What can they achieve?" One of his students beside him snickered, whispering to Professor Hawkins, "Professor, you might not recognize the name, but look closely at the face. It's that married woman who had a scandal with Adrian Thorne some time ago. Tusk, quite promiscuous. Not even divorced, yet already hooked up with Adrian Thorne." Professor Hawkins frowned, glared at him, then looked back at Seraphina, saying displeasedly, "So it was you who caused Adrian Thorne to withdraw from the project team." Clara couldn't stand these harsh words and snapped, "Nonsense. Adrian clearly withdrew from the project team due to personal matters. Do you really believe that nonsense?" The student spoke again, emboldened by Professor Hawkins' presence, acting somewhat recklessly. With such a scandal between Seraphina Fletcher and Adrian Thorne, any man would naturally keep his distance. Besides, Adrian Thorne's status is different. Clara was about to flare up, but Seraphina raised a hand to grasp her wrist. "Don't be angry, not worth arguing about." "Sera," Clara frowned slightly. Seraphina shook her head gently, then addressed Professor Hawkins, "Since you're here to take over the project, we will follow all your arrangements." Her compliant attitude relatively satisfied Professor Hawkins. He nodded slightly. Although lacking in other aspects, at least understands some basic etiquette. Seraphina smiled slightly. "Your qualifications are too poor," Professor Hawkins stated bluntly. "Give up the team leader position." "On what grounds?" Clara blurted out impulsively. "Sera ran around securing Apex's investment. Why should she give it up?" "Okay," Seraphina, however, agreed decisively. Chapter 171, Clara Linton grew even angrier, her eyes practically shooting fire at Seraphina Fletcher. Seraphina gently shook her head towards her. "Let's proceed as the professor wishes." "Fine, do whatever you want." Clara angrily turned her back. Professor Hawkins was even more pleased with Seraphina. He pointed to the student beside him. "Warren Baker, you should address him as senior brother too. His qualifications are good, participated in many projects. From now on, he'll be responsible for leading you. Seraphina Fletcher, hand over all matters to him for coordination." "Okay," Seraphina smiled faintly. She was very cooperative, showing no hint of dissatisfaction. Warren Baker was also quite satisfied with her cooperation. Taking the work log, he lightly tapped Seraphina's face with the notebook. "If you hadn't been married once, I actually quite liked you." Seraphina took a step back, moving out of his range, politely yet distantly saying, "If senior brother has anything unclear, just ask me. I will surely tell you everything I know." Warren Baker put on airs. "All right, go." The rhythm in the lab wasn't interrupted by the personnel change. Instead, it became somewhat tighter. The process was the same process, nothing much to say. But with the addition of Professor Hawkins and Warren Baker, who pretended to understand what they didn't, and frequently offered unsolicited advice. Sometimes, Warren even ordered Seraphina, who was conducting experiments, to fetch him tea or water. After some time, the group of 4, no matter how tolerant, became enraged. That night in the villa, Seraphina wearily pushed the door open from outside. Just as she entered, she saw the 4 people originally sitting on the sofa, 3 of whom immediately stood up. "Sera," Kevin York was the first to explode. "If it really comes down to it, just tell them you quit. We won't take this humiliation." Daniel Upton was also furious that Warren Baker not only bullied Seraphina but also enslaved them. "Exactly. When this project faced cancellation, no one stepped forward. You ran around securing the investment, and now they pull this." Those freeloaders at the medical school, seeing this project as profit, swarmed over like dogs. Donald Hung also cursed. "Especially that Hawkins guy, what a piece of crap. So old, yet still engages in gender discrimination. Why doesn't he go discriminate against his own mother? What era is this, my God, still hearing such words from an old fossil?" Clara couldn't hold back either, but she was still angry with Seraphina, not even looking at her. Seraphina was already exhausted from doing experiments every day. She smiled faintly, walked over, and poured herself a glass of water. "It's okay, let them fuss." "Sera," Kevin York exclaimed. Otherwise, just tell Adrian? Seraphina shook her head. Don't. He has too much on his plate, and CEO Thorne's surgery is soon. Besides, this project is just a small one for Apex. If he intervenes excessively, it won't help push the project forward. Most importantly, after Professor Hawkins returns, if he says anything, it will be disadvantageous for us. She slowly poured herself a glass of water. I know you dislike them, incompetent, troublesome, interfering with you. Yes. Kevin York was so angry his chest heaved continuously. Yesterday he asked me to buy something for his girlfriend, didn't give me money, I haven't even done it yet. Chapter 172, Who Cares? We came here to work on the project, not to be their servants, Daniel Upton cursed under his breath. The investment wasn't secured by them. Seraphina Fletcher took a sip of water. You can't fight City Hall. If they ask you to do things you don't want to, just push it on to me. Sierra, Clara Linton finally couldn't hold back. Why are you being so polite to them? You met with Apex's CEO Thorne, discussed the project. If you don't want to bother Adrian, just complain to CEO Thorne and the folks back home will behave. And then, after this project is completed, we won't go back. Professor Albright needs to recuperate here. Who will review your theses? Can you pass? Do you still want your graduation certificates? Seraphina sighed. I inquired. Professor Hawkins holds a position at the school. He's not someone easily provoked. Don't confront him directly. Sulking and throwing tantrums won't solve anything. So we just deserve to be bullied. Daniel's face turned somewhat pale. Seraphina smiled lightly. Don't worry, it won't be for long. Who truly wanted to freeload, she knew very well. Without exposing the one with ulterior motives, this time it was Professor Hawkins, next time it would be another professor. Even if they didn't send a professor, they would surely find other troubles for them. Seraphina lowered her eyes. They didn't have that much time to waste. They still needed to find a way to let that person know this project was a hot potato, too hot to touch. That night, Clara came looking for Seraphina, frowning slightly. Sierra, you have a way to deal with them, right? My agreement with Apex is for a project report every 3 months. Seraphina opened the door, letting Clara in. Someone who just occupies a position without doing work, what data can they understand? Clara's eyes lit up. Sierra, what do you mean? Didn't the medical school side want to interfere with our project team's affairs? Seraphina leaned against the desk behind her, smiling lightly at Clara. Our repeated tantrums are useless. We have to do experiments and spend significant energy dealing with the medical school. How can we manage? Clara was bewildered. I don't understand. Apex invested in us also for profit. Seraphina poured Clara a glass of water. If they discover the person in charge has become incompetent, will they send someone to intervene? Clara understood. So, you mean you want Apex to step in and negotiate with the medical school? Clara, we face many restrictions, often unable to handle many matters ourselves. Seraphina smiled slightly. Besides, someone from the medical school side wants to profit from this. We can't possibly keep dealing with them, right? Clara wasn't so angry anymore, but frowned again. We still have to endure for 3 months? Not only endure, but also know how to flatter. Seraphina gently patted Clara's shoulder. If you really can't do it, just pretend you don't see it, leave it to me. Clara felt like she had swallowed a dead fly. Then I'd better stay far away. Seraphina nodded. From this day on, Seraphina adopted an almost selfless, hardworking attitude. Warren Baker found her very useful. Professor Hawkins, however, would occasionally come by to check the progress. His understanding of the experiment was far superior to Warren Baker and the others. He came daily to monitor the experimental progress. Accompanying Professor, Hawkins was another student named Robert Shaw. Although he wasn't involved in managing the project, he stayed by Professor Hawkins' side, taking care of his needs. Today, Professor Hawkins came to check progress, asking about relevant data. Warren Baker froze, glancing at Seraphina. Seraphina immediately understood, took a step forward, and recited a set of data. Professor Hawkins glanced at Warren Baker. Sierra is quite familiar with the data. Chapter 173, Seraphina Fletcher lowered her head. Spending every day immersed in the lab, familiarity is normal. Warren, Professor Hawkins glanced at him. I know this wasn't originally your field, but you are also in medicine. Although it takes time to get up to speed, you shouldn't be completely clueless. These words carried a hint of reprimand, urging Warren Baker to take his work seriously. Professor Hawkins added slowly, "If you feel you can't handle it, then let Robert Shaw take over." Robert Shaw glanced up slightly, but quickly lowered his eyelids again. Warren Baker's face changed instantly. Seraphina witnessed this entire scene. After seeing Professor Hawkins off, Warren Baker, face livid, raised his hand to slap Seraphina. "Did I allow you to speak? Knowing the professor was coming today, why didn't you remind me?" Seraphina subtly stepped back, causing Warren's slap to miss. She then picked up a cup of water and handed it to him, saying with a hint of flattery, "Warren bro, from now on, I'll give you the data a day in advance." Only then did Warren's anger subside. He snatched the water cup, downing it in one gulp. "That's more like it." He pointed a finger at Seraphina. "Today's data and other things, remember to send them all to me." Seraphina replied obediently. Just then, Warren's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and immediately answered. It must have been his girlfriend calling. Warren's expression softened considerably. He walked out while talking on the phone. "Hey, baby, you're coming to Boston? I'm very busy, don't have time to go shopping with you. If you come, I might neglect you." He disappeared, but his voice still drifted back intermittently. Seraphina threw the disposable cup Warren had used into the trash bin. Turning around, she noticed Daniel Upton standing nearby, fists clenched, eyes almost spitting fire. "If he dared lay that slap, I'd make him regret it." Daniel gritted his teeth. The others were still doing experiments in the lab and hadn't seen this scene. Seraphina smiled gently. "It's okay, I won't let him bully me. You also keep this secret for me, don't tell the others." Daniel nodded, then sighed somewhat dejectedly. "How long do these days have to last?" "Don't worry, it won't be long now," Seraphina murmured softly. That day, when she left the lab, it was already midnight. She was the last one out. Just outside the lab, she noticed a car parked. Adrian Thorne leaned against the car door, a cigarette between his fingers. As she approached, he finally spoke. "Why so late?" "Time is tight," Seraphina yawned. "Why did you come? Isn't CEO Thorne's surgery in a few days?" "Father wants to see you." Adrian lowered his eyes, staring at her, trying to discern something from her face. Seraphina's yawn stopped midway. "When?" "Tomorrow." Adrian exhaled a puff of smoke. Seraphina curved her eyes into a smile. "Understood." "Sera," Adrian suddenly asked in the quiet night, "you haven't hidden anything from me, right?" Chapter 174, Seraphina Fletcher's heart skipped a beat at his question, her voice faltering slightly. "Adrian, why do you say that? Did someone whisper something in your ear?" "Just asking." Adrian Thorne opened the car door. "I'll take you back." Seraphina felt somewhat apprehensive, afraid he had seen through something. Sitting in the passenger seat, she wanted to ask but didn't dare. Of course, she could also pretend to know nothing and complain directly to Adrian. But Arthur Thorne's condition was critical now, and Adrian carried the burden of apex. She didn't want to add to his troubles, even though she felt sorry for him. Besides, just as Arthur Thorne said, initially two people might disregard reality, be deeply in love, but later, as more and more issues arise, it's not something that can be sustained by feelings alone. Seraphina had to admit she strongly agreed with Arthur Thorne's words. Torn back and forth, Seraphina decided to say nothing, pretending ignorance. The car drove along the road. The empty streets had almost no pedestrians. "Adrian, are you staying at the villa tonight?" Seraphina asked. Adrian glanced at her, shaking his head. "Going to check on Professor Albright first, then back to the hospital later. Father has surgery the day after tomorrow." Seraphina acknowledged. Adrian smiled slightly. "What, reluctant to let me go?" He rarely joked like this, making Seraphina feel somewhat unaccustomed. No. Adrian raised an eyebrow, his expression subtle, his attitude carrying a hint of barely perceptible insistence. "Sera isn't reluctant to let me go?" The atmosphere between the two had clearly been off lately. Anyone could see it, though everyone tacitly avoided mentioning it. Seraphina played dumb, nodding vigorously. What's there to miss about Adrian? If thinking, one should think about those big celebrities, the gorgeous, statuesque ones. A smile touched Adrian's lips. He focused on driving, hearing her words, pretended some displeasure. "Then let the gorgeous, statuesque celebrities pick you up and drop you off. Get out, I'm going back to the hospital." Seeing her ride disappear, Seraphina immediately pleaded. "Actually, Adrian is also very gorgeous and statuesque. Praise more. Adrian took advantage of the situation. Seraphina couldn't be bothered to praise further, repeating several times, Adrian is handsome, exceptionally handsome, so handsome it blinds people. Is that the only word you know? Adrian wasn't easily bought. You're from the medical school, use more adjectives. Seraphina had been busy all day, her mind was filled with nothing but lab data. Hearing Adrian say this now, she gave a wry smile, humbly begging for mercy, Adrian, spare me. Right now, my brain is filled with nothing but lab data and miserably deceased mice. Returning to the topic of experiments, Adrian was also concerned. He knew about Professor Hawkins, Warren Baker, and Robert Shaw interfering with the project, but since Seraphina hadn't mentioned it, he pretended not to know. He left it entirely up to Seraphina to handle. Don't feel pressured. Adrian's expression softened, speaking seriously. Just strive to do your job well. As for success or failure, that can only be left to fate. I know. Seraphina was genuinely tired now. She yawned, leaned back against the seat, and fell asleep almost instantly. Chapter 175, she currently had no worries weighing on her mind. The only thing concerning her was the situation at the lab. Adrian Thorne still wanted to say something, but turning his head, he saw she had already fallen asleep. While waiting at a red light, he took off his suit jacket and draped it over her. The following 10-minute drive took Adrian a full half-hour. As soon as the car stopped, Seraphina Fletcher woke up. Rubbing her eyes, she mumbled drowsily, "Arrived?" Adrian hadn't unlocked the doors yet. He watched Seraphina groggily push the door, trying to get out. She was likely extremely tired, her brain not processing. Not realizing the door was locked, she lifted her foot, her head moving simultaneously. Just as her head and foot were about to hit the door, Adrian reached out, blocking her forehead, his voice laced with amusement. "Is your sleep Schrödinger's sleep?" "What?" Seraphina had just woken up, completely dazed, looking exceptionally docile. Adrian's heart stirred. He leaned in and kissed her, whispering, "Nothing. Sera, I'm going to bully you." Seraphina closed her eyes, smelling the faint scent of incense. She didn't know when Adrian had switched fragrances again. This kiss was lingering and tender. After a long while, Adrian finally pulled back, his voice somewhat hoarse as he told Seraphina, "Let's go upstairs." Seraphina's cheeks flushed slightly red. "Okay." The next day, when Seraphina woke up, she felt as if her entire body had been run over by a truck. She was about to fall apart. Reaching for her phone, she saw a message and flipped it open. It was from Warren Baker. "Hurry up and come over. The report is about to start." Seraphina lowered her eyes, replying with just one word, "Okay," got out of bed, went into the bathroom. Coming out, she heard movement near the entryway. Seraphina, wearing Adrian's shirt she found in the closet, looked up at him. "Adrian, what were you doing out?" "Got you breakfast." Adrian held up the bags in his hand and shook them. "And a set of clothes for you." Seraphina changed, hastily grabbed just a bun. "I have to rush over for the report, won't eat." "I'll drive you." Adrian immediately followed. The car smoothly entered the company premises. All the investors and the medical school representatives had already arrived, waiting seriously. This was the first time the project team had achieved substantial progress, and also the first formal report. Everyone attached great importance to it. Seraphina held the organized documents, rushing over. Warren Baker glared at her discontentedly. "What were you doing?" "Some personal matters." Seraphina lowered her eyes, speaking quietly. He didn't have much time to argue with Seraphina, hastily handing the documents to Professor Hawkins. There was still some time before the presentation. Professor Hawkins and Warren continued familiarizing themselves with the documents. Seraphina had nothing to do, so she followed the staff arranging the venue, lending a hand. After waiting half an hour, everyone gradually entered the office. Professor Hawkins then went up to the stage. He habitually took a sip of water from beside the lectern first, then displayed the PPT, began explaining seriously. Just after starting, having explained only a few data sets, Professor Hawkins's face suddenly changed. He seemed short of breath. Soon, commotion erupted in the venue. He was helped away towards the hospital. Everyone in the office exchanged glances. With Professor Hawkins gone to the hospital, the presenter was gone. Everyone's time was precious, unwilling to waste it. Their gazes fell upon Seraphina and Warren Baker. Since you are Professor Hawkins' students, familiar with the experiment, it's just a simple report. Adrian sat at the head seat, speaking calmly. You should be able to present as well. Chapter 204. Among those present, quite a few recognized Seraphina Fletcher. After all, she was the one who pressured Arthur Thorne into investing back then. They naturally assumed she would take over. Moreover, quite a few people in the company knew about the situation between Adrian Thorne and Seraphina. They were certain Adrian would also let Seraphina present. But to everyone's surprise, Adrian turned his gaze towards Warren Baker. You do it. Warren nervously rubbed his hands on his trousers, feeling tense. He stood up, stammering, unsure what to say. He then cast a pleading look towards Seraphina. Although he understood the data, his level of familiarity certainly wasn't as deep as Seraphina's. He had considered presenting before coming, but now that the opportunity actually arose, he felt somewhat intimidated. What, aren't you Professor Hawkins' student? Adrian narrowed his eyes slightly, asking coldly. Warren immediately replied, No, of course not, I know. I've been following this experiment the whole time. Adrian leaned back slightly. Then go ahead. With that, Warren subconsciously wiped his hands on his trousers, his legs trembling slightly as he walked onto the stage. He cleared his throat lightly, found where Professor Hawkins had left off, and continued downwards. However, having never experienced such a large occasion, when he actually started speaking, he could only read from the script. All technical jargon, making the audience below frown. After enduring for over 10 minutes, the vice dean from the medical school spoke first. Warren Baker, come down, let Sera present. Seraphina didn't move. Adrian tapped his pen on the table a few times, saying calmly, quite professional, but it's all content from the text. If it's just reading from a script, we could find any employee from our company to do it. Warren's face turned slightly pale, his voice panicked. CEO Thorne, if you have any questions, you can ask me directly. Adrian had participated in this project, knew some of the data best, and casually asked a question. Warren couldn't answer, could only glance towards Seraphina. Seraphina frowned slightly, hands clasped together, looking somewhat restless, also wanting to defend Warren. Why are you looking at Seraphina Fletcher? Adrian put down his pen, shifted his gaze to the vice dean at the table, smiling faintly. Vice dean, I also graduated from our medical school and participated in this project. The few questions I just asked were professional, yet even something so simple, Warren couldn't answer. This inevitably makes me doubt Professor Hawkins' professionalism. Warren felt a dampness spread across his back. I was incompetent. It has nothing to do with Professor Hawkins. Professor Hawkins is your teacher. You made a mistake. He cannot escape blame either. Adrian tossed the pen onto the table, his face turning cold. Our Apex invested, banking on your institution's professionalism. But if the person delivered is so unprofessional, how can we rest assured? The vice dean immediately stood up, gritting his teeth, knowing he couldn't protect Warren and Professor Hawkins today. CEO Thorne, don't worry. After I return, I will immediately investigate and find a more suitable person to lead the project. Adrian said calmly, finish the report first. Now Professor Hawkins was at the hospital, Warren was useless. The only person left who could do the report was Seraphina. Chapter 205, the vice dean turned his gaze towards her. Seraphina Fletcher, tasked unexpectedly, went directly onto the stage. She turned a dry, flavorless report into a vivid presentation. Even those outside the field could understand most of it. The meeting concluded. Adrian Thorne left first. The vice dean, worried Apex would withdraw funding, immediately followed, wanting to plead his case. Others departed. In the conference room, only Seraphina and Warren Baker remained. The former calmly gathered the documents. It was you! Warren suddenly glared at her, eyes blazing. You must have said something to Adrian Thorne yesterday. Senior brother, Seraphina held the files, looking at him quietly. The opportunity was given to Professor Hawkins and you. Professor Hawkins went to the hospital, and you went on stage, only capable of reading from the script. Everyone witnessed it just now. Now you blame me for saying something privately to CEO Thorne. Her eyes held thick sarcasm. If the opportunity wasn't given to you, then indeed I played tricks. But now it was you who failed to seize the opportunity. Seraphina decisively defeated him. She turned to leave, But senior brother and Professor Hawkins probably don't need to return to Boston either. Warren sat stunned in his seat, face pale, gritting his teeth. He couldn't understand. He had clearly kept Seraphina under his watch. How could she still successfully turn the tables? Seraphina walked out of the conference room. Not far away, Adrian stood aside, watching her with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Well done today, but what happened with Professor Hawkins falling ill? How would I know? Seraphina deliberately played dumb. Maybe he's getting old, running between two places, his health isn't good. Adrian didn't believe her nonsense at all. He reached out and gently pinched her neck. I asked. Professor Hawkins had an allergic reaction, that's why he felt unwell. He's fine now. Seraphina blinked. Professor Hawkins has great luck. Seraphina Fletcher. Adrian quite liked her cunning streak. He reached out and pinched her nose, smiling. Professor Hawkins' allergen isn't common. Besides those close to him, no one else could possibly know it so clearly. Seraphina looked wronged. So Adrian thinks I tampered with things. This subtly coquettish demeanor, it was hard for Adrian not to be moved. He retracted his hand, smiling faintly. It's fine if you don't tell others, but you won't tell me either. Seraphina looked at him frankly, clearly unwilling to say. Adrian didn't press her either, just raised an eyebrow slightly. Let me guess. Professor Hawkins' allergic reaction came on quickly, wasn't severe, just enough to prevent him from presenting. And you came with me today, meaning. At least before the meeting, you had no chance to tamper. Seraphina tilted her head slightly, reminding him, Adrian, I helped arrange the conference room today. Oh, Adrian chuckled softly. So that's how it is. Arranging the conference room offered many opportunities for mischief. There's surveillance in the conference room, Adrian reminded softly. Not afraid of being found out? There are many places in Apex without surveillance. Seraphina smiled brightly. If one wants to act, there's always an opportunity. Adrian nodded. Understood. With Professor Hawkins and Warren's blunder this time, the medical school side, after discussion, decided to remove them, no longer letting them follow the project. Professor Albright needed to recuperate and couldn't supervise the project's progress either. The medical school, after consideration, drafted several candidate lists, submitted them to Apex, letting Adrian decide which supervisor to choose. Chapter 206, the news of the personnel change was quickly posted by Seraphina Fletcher in the group chat. Everyone cheered. The group of 4 even went out drinking to celebrate. Seraphina, in her hotel room, watched the videos they sent, smiled helplessly and typed, "Have fun." Just after sending it, she received a message from Adrian Thorne. "When are you planning to return to Boston?" Seraphina replied, "Once the new supervisor is confirmed, I can return to Boston." Adrian Thorne received the new personnel list today. However, Apex needs to conduct a series of new assessments here, probably about a week. Seraphina's finger hovering over the screen paused. This time back, if things went smoothly, the new drug development should basically conclude in another 3 months. By then, she would have to say goodbye to Adrian Thorne. She slowly exhaled. Okay. Adrian quickly sent another message. "A week's time, are you staying at the hotel the whole time?" His intention was crystal clear. But Seraphina felt mischievous, didn't want to follow his lead. "If not the hotel, where else would I stay? I don't have a home here." Adrian Thorne, so in Sera's heart, I'm an outsider, not family. Seraphina felt her heart thump heavily. She lightly bit the back of her hand, feeling like she was going crazy. Without giving her any extra time to consider, Adrian sent another message. "I'm downstairs. Come down, I've already checked you out." Seraphina slowly exhaled, picked up her already packed luggage, and went downstairs. Downstairs, seeing Adrian sitting in the car, she walked over and got in. Adrian placed his phone on the center console, reached over, pulling her into his embrace, his voice gentle and low. "I thought you wouldn't come down." Since Adrian requested, how dare I not come down? Seraphina's eyes held a hint of amusement. Adrian grasped her hand. "Let's get some late-night snacks first." Seraphina intertwined her fingers with his. The two went to a nearby late-night food street. There were too many people around. Adrian parked the car in a nearby parking lot. After parking, they held hands and went to the food street. The timing was just right. The street was bustling with people. Families of 3 out for a stroll, young couples holding hands eating ice cream. The two walked side by side down the street. their aura and attire standing out exceptionally. Walking along the street, many small vendors would glance their way. Suddenly, a little girl holding a large bouquet of flowers walked up to them, telling Adrian, "Big brother, today is Valentine's Day. Buy a bouquet for your girlfriend. Sister is so pretty, you must love her very much." The little girl was incredibly sweet-tongued. Adrian's eyebrows curved slightly. He glanced sideways at Seraphina, then pulled out a stack of cash, handing it to the little girl. "Thank you, you have excellent taste. I'll buy all your flowers." "Thank you, big brother." The little girl snatched a handful of money from his hand, then gave him all the flowers. Seraphina watched her run off, then turned to look at the bouquet in Adrian's hands, her tones slightly reproachful. "Too many, no need to buy so many. I owed you too many flowers before. Now that I finally have a chance to give them, I have to make it satisfying." Adrian naturally handed her the bouquet. Seraphina accepted it, lowered her head to smell them. The fragrance was very fresh. This street was long, selling all sorts of things. The nearby vendors had already seen them buying flowers. Seeing Adrian's generosity, they quickly started soliciting loudly. "Sir, buy something for your girlfriend to eat. I have jewelry girls like here." Chapter 207. Instantly, the two were surrounded. Finally managing to break free, the two quickly ducked into a nearby alley. Adrian Thorne's usual elegance vanished, as did Seraphina Fletcher's composed calm. They looked at each other and both smiled silently. Winding through the back of the alley, they temporarily couldn't find the way back. Adrian used his phone navigation to find the route to the parking lot. The alley was dim, the path unclear. Adrian held Seraphina's hand tightly. Seraphina used her own phone flashlight to illuminate the way. However, the illuminated area was too small. Suddenly, *snap*. Seraphina seemed to have stepped on something. A sharp pain shot through her ankle. She cried out in pain. "What's wrong?" Adrian immediately turned to look. Seraphina leaned on his shoulder, her face somewhat pale, lifting the injured foot. "Stepped on a nail." Adrian turned on his phone light, knelt down, held her ankle with one hand, examining carefully. "A rusty nail, seems quite deep. Need to go to the hospital for treatment." "Come, I'll carry you." Adrian turned his back, letting Seraphina hop onto his back. Seraphina hesitated for a moment. "But I'm heavy. Adrian, can you carry me?" "Rest assured, no problem." Adrian patted his own back. "Hurry up and get on." Only then did Seraphina jump onto his back. She held her phone with one hand to light the way for Adrian. Feeling so happy, she hummed a song softly. "Nice singing." Adrian followed the navigation out of the alley, seeing their car in the distance. Seraphina's cheeks flushed slightly red. Pressing her face against Adrian's back, she suddenly felt a strong reluctance to part. Being with Adrian was truly wonderful. What about the future? "Hurts too much, crying?" Adrian sensed her mood change and asked immediately. Seraphina shook her head, then remembered he couldn't see, saying with a slight nasal tone, "No, it's just feeling too happy." "Happy?" Adrian's heart ached slightly. "Just carrying you makes you happy. Sera, you're too easily satisfied." In places he couldn't see, how much hardship had his Sera endured? Seraphina mumbled, "One should be content. Otherwise, who knows what tomorrow brings? Maybe lovers today, perhaps tomorrow. Nothing at all." Adrian found these words slightly off, frowning slightly. Thinking again, perhaps Seraphina was hurt too much in her relationship with Julian Harrington, hence this lack of security. Saying more wouldn't dispel her unease. Reaching the car, he opened the door. Adrian carefully carried her into the car, then meticulously examined her wound again before saying, "Rest assured, I'm right here. I won't run away." Seraphina's heart warmed, yet more sorrow surged up. She gave a wry smile, nodding. Adrian's words I remember." Driving swiftly, he took her directly to a private hospital. After treating the wound and giving her a shot, the doctor gave a few instructions on precautions, then let the two leave. Chapter 208. Back at the apartment. Seraphina Fletcher's foot was injured and couldn't get wet. Adrian Thorne proactively took on the responsibility of caring for her. "I'll help you bathe." I can do it myself." Although they had shared a passionate night, Seraphina still felt shy. Adrian directly scooped her up in a princess carry, chuckling softly. "It's okay, you can't take good care of yourself. It's my duty to look after you." With that, he carried her straight into the bathroom. He claimed he would help Seraphina bathe, but they ended up fooling around in the bathroom for nearly 2 hours. When Seraphina emerged, she felt utterly drained, unable to lift even a finger. The originally wrapped wound had gotten wet. Adrian dried her off, changed her clothes, placed her in bed, and was about to call for a doctor to come over. Seraphina, covered in marks, didn't want outsiders to see. She grabbed his hand, whispering, "Adrian, don't. I can rebandage it myself." "Forget it, I'll do it myself." Adrian was also a medical student. Handling such minor issues was no problem for him. However, this place was newly bought, and he was usually very busy. He hadn't been injured before, so there were no bandages at home. He went downstairs to buy bandages. Just as he walked out of the complex, he saw a figure standing at the entrance. Julian Harrington held a cigarette between his fingers. Seeing him come out, he waved from afar. "CEO Thorne, something wrong." Adrian's expression was icy. He stopped the car, only lowering the window halfway. Julian lifted his chin slightly. "Is Sera inside? Does it concern you?" "Of course not." Julian's face filled with malice. "Slept with her, right? Is she good in bed?" "Sera is actually quite stupid. A few nice words from someone and she's completely devoted. Very obedient in bed too, just endures the pain. Sometimes I know she's hurting, but what can I do? I just like watching." Thump. Adrian suddenly opened the car door, kicking him hard in the abdomen. Julian fell to the ground, struggling to get up. But Adrian quickly walked over, stepped on his shoulder, pinning him down again, his cold face like a demon god's. "If any more filthy words come out of your mouth, I'll make Harrington Corp go bankrupt." Julian's eyes flashed with a strong sense of anger, a kind of crazed obsession. "Can't stand hearing about her performance under another man? So what? I have photos and videos here, want to see?" The next second, Adrian kicked Julian brutally under the chin. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Adrian stared at him coldly. "Harrington Corp is finished." He turned and got back into the car. Julian took a moment to recover before climbing up from the ground. He wiped the blood from his lips, cursing softly. His phone rang. Julian answered, his eyes fierce. "Got the footage?" "Yes, already got it," the other side replied quickly. "Soon, Apex will be in trouble." Julian chuckled softly. He stared at the departing car, saying coldly, "That's good." A video clip might not bankrupt Apex, but ruining Adrian Thorne's reputation was more than enough. Adrian quickly bought the supplies and returned. When he entered the room, Seraphina was already asleep. Too tired. Adrian coughed lightly, silently cursing himself for being an animal. But looking at Seraphina's peaceful sleeping face, he felt he should be an animal just this once. He tiptoed over, changed her dressing, and rebandaged the wound carefully. Only then did he get into bed, embracing her from behind. Chapter 209, A Peaceful Night's Sleep. Seraphina Fletcher had an injury. Adrian Thorne told her to rest well at home. A dedicated housekeeper came daily to cook her 3 meals. Since she was injured, she obediently rested. Occasionally, she checked the messages from the group of 4. Clara Linton, "Tilda, the annoying people are all gone. Suddenly, the lab air feels fresh." Kevin York, "Damn my constitution, I actually feel a bit unaccustomed now that no one is scolding me, ha 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 ha." Daniel Upton, "Speak for yourself, I don't want to be targeted again." Donald Hong, "Just don't know how the new supervisor from the medical school will be." When the medical school uploaded the list, Seraphina had already glanced at it. Perhaps Apex's attitude this time was overly firm, and they also added more investment. The recommended supervisors this time were all highly capable. Among them was a supervisor Seraphina very much wanted to recommend. Seraphina Fletcher, "Rest assured, there won't be any problems with the supervisor this time." Kevin York, "Sera saw the list?" Seraphina Fletcher, "If there are no major issues, results should be out soon. Don't worry." The group chat buzzed again with chatter. Apex office. Adrian Thorne had just come out of the conference room when his assistant hurried forward, whispering in his ear, "CEO Thorne, please take a look at this." He handed him a tablet. Opening it revealed a video. Because it was secretly filmed, the angle was rather odd, slightly distant. One could only see Adrian getting out of the car, then Julian Harrington falling to the ground, followed by Adrian stepping on his chest. The title was particularly sensational. Shocking. Apex CEO Adrian Thorne assaults man on street at midnight. The comment section exploded. Who is Adrian Thorne? Don't know him, but this is too brutal. Why hit someone? Is there no law? Damn. Just looking at it makes my blood boil. A capitalist hits someone, and no one manages it. Look at that security guard, didn't even try to stop it, looks commonplace. Clearly, Adrian Thorne hasn't hit someone for the first time. Don't push this on me, even if I saw it, I couldn't possibly help this guy beat him back. Searched Apex, numerous subsidiary companies, covering multiple fields. I'll let them for you, boycott all products from these companies. Damn, saw netizens say Apex also makes sanitary napkins. Recently, sanitary napkins had a scandal, their company was involved too. Now the CEO is exposed hitting someone, truly impressive. Capitalists are impressive. The assistant frowned slightly. CEO Thorne, we immediately initiated public relations, but the public opinion fermented too quickly. Adrian returned the tablet to him. Fermenting so quickly, clearly orchestrated. What should we do? Adrian paused for a moment. Observe first. No wonder Julian Harrington provoked him yesterday. Turned out he had this trick up his sleeve. Why did you hit him? The assistant asked softly. He didn't understand. Since Adrian took over the company, he had always been calm, highly capable, and emotionally stable. Even when the sales department messed up several major projects, Adrian didn't get angry. The assistant couldn't imagine him angry or furious, also couldn't understand. Privacy, Adrian dismissed him with 2 words. Chapter 210, currently, Seraphina Fletcher was a researcher. If Adrian Thorne responded directly to the assault incident, malicious individuals might dig into their affair. Obviously, if Adrian responded by defending Seraphina's reputation, the current public opinion would quickly reverse. But he didn't want to. Because once he stated it was because of Seraphina, more people would focus on their private relationship. This wasn't what Adrian wanted to see. Seraphina was capable, highly professional, with her own views on many things. In the future, once this anti-cancer drug was successfully developed, the entire research team would become known. But if the public focused on these scandals, it wasn't fair. If we continue with cold treatment, I'm afraid public sentiment will backlash, the assistant said softly, a hint of worry in his brow. In his view, since Adrian hit someone, there must have been his own reasons. Public relations weren't difficult, just stating the truth would suffice. However, Adrian insisted on cold treatment. Find ways to suppress the trending topic. Adrian finished speaking and went directly into his office. His attitude was clear. He absolutely wouldn't reveal the hidden details. The assistant sighed helplessly, softly acknowledging, "Okay." Apex had handled such crisis public relations many times before, there shouldn't have been a problem. But subsequently, as the appointment of the new supervisor came down, the anti-cancer drug research project suddenly gained huge praise, while simultaneously, the heat surrounding Adrian's assault incident continued rising. That evening, Apex's stock was also affected, directly evaporating $2 billion in market value. Adrian skipped dinner, went straight to the study, and started a video conference. Director Lawson from the Apex board stated directly, "Adrian, we believe you had reasons for your actions, but Apex is affected now. We must handle this directly. If you can provide a valid reason, let the PR department explain. But if there's no valid reason, you should apologize." Adrian's expression was condensed. He understood the intentions of these directors. A bunch of old foxes spoke nicely, but if he really told the truth, they would inevitably sacrifice Seraphina. This was what Adrian least wanted to see. He clasped his hands together, leaning forward slightly. "Apologies, this is my personal privacy. Specific reasons are inconvenient to disclose." "Then apologize," Director Lawson said. Adrian held the most shares in Apex. Replacing him was absolutely impossible. Besides, his capabilities were well known. No one would push Adrian out over such a minor incident. Adrian parted his lips. No apology. His attitude was firm. A stalemate ensued. Director Lawson slammed the table. "Then you plan to watch Apex continue being implicated by you? Apex needs a president with a positive image, emotionally stable, not someone like you." Adrian leaned back slightly, saying calmly, "The matter will be resolved soon, rest assured." With that, without waiting for others' reactions, he directly ended the video conference. Turning his head, he found Seraphina holding her phone, leaning against the doorframe, a hint of worry in her brow. Adrian. Chapter 211, Why Are You Running Around? Adrian Thorne immediately walked over, pulling her into his embrace. Did the doctor come by today? How's the wound? Much better. Seraphina Fletcher wrapped her arms around his neck. Adrian, why did you hit Julian Harrington? Adrian looked down at her, rubbing her forehead with his chin. How did you figure out it was Julian Harrington? Even if he turned to ash, I'd recognize him. Seraphina gritted her teeth slightly. Adrian chuckled lightly. Do you hate him to the core? Did he say something in front of you? Seraphina knew Julian too well. Adrian didn't want those filthy words to dirty Seraphina's ears. Just a dog barking. Since Adrian knows it's just dog barking, then don't pay him any mind. Seraphina pressed her face against his chest. Damaging Apex's interests because of him isn't worth it. Holding the warm, soft jade in his arms, thinking of the disgusting words Julian said yesterday, Adrian's face turned cold. It doesn't matter. He had plenty of ways to ruin Harrington Corp. Seraphina couldn't extract any useful information from him and didn't pursue the topic further. The next day, Adrian went to work. She sent Julian a message. Coffee shop, let's meet. Her foot was injured. Although walking was inconvenient, she wasn't completely immobile. Arriving at the coffee shop, Julian was already there. His cheek was swollen, his eyes cold, like daggers piercing her. Adrian couldn't take it anymore so quickly. Sent you to beg me? Seraphina sat down opposite him, unhurried, slowly sipping her coffee. Adrian has his ways, I trust him. You trust him? Julian sneered coldly. If you trusted him, you wouldn't be here today. Seraphina took another sip of coffee. I sought you out because of our private matters. What? Julian's face was cold. Things between us are finished. What private matters are left? I left some professional books at your place. Seraphina rested her cheek on one hand. Wanted you to send them over, but I forgot the titles, so I came to find you. Julian didn't believe her at all. Seraphina Fletcher, find a better excuse. Don't beat around the bush with me. As long as you break up with Adrian Thorne, I'll come forward and admit I had an argument with him. That's why he hit me. Oh, Seraphina pursed her lips. Then I agree. Julian froze. What? Seraphina smiled slightly. I said I agree. Her unpredictable move left Julian unsure what she was up to, a faint unease growing in his heart. Are you serious? Why wouldn't I agree? Seraphina stretched lazily. I got tired of playing with him too, just switching to someone else. Julian frowned tightly. Switch people? How could she switch people? He never imagined hearing such words from Seraphina's mouth. After a brief silence, he finally asked, What exactly are you up to? Nothing, Seraphina smiled faintly. I remembered what those books were. You can bring them to me next time. Finally, she asked, By the way, I still want to know, what did you say that made Adrian hit you? Julian hadn't seen Seraphina desperate and dying, feeling complex emotions. Hearing her ask this, filled with malice, he said, I said you performed well in bed, asked him how it felt, told him to share. Seraphina stood up, splashed the coffee onto his face, her expression cold. Should have killed you, but killing you, Adrian would have to go to jail. Not worth it. She turned and left. Chapter 212, Seraphina Fletcher never worried that Adrian Thorne couldn't handle this crisis well. She just needed to know more about the reason behind the crisis, never expecting it was truly related to her. Apex's silence caused the online voices to grow louder, accusations increasing day by day. Malicious individuals even deliberately exposed the location of Adrian's residential complex. 3 days before Seraphina was due back in Boston, outside the complex were ordinary people holding signs demanding Adrian resign from Apex, along with various media outlets and independent journalists. Apex's market value continued to evaporate. Seraphina, staying home daily, worried about this matter. While conferencing with the group of 4, she frequently logged onto websites to check. The stream of curses never stopped. Seraphina sighed internally, finally unable to hold back. That evening, when Adrian returned, she adopted an attitude of wanting a serious talk with him. Adrian, Seraphina's foot injury had mostly healed, scabbed over, no longer needing bandages, though she still dared not exert force. She proactively poured Adrian a cup of tea. Adrian, seeing her inconvenience, immediately went over, pulled her into his embrace with one hand, took the tea with the other, his brow furrowed with helplessness. "What are you doing? Leave these things for me to do." "Adrian," Seraphina didn't respond to his words, leaning into his embrace, whispering, "In 3 days, I'm leaving." Adrian held her, carefully supporting her waist. "Reluctant to let me go. Rest assured, if I'm not busy, I'll go to Boston to find you." Seraphina lowered her eyes, her voice faint. "No, I heard about the attacks on you." Adrian wasn't too concerned, holding Seraphina's hand, whispering, "Don't worry, this matter will be resolved soon." "Can it be resolved before I return to Boston?" Seraphina cupped his face, planting a kiss on his cheek. Adrian let out a low hum, holding her hand, chuckling softly. "Yes, really?" Seraphina asked again with concern. Adrian nodded. "Yes." Only then did Seraphina sigh in relief. "Then I'll wait for your news." A night of passion. The next day, Seraphina couldn't get out of bed. The meals were prepared by the visiting housekeeper and placed on a table with constant temperature warming. Only when Seraphina woke up did she eat a little. Her appetite wasn't good. Although Adrian said the matter could be resolved, she still had a vague fear that Adrian was just trying to coax her. Unexpectedly, the night before leaving for Boston, the situation took a turn. News of Harrington Corp. CEO Julian Harrington embezzling public funds fermented. Because Harrington Corp. Defaulted on payments, downstream partners couldn't recover their funds. One partner's wife fell ill, lacked treatment fees, missed the optimal treatment window, and passed away. This incident gained exceptionally high traction. Soon, someone else dug up that the person Adrian hit in the video was actually Julian Harrington. Public opinion instantly reversed. A bigger scandal overshadowed the previous one. For Apex, this crisis was finally over. That evening, Adrian held Seraphina in his arms, speaking gently, "Now the matter is resolved. No need to be anxious anymore, right? Also, remember to eat tomorrow. Can't be like today, barely eating anything." Seraphina felt embarrassed, softly complaining about the housekeeper tattling. "I had no appetite. Auntie, really? I told her not to tell you." The leftover food she couldn't eat, she had asked the housekeeper to pack and take home for her family. Chapter 213, she had explicitly said not to tell Adrian Thorne. Yet, unexpectedly, the secret was still leaked. Adrian Thorne reached out and gently pinched her nose, his face full of concern. "After returning to Boston, when will you come back next?" "Not sure." Seraphina Fletcher buried her forehead against his chest, her voice muffled. "Maybe wait until the drug research makes new progress, but the situation should be much better now." Adrian hummed in agreement, holding her tightly, his heart still carrying a hint of worry. "After returning, don't just bury yourself in work. Eat well, take good care of yourself." "Got it," Seraphina blinked. That night was filled with tenderness. Adrian was unprecedentedly gentle. The next morning, he personally drove Seraphina to the airport, watched her board the plane. After the plane took off, he lingered, unwilling to leave. After Seraphina landed in Boston, without even a moment to catch her breath, she immediately threw herself into work. She maintained a frequency of communicating with Adrian once a day. Other times were like a sprint. The new supervisor provided significant help. The experiment, which had been stalled, finally made new progress. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. The project's estimated timeline was shortened by half compared to Apex's original timeframe. With ample time and everyone genuinely tired, the supervisor gave them a few days off. Especially Seraphina. She couldn't even eat properly 3 meals a day. The supervisor looked at her. "Sera, don't tire yourself out too much. I know you're anxious to complete the project, return home, and reunite with Adrian." Seraphina's cheeks flushed slightly red. She said calmly, "No, I just want to produce the finished drug as soon as possible." "Understandable," the supervisor patted her shoulder. "All right, rest well tomorrow. Continue striving after tomorrow." Returning to the villa, Seraphina sat on the sofa, listening to the other 4 excitedly discussing where to play tomorrow. "A rare day off," Kevin York said. "Let me think where to play." "There's a nearby," Clara Linton paused, turning to look at Seraphina beside her. "Sera, where do you want to play?" Seraphina was drowsy. These past 15 days, she had lost a noticeable amount of weight. Finally resting, she didn't want to go anywhere, just wanted to stay home. "Not going," she said tiredly. "I just want to stay home tomorrow, sleep in." Clara sighed helplessly. "All right then, but has your appetite been poor lately? Why do you feel like you've lost so much weight? Yeah, Kevin York chimed in. Bad stomach. I've noticed you dry heaving occasionally lately. Clara, recalling something, immediately became vigilant. She blinked, staring at Seraphina, but the latter just shook her head. Just a little bit. Maybe because of running between two places, having trouble adjusting to the environment. Then you really need to take good care of yourself, Donald Hong said with concern. Rest at home tomorrow. We'll go out to play, bring back anything you want. Seraphina responded faintly, okay. Clara, however, frowned tightly. That evening, after everyone went upstairs, she followed behind Seraphina. Sera, are you pregnant? Chapter 214. Seraphina Fletcher froze, her expression somewhat evasive. She shook her head. No, you're mistaken. Sera, Clara Linton didn't know whether this was good news or bad news for a moment, her tone slightly heavy. Tell the truth. Seraphina wasn't entirely sure either. After all, it had been less than a month since she and Adrian Thorne became intimate. Where would she get confirmation? You don't know either, Clara understood. How about this, tomorrow I won't go play. I'll accompany you for a checkup, Seraphina sighed. What's the rush? If it is, it's fate, if not. What then? Clara got slightly angry. If you're pregnant, you should tell Adrian. Can't let things continue ambiguously like this. You two have been together for some time now. Having a child is perfect timing to discuss marriage. I haven't thought about it, Seraphina said evasively. Clara paused, her tone slightly urgent. What do you mean by that? Nothing. Seraphina unilaterally ended the conversation. Clara was also somewhat angry, but business was business. She didn't waste more words with Seraphina. Regardless, tomorrow I'm taking you to the hospital for a checkup. She unilaterally declared the itinerary for tomorrow. Seraphina sighed helplessly. The next day, she originally wanted to skip it, but Clara acted like a gatekeeper god. Seraphina couldn't get away and had to go to the hospital with her. After a series of checks, it was indeed confirmed. Pregnant. It's been 3 weeks. Clara was both happy and worried. Need to tell Adrian quickly, but if you're pregnant, you can't continue working in the lab. Seraphina said calmly, this matter isn't urgent. I will tell him. The experiment is fine too. After all, there's nothing in the lab harmful to the fetus. Clara felt her attitude was somewhat strange, inexplicably worried. Are you sure you'll tell Adrian frankly? She didn't understand where this worry came from, just subconsciously felt Seraphina might do this. Of course, Seraphina looked at her. Clara immediately sounded the alarm. Since you said it, you must keep your word. Definitely. Seraphina's tone was somewhat perfunctory. Clara wasn't reassured, but regarding such matters, she, as an outsider, really couldn't interfere much. After all, she didn't know the extent of Seraphina and Adrian's relationship. If she spoke rashly, it might cause awkwardness. The day off passed in a flash. For working people, a short day off felt like an illusion. The first day back at work, Daniel Upton was half dead. Did we really rest yesterday? Must have been an illusion. Donald Hong pulled at his own face. Too difficult. Only Seraphina, brewing herself a cup of coffee for refreshment. Cheer up. This project won't last much longer. Tilda, the group spoke listlessly. Clara stepped forward, snatched Seraphina's coffee away, replacing it with a warm, nourishing herbal tea. Starting today, you can't drink coffee anymore. Have some scientific basis, Seraphina helplessly surrendered to her. Clearly, 1 cup a day is permissible. Clara glared at her. Anyway, no, Seraphina sighed helplessly. All right. Busy all day, she wanted to work overtime in the evening but was chased away by Clara. Returning to the villa, after washing up, she received a video call from Adrian Thorne. Why finish work so early today? Adrian's background was his apartment. Clearly, he had also rested early. Seraphina chuckled lightly. Yes, and you seem not very busy today either. Chapter 215, the project is almost wrapping up, Adrian Thorne said. Not much left to do. I can head to Boston in a while. Seraphina Fletcher's eyes brightened slightly. To Boston? Yes, what don't miss me, Adrian countered. Seraphina pursed her lips slightly, shaking her head. No, I miss Adrian very, very much. Her voice was too soft, too gentle, sounding utterly captivating. Adrian's Adam's apple moved. His gaze shifted slightly, his voice husky. You like this, make me wish I could fly over right now. Okay, Seraphina's eyes softened, filled with amusement. Then Adrian, come tonight. Adrian was completely hooked by her, his heart itching unbearably. You really know how to torture someone. Yes, Seraphina thought about the experiment's progress. Based on the current situation, results could be achieved in at most 1.5 months. By then, it would be time for her to leave Adrian. Seraphina whispered, Adrian, can you come? The next morning, Seraphina looked at her phone's black screen, remembering she was chatting with Adrian yesterday when the phone suddenly died. She was sleeping more these days. Just plugged the phone in to charge, couldn't resist, and fell asleep. Turning it on, numerous messages from Adrian popped up. Calling him back, the line was already busy. Probably went to work. Seraphina sent him a message, I'm fine. Phone died suddenly yesterday. Charged it and went asleep. Going to the lab now. All day, Adrian didn't reply to her messages. Seraphina felt somewhat uneasy. By dinner time, she couldn't even eat and called Adrian again. This time, it connected. Adrian, were you very busy today? Seraphina's heart finally settled. Adrian's voice sounded slightly muffled. Sera, have you finished work? Almost, Seraphina glanced at the time. Clara had been watching her closely recently. Usually, around this time, she wouldn't let her continue working. Adrian, what time do you get out? Around 6, probably, Seraphina said. Still about 10 minutes left. Leaving early shouldn't be a problem, right? Seraphina paused, suddenly feeling Adrian's voice on the other end wasn't quite right. Adrian, where are you? Sera will know when she comes out. Adrian hung up. Seraphina felt her heart in turmoil. She hastily finished everything, told Clara, then ran outside. Adrian Thorne stood in front of the lab building. He must have just arrived. He wore a shirt inside, only a jacket over it, his hair somewhat messy. Adrian? Seraphina was somewhat incredulous. You really came? Hug me. Adrian opened his arms, a gentle smile on his face. Seraphina paused slightly, then rushed towards him, burying herself in his embrace. Adrian? Adrian felt his arms full, that sense of unease finally dissipating. His voice was low. I saw you were too tired, missed you terribly, so I came. Hope I wasn't too abrupt. Chapter 216. Seraphina Fletcher felt somewhat embarrassed. Why didn't you tell me? Telling you beforehand wouldn't be a surprise. Adrian Thorne ruffled her hair gently. Finished work. Shall I take you for some delicious food? Seraphina held his hand. Okay. The two ate at a newly opened restaurant nearby, then strolled back to the villa. Upon arrival, Seraphina remembered the hospital examination report she left on the dressing table. Thinking Adrian wouldn't show up, and besides Clara, no one else would enter her room, she hadn't thought to hide it. But tonight... Sera! Adrian held her in his arms, his large hand resting on her waist, fingertips gently pressing her back, clearly aroused. Let's go to your room, okay? No, Seraphina refused decisively. Adrian instantly felt like cold water had been poured over him. Let's go to Adrian's room. Seraphina's cheeks flushed crimson. Your room is cleaned by someone daily, very clean. Adrian's voice turned husky. Okay. A night of passionate indulgence. Because Seraphina looked uncomfortable, Adrian didn't dare push further. Besides, Seraphina seemed very tired, falling asleep soon after. He tucked Seraphina in. Thinking about something he left in her room, he went over. Since Seraphina was in the other room, he took his things and was about to leave, but his gaze suddenly fell upon the report form on the table. The next day when Seraphina woke up, she subconsciously covered her lower abdomen. Immediately after, she sensed a gaze upon her. She looked up, meeting Adrian's eyes. Adrian? Seraphina felt his gaze was off. Guilty, she felt somewhat flustered. Why are you looking at me like that? Is something wrong? No, Adrian said calmly. Breakfast is ready. After eating, I'll take you to the lab building. Okay. The other four had already left. Seraphina glanced at the time. She seemed half an hour late, but their work schedule wasn't strictly enforced, so being slightly late wasn't an issue. Breakfast was exceptionally quiet. Seraphina finished her bowl of nutritional congee, looked at Adrian's face, hesitated for a moment. Adrian, roughly when are you heading back? Have to go back today. Adrian looked at her with a hint of a smile. Sera, is there something you want to tell me? Seraphina shook her head. No, if you're heading back, let me know in advance. I'll see you off at the airport. Adrian immediately frowned tightly. What's wrong? Seraphina thought she had said something wrong. Adrian shook his head. Nothing. He looked like he wanted to say something but stopped himself. Seraphina, feeling guilty, didn't notice. At 5 p.m., Adrian was heading to the airport. Seraphina requested an hour's leave early. Just like back home, she saw him off at the airport. Before boarding, Adrian asked again, "Sera, are you really sure there's nothing you want to tell me?" "No," Seraphina found it strange. "Adrian, what's wrong with you today? So odd." "And nothing." Adrian looked slightly serious. "Forget it, whenever you want to talk, just say it." Perhaps for Seraphina, she also wasn't ready yet. After all, she had experienced being hurt before. Seraphina's heart skipped a beat, her face turning slightly pale. Could Adrian know something? Impossible. Seraphina pressed her lips together firmly, ultimately saying nothing. She watched Adrian board the plane with her own eyes. Chapter 217, perhaps it was her imagination, but after this time, she felt a barrier between her and Adrian Thorne. Although they still chatted regularly every day like before, something felt different. Seraphina Fletcher didn't dare ask, Adrian Thorne didn't say. Under this state, soon, the development of the finished drug entered its final stages. Altogether, 7 months had passed, 5 months ahead of Apex's given timeline. Finally, results were achieved. Everyone took a break, then immediately returned home. After a long period, upon landing, the first thing was to go home, reunite with family. Seraphina had nowhere to go. She had broken ties with the Fletcher family long ago. She stayed in a hotel daily. The successful development of the new anti-cancer drug attracted considerable media attention. Numerous media outlets rushed to report. Due to public pressure, Apex decided to move up the new product launch conference, originally scheduled for half a month later. And before the launch conference, Seraphina also met an unexpected guest. Arthur Thorne. "You did very well." He pushed a thick envelope towards Seraphina. "This is your reward." Seraphina held her water cup, didn't look at the envelope, but said, "I will disappear today. Regarding Adrian's side, I'll trouble you to delay things a bit." Naturally. Arthur Thorne admired her greatly, asking, "Decided where to go?" "Haven't decided," Seraphina smiled slightly. "But wherever," Arthur nodded. "If leaving, leave cleanly. Don't drag things out." Seraphina gave a wry smile but said nothing more. With no more to discuss, Arthur Thorne left after his visit. That evening, Seraphina closed her eyes and randomly booked a train ticket to some city. Before leaving, she originally wanted to tell Adrian. But before contacting him, Adrian sent a message first. "Sera, I already know about your pregnancy. After the launch conference, let's get married." Seraphina paused, gave a wry smile. Since that was the case, there was no need for her to see Adrian anymore. She packed her things, didn't take much, and left directly. Getting into the car, Seraphina finally messaged Adrian. "Adrian, I didn't keep the child. Also, being with you was under Uncle Thorne's instruction. Now, everything has reached its end. I've also gotten what I wanted. Let's break up." After sending this message, Seraphina removed the SIM card and threw it away directly. Adrian Thorne came out of his office and saw this message. He immediately called Seraphina back, but couldn't get through no matter how hard he tried. "The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later." 3 or 4 consecutive calls, still no answer. Adrian went straight to the hotel where Seraphina was staying. "Are you asking about Miss Fletcher? She left about an hour ago, carrying a suitcase. I think I heard her say she was going to the station." Before the person finished speaking, Adrian rushed straight to the station. Unfortunately, the vast, empty station was too large. He wanted to find one person, but couldn't no matter how hard he searched. Every person resembling Seraphina, he would chase after. Stopping them, realizing it wasn't the person he sought, then apologizing again.